Part 1, Chapter 1 of The Merry-Go-Round. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lilith Brander. The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. Part 1, Chapter 1. All her life Miss Elizabeth Dwarris had been a sore trial to her relations. A woman of means, she ruled tyrannously over a large number of impecunious cousins, using her bank balance like the scorpions of Rehoboam to chastise them, and, like many another pious creature, for their soul's good making all and sundry excessively miserable. Nurtured in the evangelical ways current in her youth, she insisted that her connections should seek salvation according to her own lights, with harsh tongue and with bitter gibe, made it her constant business to persuade them of their extreme unworthiness. She arranged lives as she thought fit, and ventured not only to order the costume and habits, but even the inner thought of those about her. The Last Judgment could have no terrors for any that had faced her searching examination. She invited to stay with her in succession various poor ladies who presumed on a distant tie to call her Aunt Eliza, and they accepted her summons, more imperious than a royal command, with gratitude by no means unmixed with fear, bearing the servitude meekly as a cross which in the future would meet due testamentary reward. Miss Dwarris loved to feel her power. During those long visits, for in a way the old lady was very hospitable, she made it hers a special object to break the spirit of her guests, and it entertained her hugely to see the mildness with which were borne her extravagant demands, the humility with which every inclination was crushed. She took a malicious pleasure in publicly affronting persons, ostensibly to bend a sinful pride, or in obliging them to do things which they particularly disliked, with a singular quickness for discovering the points on which they were most sensitive. She attacked every weakness with blind invective till the sufferer writhed before her. Raw and bleeding, no defect, physical and mental, was protected from her raillery, and she could pardon as little an excess of avoirdupois as a want of memory. Yet, with all her heart, she despised her victims. She flung in their face insolently their mercenary spirit, vowing that she would never leave a penny to such a pack of weak fools. It delighted her to ask for advice in the distribution of her property among charitable societies, and she heard, with unconcealed hilarity, their unwilling and confused suggestions. With one of her relations only, Miss Dwarris found it needful to observe a certain restraint, for Miss Ley, perhaps the most distant of her cousins, was as plain-spoken as herself, and had, besides, a far keener wit whereby she could turn rash statements to the utter ridicule of the speaker. Nor did Miss Dwarris precisely dislike this independent spirit. She looked upon her, in fact, with a certain degree of affection and not a little fear. Miss Ley, seldom lacking a repartee, appeared really to enjoy the verbal contexts, from which, by her greater urbanity, readiness, and knowledge, she usually emerged victorious. It confounded, but at the same time almost amused, the elder lady that a woman so much poorer than herself, with no smaller claims than others to the coveted inheritance, should venture not only to be facetious at her expense, but even to carry war into her very camp. Miss Ley, really not grieved to find someone to whom, without prickings of conscience, she could speak her whole mind, took a grim pleasure in pointing out to her cousin the poor logic of her observations, or the foolish unreason of her acts. No cherished opinion of Miss Dwarris was safe from satire. Even her evangelicism was laughed at, and the rich old woman, unused to argument, was easily driven into self-contradiction. And then, for the victor took no pains to conceal her triumph. She grew pale and speechless with rage. The quarrels were frequent, but Miss Dolores, though it was a sharp thorn in her flesh that the first advances must be made by her, in the end always forgave. Yet at last it was inevitable that the final breach should occur. The cause thereof, characteristically enough, was very trivial. Miss Ley, unaccustomed, when she went abroad in the winter, to let her little flat in Chelsea, had been obliged by unforeseen circumstances to return to England while her tenants were still in possession, and had asked Miss Dolores whether she might stay with her in Old Queen Street. The old tyrant, much as she hated her relations, hated still more to live alone. She needed someone on whom to vent her temper, and through the illness of a niece, due to spend March and April with her, had been forced to pass a month of solitude. She wrote back, in the peremptory fashion which, even with Miss Ley, she could not refrain from using, that she expected her on such and such a day by such and such a train. It is not clear whether there was in the letter anything to excite in Miss Ley a contradictory spirit, or whether her engagements really prevented it. But at all events, she answered that her plans made it more convenient to arrive on the day following and by a different train. Miss Dolores telegraphed that, unless her guest came on the day and at the hour mentioned in her letter, she could not send a carriage to meet her, to which the younger lady replied concisely, "Don't." "She is as obstinate as a pig," muttered Miss Dolores, reading the telegram, and she saw in her mind's eye the thin smile on her cousin's mouth when she wrote that one indifferent word. "I suppose she thinks she's very clever." Her hostess greeted Miss Ley, notwithstanding, with a certain grim affability reserved only for her. She was, at all events, the least detestable of her relations, and, though neither docile nor polite, at least was never tedious. Her conversation braced Miss Dolores so that with her she was usually at her best, and sometimes, forgetting her overbearing habit, showed herself a sensible and entertaining woman of not altogether an amiable disposition. "You're growing old, my dear," said Miss Dolores, when they sat down to dinner, looking at her guest with eyes keen to detect wrinkles and crow's feet. "You flatter me," Miss Ley retorted. "Antiquity is the only excuse for a woman who has determined on a single life." "I suppose, like the rest of them, you would have married if anyone had asked you." Miss Ley smiled. 2 months ago an Italian prince offered me his hand and heart, Eliza. "A papist would do anything," replied Miss Dolores. "I suppose you told him your income, and he found he'd misjudged the strength of his affections." "I refused him because he was so virtuous." "I shouldn't have thought at your age you could afford to pick and choose, Polly." "Allow me to observe that you have an amiable faculty of thinking of one subject at one time in 2 diametrically opposed ways." Miss Ley was a slender woman of middle size, her hair very plainly arranged, beginning to turn grey, and her face, already much wrinkled, by its clear precision of feature, indicating a comfortable strength of character. Her lips, thin but expressive, mobile, added to this appearance of determination. She was by no means handsome, and had certainly never been pretty, but her carriage was not without grace, nor her manner without fascination. Her eyes were very bright and so shrilled as sometimes to be almost disconcerting. Without words, they could make pretentiousness absurd, and most affectatious. Under that searching glance, part contemptuous, part amused, willingly hid themselves. Yet, as Miss Dolores took care to remind her, she was not without her own especial pose, but it was carried out so admirably, with such a restrained, comely decorum, that few observed it, and such as did found not the heart to condemn. It was the perfect art that concealed itself. To execute this ascetic gesture, it pleased Miss Ley to dress with the greatest possible simplicity, usually in black, and her only ornament was a Renaissance jewel of such exquisite beauty that no museum would have disdained to possess it. This she wore around her neck attached to a long gold chain, and she fingered it with pleasure to show, according to her plain-spoken relative, the undoubted beauty of her hands. Her well-fitting shoes and the elaborate open work of her silk stockings suggested also a not unreasonable pride in a shapely foot, small and high of instep. Thus attired, when she had visitors, Miss Ley sat in an oak, Italian straight-backed chair, delicately carved, which was placed between two windows against the wall, and she cultivated already a certain primness of manner which made very effective the audacious criticism of life wherewith she was used to entertain her friends. 2 mornings after her arrival in Old Queen Street, Miss Ley announced her intention to go out. She came downstairs with a very fashionable parasol, a purchase on her way through Paris. "You're not going out with that thing," cried Miss Torrens scornfully. "I am indeed." "Nonsense. You must take an umbrella. It's going to rain." "I have a new sunshade and an old umbrella, Eliza. I feel certain it will be fine." "My dear, you know nothing about the English climate. I tell you it will pour cats and dogs." "Fiddlesticks, Eliza." "Polly," answered Miss Torrens, her temper rising, "I wish you to take an umbrella. The barometer is going down, and I have a tingling in my feet, which is a sure sign of wet. It's very irreligious of you to presume to say what the weather is going to be. I venture to think that, meteorologically, I am no less acquainted with the ways of Providence than you. That, I think, is not funny, but blasphemous, Polly. In my house, I expect people to do as I tell them, and I insist on your taking an umbrella." "Don't be absurd, Eliza." Miss Torrens rang the bell, and when the butler appeared, ordered him to fetch her own umbrella for Miss Ley. "I absolutely refuse to use it," said the younger lady, smiling. "Pray remember that you are my guest, Polly, and therefore entitled to do exactly as I like." Miss Torrens rose to her feet, a massive old woman of commanding presence, and stretched out a threatening hand. "If you leave this house without an umbrella, you shall not come into it again. You shall never cross this threshold so long as I am alive." Miss Ley cannot have been in the best of humours that morning, for she pursed her lips in the manner already characteristic of her, and looked at her elderly cousin with a cold scorn, most difficult to bear. "My dear Eliza, you have a singularly exaggerated idea of your importance. Are there no hotels in London? You appear to think I stay with you for pleasure rather than to mortify my flesh. And really, the cross is growing too heavy for me, for I think you must have quite the worst cook in the metropolis." "She has been with me for 25 years," answered Miss Torrens, 2 red spots appearing on her cheeks, "and no one has ventured to complain of the cooking before. If any of my guests had done so, I should have answered that what was good enough for me was a great deal too good for anyone else. I know that you are obstinate, Polly, and quick-tempered, and this impertinence I am willing to overlook. Do you still refuse to do as I wish?" "Yes." Miss Torrens rang the bell violently. "Tell Martha to pack Miss Ley's boxes at once, and call a 4-wheeler," she cried in tones of thunder. "Very well, madame," answered the butler, used to his mistress's vagaries. Then Miss Torrens turned to her guest, who observed her with irritating good humour. "I hope you realize, Polly, that I fully mean what I say." "All is over between us," answered Miss Ley, markling. "And shall I return your letters and your photographs?" Miss Torrens sat for a while, in silent anger, watching her cousin, who took up the Morning Post, and, with great calmness, read the fashionable intelligence. Presently the butler announced that the 4-wheeler was at the door. "Well, Polly, so you're really going?" I can hardly stay when you've had my boxes packed and sent for a cab, replied Miss Ley mildly. It's your own doing. I don't wish you to go. If you confess that you are headstrong and obstinate, and if you take an umbrella, I am willing to let bygones be bygones. Look at the sun, answered Miss Ley. And, as if actually to annoy the tyrannous old woman, the shining rays danced into the room and made importunate patterns on the carpet. I think I should tell you, Polly, that it was my intention to leave you £10,000 in my will. This intention I shall, of course, not now carry out. You'd far better leave your money to the Dwarys people, upon my word, considering that they've been related to you for over 60 years. I think they thoroughly deserve it. I shall leave my money to whom I choose, cried Miss Dwarys, beside herself. And if I want to, I shall leave every penny of it in charity. You are very independent because you have a beggarly 500 a year, but apparently it isn't enough for you to live without letting your flat when you go away. Remember that no one has any claims upon me, and I can make you a rich woman. Miss Ley replied with great deliberation. My dear, I have a firm conviction that you will live for another 30 years to plague the human race in general, and your relations in particular. It is not worth my while, on the chance of surviving you, to submit to the caprices of a very ignorant old woman, presumptuous and overbearing, dull and pretentious. Miss Dwarys gasped and shook with rage, but the other proceeded without mercy. You have plenty of poor relations. Bully them. Vent your spite and ill temper on those wretched sycophants. But pray in future spare me the infinite tediousness of your conversation. Miss Ley had ever a discreet passion for the rhetorical, and there was a certain grandiloquence about the phrase which entertained her hugely. She felt that it was unanswerable, and with great dignity walked out. No communication passed between the two ladies, though Miss Dwarys, peremptory, stern, and evangelical to the end, lived in full possession of her faculties for another 20 years. She died at last in a passion occasioned by some trifling misdemeanour of her maid, and as though a heavy yoke were removed from their shoulders, her family heaved a deep and unanimous sigh of relief. They attended her funeral with dry eyes, looking still with silent terror at the leaden coffin, which contained the remains of that harsh, strong, domineering old woman. Then, nervously expectant, they begged the family solicitor to disclose her will. Written with her own hand and witnessed by 2 servants, it was in these terms. I, Elizabeth Ann Dwarys, of 79, Old Queen Street, Westminster, spinster, hereby revoke all former wills and testamentary dispositions made by me and declare this to be my last will and testament. I appoint Mary Ley, of 72, Elliot Mansions, Chelsea, to be the executress of this my will, and I give all my real and personal property whatsoever to the said Mary Ley, to my great-nephews and great-nieces, to my cousins near and remote, I give my blessing, and I beseech them to bear in mind the example and advice which for many years I have given them. I recommend them to cultivate in future strength of character and an independent spirit. I venture to remind them that the humble will never inherit this earth, for their reward is to be awaited in the life to come. And I desire them to continue the subscriptions which, at my request, they have so long and generously made to the Society for the Conversion of the Jews and to the Additional Curates Fund. In witness whereof, I have set my hand to this my will the 4th day of April, 1883. Elizabeth Ann Dwarys. To her amazement, Miss Ley found herself at the age of 57 in possession of nearly £3,000 a year, the lease of a pleasant old house in Westminster, and a great quantity of early Victorian furniture. The will was written 2 days after her quarrel with the eccentric old woman, and the terms of it certainly achieved the 3 purposes for which it was designed. It occasioned the utmost surprise to all concerned. It heaped coals of fire on Miss Leigh's indifferent head, and caused the bitterest disappointment and vexations to all that bore the name of Tories. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. It did not take Miss Leigh very long to settle in her house. To its new owner, who hated modernity with all her heart, part of the charm lay in its quaint old fashion. Built in the reign of Queen Anne, it had the leisurely, spacious comfort of dwelling-places in that period. With a hood over the door, there was a pattern of elegance, wrought iron railings, and to Miss Leigh's especial delight, extinguishers for the link boys' torches. The rooms were large, somewhat low-pitched, with wide windows overlooking the most consciously beautiful of all the London parks. Miss Leigh made no great alterations, an Epicurean to her fingertips. For many years, the passion for liberty had alone disturbed the equanimity of her indolent temper. But to secure freedom, entire and absolute freedom, she was ever ready to make any sacrifice. Ties affected her with a discomfort that seemed really akin to physical pain, and she avoided them. Ties of family or of affection, ties of habit or of thought, with all the strenuousness of which she was capable. She had taken care never in the course of her life to cumber herself with chattels, and once, with a courage in which there was surely something heroic, feeling that she became too much attached to her belongings, cabinets and exquisite fans brought from Spain, Florentine frames of gilded wood and English mezzotints, Neapolitan bronzes, tables and settees, discovered in out-of-the-way parts of France. She had sold everything. She would not risk to grow so fond of her home that it was a pain to leave it. She preferred to remain a wayfarer, sauntering through life with a heart keen to detect beauty, and a mind, open and unbiased, ready to laugh at the absurd. So it fitted her humour to move with the few goods which she possessed into her cousin's house, as though it were but a furnished lodging, remaining there still unfettered. And when death came, a pagan youth, twin brother to sleep, rather than the grim and bony skeleton of Christian faith, ready to depart like a sated reveller, smiling dauntlessly and without regret, a new and personal ordering, the exclusion of many pieces of clumsy taste, gave Miss Leigh's drawing-room quickly a more graceful and characteristic air. The objets d'art collected since the memorable sale added a certain grave delicacy to the arrangement, and her friends noticed without surprise that, as in her own flat, the strict carved chair was set between 2 windows, and the furniture deliberately placed so that from it the mistress of the house, herself part of the aesthetic scheme, could command and manipulate her guests. No sooner was Miss Leigh comfortably settled than she wrote to an old friend and distant cousin, Algernon Langton, Dean of Tercanbury, asking him to bring his daughter to visit her new house, and Miss Langton replied that they would be pleased to come, fixing a certain Thursday morning for their arrival. Miss Leigh greeted her relatives without effusion, for it was her whim to discourage manifestations of affection. But notwithstanding the good-humoured, polite contempt with which it was her practice to treat the clergy in general, she looked upon her cousin Algernon with real esteem. He was a tall old man, spare and bent, with very white hair and a pallid, almost transparent skin. His eyes were cold and blue, but his expression singularly gentle. There was a dignity in his bearing, and at the same time an infinite graciousness
which reminded you of those famous old ecclesiastics whose names have cast forever a certain magnificent renown upon the English Church. He had a good deal of the polished breeding which made them, whatever their origin, gentlemen and courtiers, and like theirs, his biblical erudition was perhaps less noteworthy than his classical attainments, and if he was a little narrow, unwilling to consider seriously modern ways of thought, there was an ascetic quality about him, and a truly Christian urbanity which attracted admiration and even love. Miss Ley, a student of men, who could observe with interest the most diverse tendencies, for to her sceptical mind no way of life nor method of thought was intrinsically more valuable than another, was pleased with his stately, candid simplicity, and used with him a forbearance which was not customary to her. "Well, Polly," said the Dean, "I suppose now you are a woman of property, you will give up your wild goose chase after the unattainable. You will settle down and become a respectable member of society. You need not insist that my hair is greyer than when last you saw me, and my wrinkles more apparent." At this time Miss Ley, who had altered little in the last 20 years, resembled extraordinarily the portrait statue of Agrippina in the museum at Naples. She had the same lined face, with its look of rather scornful indifference for mundane affairs, and that well-bred distinction of manner which the Empress had acquired through the command of multitudes, but Miss Ley more finely through the command of herself. "But you're right, Algernon," she added. "I am growing old, and I doubt whether I shall ever gain the courage to sell all my belongings. I do not think I could face the utter loneliness in which I rejoiced when I felt I had nothing I could call my own but the clothes on my back." "You had quite a respectable income, for which the saints be praised. No one can think of freedom who has less than 500 a year. Without that, life is a mere sordid struggle for daily bread." The Dean, hearing that luncheon would not be ready till 2, went out, and Miss Ley was left alone with his daughter. Belle Langton had reached that age when she could by no stretch of courtesy be described as a girl, and her father but lately, somewhat to her dismay, had composed a set of Latin verses on her 40th birthday. She was not pretty, nor had she the graceful dignity which made the Dean so becoming a figure in the cathedral chapter. Somewhat squarely built, her hair, of a pleasant brown, was severely arranged. Her features were too broad, and her complexion rather oddly weather-beaten, but her grey eyes were very kindly, and her expression singularly good-humoured. Following provincial fashions and somewhat costly materials, she dressed with the serviceable plainness affected by the pious virgins who congregate in cathedral cities, and the result was an impression of very expensive dowdiness. She was obviously a capable woman who could be depended upon in any emergency, charitable in an unimaginative, practical way. She was a fit and competent leader for the philanthropy of Tercanbury, and fully conscious of her importance in the ecclesiastical hierarchy, ruled her little clerical circle with a firm but not unkindly hand. Notwithstanding her warm heart and truly Christian humility, Miss Langton had an intimate conviction of her own value, for not only did her father hold a stately office, but he came from good county stock, of no small distinction, whereas it was notorious that the bishop was a man of no family, and his wife had been a governess. Miss Langton would have given her last penny to relieve the sick wife of some poor curate, but would have thought twice before asking her to call at the deanery. Her charitable kindness was bestowed on all and sundry, but the ceremonies of polite society she practised only with persons of quality. "I've asked various people to meet you at dinner tonight," said Miss Ley. "Are they nice?" "They're not positively disagreeable, Mrs. Barlow Bassett is bringing her son, who pleases me because he's so beautiful. Basil Kent is coming, a barrister. I like him because he has the face of a knight in an early Italian picture." "You always had a weakness for good-looking men, Mary," answered Miss Lanton, smiling. "Beauty is quite the most important thing in the world, my dear. People say that the masculine appearance is immaterial, but that is because they are foolish. I know men who have gained all the honour and glory of the earth merely through a fine pair of eyes or a well-shaped mouth. Then I have asked Mr. and Mrs. Castilian. He is a member of Parliament and very dull and pompous, but just the sort of creature who would amuse you." While Miss Ley spoke, a note was brought in. "How tiresome," she cried, having read. "Mr. Castilian writes to say he cannot leave the house tonight till late. I wish they wouldn't have autumn sessions. It's just like him to think such a nonentity as himself is indispensable. Now I must ask someone to take his place." She sat down and hurriedly wrote a few words. "My dear Frank, I beseech you to come to dinner tonight at 8, and since when you arrive your keen intelligence will probably suggest to you that I have not asked 9 people on the spur of the moment. I will confess that I invite you merely because Mr. Castilian has put me off at the last minute. But if you don't come, I will never speak to you again. Yours ever, Mary Ley." She rang the bell and told a servant to take the letter immediately to Harley Street. "I've asked Frank Hurrell," she explained to Miss Lanton. "He's a nice boy. People remain boys till they're 40 now, and he's 10 years less than that. He's a doctor, and by way of being rather distinguished. They've lately made him assistant physician at St. Luke's Hospital, and he's set up in Harley Street waiting for patients." "Is he handsome?" asked Miss Lanton, smiling. "Not at all, but he's one of the few persons I know who really amuses me. You'll think him very disagreeable, and you'll probably bore him to extinction." With this remark, calculated to put the younger woman entirely at her ease, Miss Ley sat down again at the window. The day was warm and sunny, but the trees, yellow and red with the first autumnal glow, were heavy still with the rain that had fallen in the night. There was a grave, sensuous passion about St. James's Park, with its cool, smooth water just seen among the heavy foliage, and its well-tended lawns, and Miss Ley observed it in silence, with a vague feeling of self-satisfaction, for prosperity was a comfortable thing. "What would be a suitable present for a poet?" asked Miss Lanton suddenly. "Surely a rhyming dictionary," answered her friend, smiling, "or a Bradshaw's guide to indicate the aesthetic value of common sense." "Don't be absurd, Mary. I really want your advice. I know a young man in Tercanbury who writes poetry." "I never knew a young man who didn't. You're not in love with a pale, passionate curate, Bella." "I'm in love with no one," answered Miss Lanton, with the shadow of a blush. "At my age it would be ridiculous, but I should like to tell you about this boy. He's only 20, and he's a clerk in the bank there." "Bella," cried Miss Ley with mock horror, "don't tell me you are philandering with a person who isn't Conte. What would the dean say? And for heaven's sake, take care of poetical boys. At your age, a woman should offer daily prayers to her Maker to prevent her from falling in love with a man 20 years younger than herself. That is one of the most prevalent diseases of the day. His father was a linen draper at Blackstable, who sent him to Regis School, Tercanbury, and there he took every possible scholarship. He was going to Cambridge, but his people died, and to earn his living he was obliged to go into the bank. He's had a very hard time. But how on earth do you make his acquaintance? No society is so rigidly exclusive as that of a cathedral town, and I know you refuse to be introduced to anyone till you have looked him out in the landed gentry." Miss Ley, singularly unprejudiced, ridiculed her cousin hugely for this veneration of the Conti family, and though her own name figured in Burke's portentous volume, She concealed the fact as something rather discreditable. To her mind, the only advantage of a respectable ancestry was that with a whole heart she could ridicule claims of blood. "He was never introduced to me," answered Bella unwillingly. "I made friends with him by accident." "My dear, that sounds very improper. I hope at least he rescued you in a carriage accident, which appears to be one of Cupid's favourite devices. He always was an unimaginative god, and his methods are dreadfully commonplace. Don't say the young man accosted you in the street." Bella Langton could not have told Miss Ley the whole story of her acquaintance with Herbert Field, for the point of it lay to some extent in her own state of mind, and that she but vaguely understood. She had arrived at that embarrassment which comes to most unmarried women, when youth is already past and the monotonous length of middle age looms drearily before them. For some time her round of duties had lost its savour, and she seemed to have done everything too often. The days exasperated her in their similarity. She was seized with that restlessness which has sent so many, nameless or renowned, sailing like stout Cortez across unknown seas, and others no fewer, on hazardous adventures of the spirit. She looked with envy now at the friends, her contemporaries, who were mothers of fair children, and not without difficulty overcame a nascent regret that for her father's sake, alone in the world and in all practical concerns very helpless, she had foregone the natural joys of women. These feelings much distressed her, for she had dwelt always in a world of limited horizon, occupied with piety and with good works. The emotions that tore her heartstrings seemed temptations of the devil, and she turned to her God for a solace that came not. She sought to distract her mind by unceasing labour, and with double zeal administered her benevolent institutions. Books left her listless, but setting her teeth with a sort of angry determination, she began to learn Greek. Nothing served. Against her will, new thoughts forced themselves upon her, and she was terrified, for it seemed to her no woman had ever been tormented by such wild, unlawful fancies. She reminded herself in vain that the name of which she was so proud constrained her to self-command, and her position in Tercanbury made it a duty, even in her inmost heart, to serve as an example to lesser folk. And now Miss Langton took no pleasure in the quiet close where before she had delighted to linger. The old cathedral, weather-beaten, grey and lovely, no longer gave its accustomed message of resignation and of hope. She took to walking far into the country, but the meadows, bespangled with buttercups in spring, the woods, with their autumnal russet, but increased her uneasiness. And most willingly she went to a hill from which at no great distance could be seen the shining sea, and for a moment its immensity comforted her restless heart. Sometimes at sundown over the slate grey of the western clouds was spread a great dust of red gold that swept down upon the silent water like the train of a goddess of fire, and presently, thrusting through sombre cumuli like a Titan breaking his prison walls, the sun shone forth, a giant sphere of copper. With almost a material effort, it seemed to push aside the thronging darkness, filling the whole sky with brilliancy. And then, over the placid sea, was stretched the broad roadway of an earthly fire, upon which might travel the mystical, passionate souls of men, endlessly, to the source of the deathless light. Bella Langton turned away with a sob, and walked back slowly the way she came. Before her, in the valley, the grey houses of Tercanbury clustered about the tall cathedral, but its ancient beauty pressed her heart with bands of pain. Then came the spring. The fields were gay with flowers, a vernal carpet whereon with delicate feet might walk the angels of Messer Perugino. and she could bear the agony no longer. In every hedgerow, on every tree, the birds sang with infinite variety, singing the joy of life and the beauty of the rain and the glorious sunshine. They told her one and all that the world was young and beautiful, but the time of man so short that every hour of it must be lived as though it were the last. When a friend asked her to spend a month in Brittany, sick of her inaction, she accepted eagerly. To travel might ease her aching heart, and the fatigue of the journey allayed that springing of the limbs which made her feel apt for hazardous undertakings. Alone the two ladies wandered along the rugged coast. They stayed at Carnac, but the mysterious antique stones suggested only the nothingness of life. Man came and went, with hope and longing, and left the size of his dim faith to be a mystery to succeeding ages. They went to La Fauette, where the painted windows of the ruined church of Saint Fiacre gleam like precious stones, but the restful charm of these scenes had no message for a heart thirsting for life and the love that quickens. They passed to the famous calvaries of Plougastel and Saint Thégonnec, and those grim crosses with their stone processions, the effete beauty of a race bowed down by the sense of sin, oppressed her under that grey western sky with dismay. They suggested only death and the grave's despair, but she was full of expectation, of longing for she knew not what. It seemed to her as though, she knew not how, she was sailing on the dark, silent sea of which the mystics speak, where the common rules of life availed not. Travel gave her nothing that she sought, but increased rather her unquiet. Her hands itched for work to do, and she went back to Canterbury. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At last, one afternoon of that very summer, after the Vesper service in the cathedral, Miss Lanton, wandering listlessly towards the door, saw a young man seated at the back of the nave. It was late, so that he and she seemed to possess that vast building by themselves. With glowing eyes, he stared into vacancy, as though his own thoughts blinded him to the Gothic loveliness about him, and his eyes were singularly dark. His hair was fair, and his face, womanlike in its transparent delicacy of skin, was thin and oval. Presently a verger went to him, saying that the cathedral would be closed, and as he rose, paying no other attention to the man's words, he passed within a yard of Bella. But in his abstraction saw her not. She thought no more of him, but on the following Saturday, going, as was her habit, to the afternoon service, she saw the youth again, seated as before in the furthermost part of the nave, well away both from sightseers and from devout. A curiosity she did not understand impelled her to remain there rather than go into the choir, separated from the nave by an elaborate screen, where by right of her dignity a seat was reserved for her not far from her father's decano stall. The boy, for he was little more, this time was reading a book, which she noticed was written in verse. Now and again, with a smile, he threw back his head, and she imagined he repeated to himself a line that pleased him. The service began, softened by distance, so that the well-known forms gained a new mystery. The long notes of the organ pealed, reverberating along the vaulted roof, or wailed softly, like the voice of a young child, among the lofty columns. At intervals, the choir gave a richer depth to the organ music, and it was so broken and deadened by obstructing stone that it sounded vaguely like the surging of the sea. Presently it ceased, and the tenor's voice, the pride of the cathedral, rang out alone. and as though the magic sound had power over all material obstacles, the melody of the old-fashioned anthem — her father loved the undecorated music of a past age — rose towards heaven in a sobbing prayer. The book fell from the young man's hand, and an eager look came into his face as he drank in the silver harmonies. His face was transfigured with ecstasy, so that it resembled the face of some pictured saint glorified by a mystic vision of the celestial light. And then, falling on his knees, he buried his face in his hands, and Bella saw that with all his soul he prayed to a God that gave men ears to hear and eyes to see the beauty of the world. What was there in the sight that made her own heart beat with a new emotion? And when he sat once more on his chair, there was a look in his face of exquisite content, and a smile of happiness trembled on his lips, so that Bella turned sick with envy. What power was there in his soul that gave a magic colour to things that left her, for all her striving, still untouched? She waited till he walked slowly out, and, seeing him nod to the verger at the door, asked who he was. "I don't know, miss," was the answer. "He comes here every Saturday and Sunday regular, but he never goes into the choir. He just sits there in the corner where no one can see him and reads a book. I don't interfere with him, because he's very quiet and respectful." Bella could not tell why she thought so often of the fair-haired youth who had never so much as noticed her presence, nor why, on the Sunday that followed, she went again to the nave awaiting his appearance. Observing him more closely, she noticed the slimness of his figure and the shapely length of his hands, which seemed to touch things with a curious delicacy. Once their eyes met, and his were blue like the summer sea in Italy, and deep. A somewhat nervous woman, she would never have ventured to address a stranger, but the candid simplicity of his expression, in which strangely there was also a certain appealing pathos, overcame her shyness, overcame also her sense of the impropriety of making friends with a person about whom she knew nothing. Some hidden intuition told her that she was arrived at the turning point in her life, and courage now was needed to seize with both hands a new happiness, and as though the very stars were favourable, there had occurred to her a way to scrape acquaintance. Excited, for it seemed very adventurous, she waited impatiently for Saturday, and then, asking her favourite verger for his keys, after the service, went boldly to the youth, whose name even she did not know. "Would you like me to take you over the cathedral?" she asked, without a word of introduction. "We can go round alone, and it's very pleasant without the chatter of vergers and the hurry of a crowd." He blushed to the very roots of his hair when she spoke, but then smiled charmingly. "It's very kind of you," he answered. "I've wanted to do that always." His voice was pleasant and low, and he showed no surprise whatever, but all the same Bella, now somewhat startled by her own audacity, thought it needful to explain why she ventured the suggestion. "I've seen you here very often, and it struck me that you would like to see the cathedral at its best, but I'm afraid you must put up with me." He smiled again, and appeared now to take note of her for the first time. Bella, looking straight in front of her, felt his eyes rest thoughtfully on her face, and suddenly she seemed to herself old and lined and dowdy. "What book is that you have?" she asked, to break the silence. Without speaking, he gave it her, and she saw it was a little collection, evidently much read, for the binding scarcely held the leaves together, of Shelley's lyrical poems. Bella unlocked the gate that led into the apse, and locked it again behind her. "Isn't it delightful to feel oneself alone here?" he cried, and with springing steps and smiling eyes walked forwards. At first he was a little shy, but presently the spirit of the place, with its dark chapels and stone knights recumbent, The tracery of his jewelled windows loosened his tongue, and he poured forth his boyish enthusiasm with a passion that astonished Bella. His delight communicated itself to her, so that she found a new enchantment in the things she knew so well. His glowing poetic fervour seemed to gild the old walls with magic sunshine, and, as if those prisoned stones were strangely thrown open to heaven, they gained something of the outer freshness of green lawns and flowers and leafy trees. The warm breath of the west wind stole among the Gothic columns, lending a new splendour to the ancient glass, and to the granary a more living charm. The boy's cheeks were flushed with excitement, and Bella's heart beat as she listened, enchanted with his pleasure. He gesticulated a good deal, and under the movements of his long exquisite hands, her own, for all her well-bred ancestry, were short, thick-set, and ungraceful. The past of the mighty church rose before her, so that she heard the clang of steel when knights in armour marched over the steel flags, and saw with vivid eyes the historic scene when the gentlemen of Kent in galley hose and doublet, the ladies with ruff and farthingale, assembled to praise the god of storm and battle because Howard of Effingham had scattered the armada of King Philip. "Now let's go into the cloister," he said eagerly. They sat on a stone parapet looking out on the cool green sward, where in time past Augustine monks had wandered meditative. There was a dainty gracefulness about the arcade, with the slender columns, their capitals delicately carved, recalling somewhat the cloisters of Italy, which, notwithstanding their cypress trees and their crumbling decay, suggest a peaceful happiness rather than the northern sense of stricken sin. The boy, though he knew the magic of the South only from books and pictures, was quick to catch the impression, and his face expressed a rather pitiful longing. When Bella told him she had travelled in Italy, he questioned her eagerly, and his young enthusiasm gave a warmth to her answers which with any other, fearing to be ridiculous, she would carefully have suppressed. But the scene before them was very lovely. In massive splendour, the tall central tower looked down upon them, and its stately beauty entered their souls, so that the youth, though he had never seen the monasteries of Tuscany, was comforted. They sat for a while in silence. "You must be a very important person," he said at last, turning to her, "or we should never be allowed to remain here so long." "I dare say to a verger I am," she answered, smiling. "It must be late." "Won't you come and have tea with me?" he asked. "I have rooms just opposite the cathedral gate." Then, catching Bella's look, he added with a smile, "My name is Herbert Field, and I'm eminently respectable." She hesitated, for it seemed odd to drink tea with a youth whom she had never seen before, but she was mortally afraid of seeming prudish, and a visit to his rooms, whereby she might learn more about him, would add a finish to the adventure. Finally, her sense decided her that living life, not merely existence, for once lay under her hand. "Do come," he said. "I want to show you my books." And with a little persuasive motion, he touched her hand. "I should like it very much." He took her to a tiny room over a chemist's shop, simply furnished as a study, with a low ceiling and panelled walls. These were decorated with a few photographs of pictures by Pietro Perugino, and there were a good many books. "It's rather poky, I'm afraid, but I live here so that I can always see the gateway. I think it's one of the finest things in Tercanbury." He made her sit down while he boiled water and cut bread and butter. Bella, at first somewhat intimidated by the novelty of the affair, was a little formal, but the boy's manifest delight in her presence affected her so that she became gay and light-hearted. Then he displayed a new side of his character. The rather strenuous passion for the beautiful was momentarily put aside, and he showed himself quite absurdly boyish. His laughter rang out joyously, and, feeling less shy now that Miss Lantern was his guest, he talked unrestrainedly of 100 topics that sprang up one after another in his mind. "Will you have a cigarette?" he asked when they had finished their tea, and, on Bella's laughing refusal, "You don't mind if I smoke, do you? I can talk better." He drew their chairs to the open window, so that they could look at the massive masonry before them, and as though he had known Bella all his life, chatted on. But when at last she rose to go, his eyes grew suddenly grave and sad. "I shall see you again, shan't I? I don't want to lose you now. I fancy you so strangely." Really, he was asking Miss Lantern to make an assignation, but by now the Dean's daughter had thrown all caution to the winds. "I daresay we shall meet some time in the cathedral." Womanlike, though she meant to grant all he desired, she would not give in too quickly. "Oh, that won't do," he insisted. "I can't wait a week before seeing you again." Bella smiled at him while he looked eagerly into her eyes, holding her hand very firmly, as though till she made some promise he would never let it go. "Let's take a walk in the country tomorrow," he said. "Very well," she replied, telling herself that there could be no harm in going with a boy 20 years younger than herself. "I shall be at the West Gate at 5:30. But the evening brought counsels of prudence, and Miss Lantern wrote a note to say that she had forgotten an engagement and was afraid she could not come. Yet it left her irresolute, and more than once she reproached herself because from sheer timidity she would cause Herbert Field the keenest disappointment. She told herself sophistically that perhaps, owing to the Sunday delivery, the letter had not reached him, and fearing he would go to the West Gate and not understand her absence, persuaded herself that it was needful to go there and explain in person why she could not take the promised walk. The West Gate was an ancient, handsome pile of masonry, which in the old days had marked the outer wall of Tercanbury, and even now, though on one side houses had been built, a road to the left led directly into the country. When Bella arrived somewhat early, Herbert was already waiting for her, and he looked peculiarly young in his straw hat. "Didn't you get a note from me?" she asked. "Yes," he answered, smiling. "Then why did you come?" "Because I thought you might change your mind. I didn't altogether believe in the engagement. I wanted you so badly that I fancied you couldn't help yourself. I felt you must come." "And if I hadn't?" "Well, I should have waited." "Don't be horrid. Look at the sunshine calling us. Yesterday we had the grey stones of the cathedral. Today we've got the green fields and the trees. Don't you feel the west wind murmuring delicious things?" Bella looked at him and could not resist the passionate appeal of his eyes. "I suppose I must do as you choose," she answered. And together they set off. Miss Lantern, convinced that her interest was no less material than when she gave jellies to some motherless child, knew not that John Cupid, laughing at her subterfuge, danced gleefully about them and shot his silver arrows. They sauntered by a gentle stream that ran northward to the sea, shaded by leafy willows, and the country on that July afternoon was fresh and scented. The cut hay, drying, gave an exquisite perfume, and the birds were hushed. "I'm glad you live in the deanery," he said. "I shall like to think of you seated in that beautiful garden." "Have you ever seen it?" "No, but I can imagine what it is like behind that old red wall, the shady lawns and the roses. There must be masses of roses now." The Dean was known as an enthusiast for that royal flower, and its blossoms at the local show were the wonder of the town. They went on, and soon, half unconsciously, as though he sought protection from the hard world, Herbert put his arm in hers. Bella blushed a little, but had not the heart to withdraw. She was strangely flattered at the confidence he showed. Very discreetly she questioned him, and with perfect simplicity he told of his parents' long struggle to give him an education above their estate. "But, after all," he said, "I'm not nearly so wretched as I thought I would be. The bank leaves me plenty of time, and I have my books, and I have my hopes." "What are they?" "Sometimes I write verse," he answered, blushing shyly. "I suppose it's ridiculous, but it gives me great happiness. And who knows, some day I may do something that the world will not willingly let die." Later on, when Bella rested on the stile, and Herbert stood by her side, he looked up at her, hesitating. "I want to say something to you, Miss Langton, but I'm rather afraid." "You won't drop me now, will you? Now that I've found a friend, I can't afford to lose her. You don't know what it means to me, having someone to talk to, someone who's kind to me. Often I feel so dreadfully alone, and you make all the difference in my life. This last week everything has seemed changed." She looked at him earnestly. Did he think he made no difference in hers? She could not tell what stirred her when those blue appealing eyes asked so irresistibly for what she was most willing to give. "My father is going into Linham on Wednesday," she answered, presently. "When your work is over, will you come and have tea in the Deanery garden?" She felt herself 10 times rewarded by the look of pleasure that flashed across his face. "I shall think of nothing else till then." And Miss Langton found that her restless anxiety had strangely vanished. Life now was no longer monotonous, but sparkled with magic colour, for an absorbing interest had arisen, which made it daily round a pleasure rather than a duty. She repeated to herself all the charming inconsequent things the boy had said, finding his conversation agreeably different from the clerical debates to which she was used. They cultivated a refined taste in the chapter, and the Archdeacon's second wife had written a novel, which only her exalted station and an obvious moral purpose saved from excessive indecency. The minor canons talked with gusto of the Royal Academy, but Herbert spoke of books and pictures as though art were a living thing, needful as bread and water to his existence, and Bella, feeling that her culture, somewhat ostentatiously pursued as an element of polite breeding, was very formal and insipid, listened with complete humility to a simple ardour. On Wednesday, almost handsome in summer muslin and a large hat, she went into the garden, where the tea things were laid under a leafy tree. Miss Ley would have smiled cruelly to notice the care with which the Dean's daughter arranged her position to appear at her best. The privacy, the garden's restful beauty, brought out all Herbert's boyishness, and his pleasant laughter ran across the lawns, ran like silver music into Bella's heart. Watching the shadows lengthen, they talked of Italy and Greece, of poets and of flowers, and presently, weary of seriousness, they talked sheer light-hearted nonsense. "You know, I can't call you Mr. Field," said Bella, smiling. "I must call you Herbert." "If you do, I shall call you Bella." "I'm not sure if you ought. You see, I'm almost an old fossil, and it's quite natural that I should use your Christian name. But I won't let you assume any airs of superiority over me. I want you to be absolutely a companion, and I don't care twopence if you're older than I am. Besides, I shall always think of you as Bella." She smiled again, looking at him with tender eyes. "Well, I suppose you must do as you like," she answered. "Of course." Then quickly he took both her hands, and before she realized what he was about, kissed them. "Don't be foolish," cried Bella, withdrawing them hurriedly, and she reddened to her very hair. When he saw her discomfort, boylike, he burst into a shout of laughter. "Oh, I've made you blush." His blue eyes sparkled, and he was delighted with his little wickedness. He did not know that afterwards, in her room,
Bella, the kisses still burning on her hands, wept bitterly as though her heart would break. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Miss Ley entered her drawing-room, she found the punctual Dean already dressed for dinner, very distinguished in silk stockings and buckled shoes, and presently Bella appeared, attired with sombre magnificence in black satin. "I went to Holywell Street this morning to look round bookshops," said the Dean, "but Holywell Street is pulled down. London isn't what it was, Polly. Each time I come, I find old buildings gone and old friends scattered." With melancholy he thought of the pleasant hours he had spent fingering second-hand books, and the scent of musty volumes rose to his nostrils. The new shops to which the Jewish vendors had removed no longer had the old dusty nonchalance. The shelves were too spick and span, the idle luncher apparently less welcome. Mrs. Barlow Bassett and her son were announced. She was a tall woman of handsome presence, with fine eyes and a confident step. Her grey hair, abundant and curling, recalled in its elaborate arrangement the fashion of the 18th century, and her manner of dress, suggested by the modes of that time, gave her somewhat the look of a sitter for Sir Joshua Reynolds. Her movements were characterized by a kind of obstinate decision, and she bore herself with the fine uprightness of a woman bred when deportment was still a part of maidenly education. She was immensely proud of her son, a tall, strapping fellow of 22, with black hair no less fine than his mother's, and with singularly beautiful features, big-boned but unmuscular, very dark. His large brown eyes, straight nose and olive skin, his full sensual mouth, made him a person of striking appearance, and of these he was by no means unconscious. He was a good-humoured, lazy creature, languid as an oriental houri, unscrupulous, untruthful, whom his mother by an exacting alteration had forced into insincerity. Left a widow of means, Mrs. Barlow Bassett had devoted her life to the upbringing of this only son, and was pleased to think that hitherto she had kept him successfully from all knowledge of evil. She meant him to find in her a friend and confidant as well as a mother, and boasted that from her he had never kept a single action nor a single thought. "I want to talk to Mr. Kent this evening, Mary," she said. "He's a barrister, isn't he? And we've just made up our minds that Reggie had better go to the bar." Reggie, who, notwithstanding the attraction of a splendid uniform, had no inclination for the restraints of a military career, and disdained a commercial walk in which his father had earned a handsome fortune, was quite content to put up with the more gentlemanly side of the law. He knew vaguely that a vast number of dinners must be eaten, a prospect to which he looked forward with equanimity, and afterwards saw himself, becomingly attired in wig and gown, haranguing juries to the admiration of the world in general. "You're going to sit next to Basil," answered Miss Ley. "Frank Hurrell is to take you down. I'm sure Reggie would do well at the bar, and I can keep him with me in London. You know, he's never given me a moment's anxiety, and sometimes I do feel proud that I've kept him so good and pure. But the world is full of temptations, and he's so extraordinarily good-looking." "He is very handsome," returned Miss Ley, pursing her lips. She thought her knowledge of character must be singularly at fault if Reggie was the virtuous creature his mother imagined. The sensuality of his face suggested no great distaste for the sins of the flesh, and the slyness of his dark eyes no excessive innocence. Basil Kent and Dr. Hurrell, meeting on the doorstep, came in together. It was Frank Hurrell whom Miss Ley, somewhat exacting in these matters, had described as the most amusing person she knew. His breadth of shoulder and solid build were too great for his height, and he had reason to envy Reggie Bassett's length of leg, nor was his face handsome, for his brows were too heavy and his jaw too square. But the eyes were expressive, mocking sometimes or hard, at others very soft, and there was a persuasiveness in his deep, resonant voice of which he well knew the power. A small black moustache concealed the play of a well-shaped mouth and the regularity of his excellent teeth. He impressed you as a strong man of no very easy temper, who held himself in admirable control. Silent with strangers, he disconcerted them by an unwilling frigidity of manner, and though his friends, knowing that at all times he could be depended upon, were eager in his praise, acquaintance often accused him of superciliousness. To be popular with all and sundry, he took no sufficient pains to conceal his impatience of stupidity, and though Miss Ley thought his conversation interesting, others to whom for some reason he was not attracted found him absent and taciturn. An extremely reserved man, few knew that Frank Hurrell's deliberate placidity of expression masked a very emotional temperament. In this he recognized a weakness and had schooled his face carefully to betray no feeling, but the feeling all the same was there, turbulent and overwhelming, and he profoundly mistrusted his judgment, which could be drawn so easily from the narrow path of reason. He kept over himself unceasing watch, as though a dangerous prisoner were in his heart ever on the alert to break his chains. He felt himself the slave of a vivid imagination, and realized that it stood against the enjoyment of life which his philosophy told him was the only end of existence. Yet his passions were of the mind rather than of the body, and his spirit urged his flesh constantly to courses wherein it found nothing but dissolution. His chief endeavour was the search for truth, and somewhat to Miss Ley's scorn, for she rested easily in a condition of satisfied doubt, her attitude towards life indicated by a slight shrug of the shoulders. He strove after certainty with an eagerness which other men reserve for love or fame or opulence, but all his studies were directed at the last to another end. Convinced that the present life was final, he sought to make the completest use of its every moment, and yet it seemed preposterous that so much effort, such vast time and strange concurrence of events, the world and man, should tend towards nothing. He could not but think that somewhere a meaning must be discernible, and to find this examined science and philosophy with an anxious passion that to his colleagues at St. Luke's, worthy craftsmen, he saw no further than the slide on their microscopes would have seemed extraordinary and almost insane. But it would have required an imaginative person to discover in Dr. Hurrell at that moment trace of conflict as vehement as any passionate disturbance of more practical people. He was in high good humour, and while they waited for the remaining guests, talked to Miss Ley. "Isn't it charming of me to come?" he asked. "Not at all," she replied. "It's very much nicer for a greedy person like you to eat my excellent dinner than to nibble an ill-cooked chop in your own rooms." "How ungrateful! At all events, as a stopgap I have no duties to my neighbour, and may devote myself entirely to the pleasures of the table. Like a friend of mine, people weren't so polite 40 years ago, and much more amusing, who, when his neighbour made some very foolish remark, shouted at her, 'Go on with your soup, madame.'" "Tell me who else is coming," said Frank. "Mrs. Castilian, but she'll be monstrously late. She thinks it's fashionable, and the county in London has to take so many precautions not to seem provincial. Mrs. Murray is coming." "Do you still want me to marry her?" "No," replied Miss Ley, laughing. "I've given you up, though it wasn't nice of you to abuse me like a pickpocket, because I offered you a handsome widow with 5,000 a year. Think of the insufferable bore of marriage. And in any case, heaven save me from an intellectual wife. If I marry at all, I'll marry my cook. I wish you wouldn't make my jokes, Frank, but as a matter of fact, unless I'm vastly mistaken, Mrs. Murray has made up her mind to marry our friend Basil." "Oh," said Frank. Miss Ley noticed a shadow cross his eyes and examined his expression sharply. "Don't you think it would be a very suitable thing if she did?" "I have no views on the subject," returned Frank. "I wonder what you mean by that. Basil is poor and handsome and clever, and Mrs. Murray has always had an inclination for literary men. That's the worst of marrying a cavalryman. It leads you to attach so much importance to brains. Was Captain Murray an absolute fool?" "My dear Frank, you don't ask if a guardsman has intelligence, but whether he can play polo. Captain Murray did 2 wise things in his life. He made a will leaving his wife a large fortune, and then promptly departed to a place where stupidity is apparently no disadvantage." Miss Ley, for Bella's peculiar edification, had invited also the most fashionable cleric in London, the Reverend Collison Farley, vicar of All Souls, Grosvenor Square, and it amused her to see the look of Frank Harrow, who detested him, when this gentleman was announced. Mr. Farley was a man of middle size, with iron grey hair carefully brushed, and a rather fine head. His well-manicured hands were soft and handsome, adorned with expensive rings. He was an amateur of good society, and could afford, such were his fascinations, to be very careful in his choice of friends. A coronet no longer dazzled a man who realized how hollow was earthly rank beside earthly riches. Poverty he could excuse only in a duchess, for there is in the strawberry leaves, even when, faded and sere, they wreathe the wrinkled brow of a dowager, something which inspires respect in the most flippant. His suave manner and intelligent conversation had gained him powerful friends when he was but a country rector, and through their influence the opportunity came at last to move to a sphere where his social talents met their due appreciation. Ecclesiastical dignity, like the sins of the fathers, may descend to the 3rd and 4th generation, and obviously a man whose grandfather was a bishop could not lack decorum. Something was surely due to a courteous person who had been actually born in an episcopal palace. Mrs. Castilian, as her hostess predicted last to arrive, at length appeared. "I hope I'm not late, Miss Ley," she said, putting out both hands with a pretty little gesture of appeal. "Not very," replied her hostess. "Knowing that you make a point of being unpunctual, I took care to ask you for half an hour earlier than anyone else." In solemn procession, the company marched down to the dining room, and Mr. Farley surveyed the table with satisfaction. "I always think a well-dressed table one of the most truly artistic sights of our modern civilization," he remarked to his neighbour, and his eyes wandered round the dining room, in the furniture of which, he observed, a comforting but discreet opulence. Mr. Farley had known the house in Miss Dwary's lifetime. I noticed now that the portrait of her no longer hung in its accustomed place. "As you have removed that excellent picture of the former occupants of this house, Miss Ley," he said, with a graceful wave of his white and jewelled hand. "I couldn't bear that she should watch me eat 3 meals a day," replied his hostess. "I have a vivid recollection of her dinners. She fed me on husks and on acorns, like the prodigal son, and regaled me with accounts of the torment that awaited me in an after life." The Dean smiled gravely. He looked upon Miss Ley with a kind of affectionate disapproval, and so often he rebuked her for the books she read or for the flippancy of her conversation, took always in good part the irony with which she met his little sermons. "You're very uncharitable, Polly," he said. "Of course Eliza was a difficult person to live with, but she exacted no more from others than she exacted from herself. I always admired her strong sense of duty. It was very striking at the present time when everyone lives entirely for pleasure." "We may not be so virtuous as our fathers, Algernon," answered Miss Ley, "but we are very much easier to live with. After all, 40 years ago, people were positively insufferable. They spoke their minds, which is a detestable habit. Their temper was abominable, and they drank more than was good for them. I always think my father was typical of his period. When he flew into a passion, he called it righteous anger, and when I did anything to which he objected, he suffered from virtuous indignation. Do you know that till I was 15 I was never allowed to taste butter, which was thought bad both for my figure and my soul? I was brought up exclusively on dripping and Jeremy Taylor. The world was the hazardous path beset with gins and snares, and at every turn and corner were immature volcanoes from which arose sulphurous fumes of hellfire. It was an age of tyranny and vapours, said Frank, of old gentlemen who were overbearing and young ladies who swooned. "I'm sure people aren't so good as they used to be," said Mrs. Bassett, glancing at her son, who was much engrossed in a conversation with Mrs. Castilian. "They never were," answered Miss Ley. "The perverseness of men would have made an infidel of me," added the Dean in his sweet grave voice, "but for the counteracting impression of divine providence in the works of nature." Meanwhile, Reggie Bassett enjoyed his dinner far more than he expected. He found himself next to Mrs. Castilian, and on sitting down, proceeded to examine her with some effrontery. A rapid glance had told her that the boy was handsome, and when he saw what he was about, to give him opportunity at his leisure to observe her various graces, she began to talk volubly with her other neighbour. But presently she turned to Reggie. "Well, is it satisfactory?" she asked. "What?" "Your inspection." She smiled brightly, flashing a quick, provoking look into his fine dark eyes. "Quite," he answered, with a smile, not in the least disconcerted. "My mother is already thinking that Miss Ley oughtn't to have let me sit by you." Mrs. Castilian was a vivacious creature, small and dainty like a shepherdess in Dresden china, excitable and restless, who spoke with a loud, shrill voice, and with a quick, nervous gesture, constantly threw herself back in her chair to laugh boisterously at what Reggie said, and finding he could venture very far indeed, without fear of offence, the model youth told her little scabrous stories in a low, suave voice, staring meanwhile into her eyes with the shameless audacity of a man conscious of his power. It is the fascination look of the lady killer, and its very impotence appears to be half its charm. The rigger heart feels that here modest pretences are useless, and with unhidden joy descends from the pedestal upon which the folly of man has insisted on placing her. Mrs. Castilian's face was thin and small, over-powdered, with rather high cheekbones. Her hair, intricately dressed, had an unnatural fairness, but this set Reggie peculiarly at his ease, for he had enough experience of the sex to opine that women who used such artifices were always easier to get on with than the others. He thought his neighbour quite pretty, notwithstanding her 35 years, and the somewhat faded look of a thin blonde was counterbalanced by the magnificence of her jewels and the splendour of her gown. This was cut so low that Bella, from the other side of the table, naively wondered how on earth it was kept on at all. When the men were left to smoke, Reggie, helping himself to a third glass of port, drew his chair to Harold's. "I say, Frank," he exclaimed, "that was a nice little woman next to me, wasn't it? Had you never met Mrs. Castilian before?" "Never." "Never. Regular ripper, ain't she? By Jove, I thought this dinner would be simply deadly. Politics and religion and all that rot. The mater always makes me come because she says there's intellectual conversation. My God." Frank laughed at the idea of Mrs. Barlow Bassett combining instruction with amusement for her son at Miss Ley's dinner table. "But Mrs. Castilian's a bit of all right, I can tell you. little baggage, and she don't mind what you say to her. Why, she isn't like a lady at all. Is that a great recommendation? Well, ladies ain't amusing, are they? You talk to 'em of the academy and all that sort of rot, and you've got to take care you don't swear. Ladies may be all very well to marry, but upon my soul, for giving you a good time, I prefer them a bit lower in the scale. A little later, on the stairs, when they were going up to the drawing-room, Reggie slipped his arm through Frank's. I say, old man, don't give me away if my mater thanks you for asking me to dinner on Saturday. But I haven't. Neither have I the least desire that you should dine with me on that day. Good Lord, you think I want to come and talk about bugs and beetles all the evening? Not much. I'm going to dine with a little girl I know, typewriter, my boy, and a real love touch. Stunning little thing, I can tell you. But I don't see why, because you wish to entertain a young person connected with typewriting, I should imperil my immortal soul. Reggie laughed. Don't be an ass, Frank. You might help me. You don't know how utterly rotten it is to have a mother like mine who wants to keep me tied to her apron strings. She makes me tell her everything I do, and of course I have to fake up some yarn. The only thing in it is that she'll swallow any damned lie I tell her. You can tell her lies till you're blue in the face, said Frank, but I don't see why the devil I should. Don't be a beast, Frank. You might help me just this once. It won't hurt you to say I'm grubbing with you. The other night, by Jove, I nearly gave the show away. You know she always waits up for me. I told her I should be working late with my crema, and went to the Empire. Well, I met a lot of chaps there and got a bit squiffy. There would have been a shindy if she'd noticed it, but I managed to pull myself together a bit and said I'd got the very deuce of a headache. And next day I heard her tell someone that I was next door to a teetotaler. They reached the drawing-room and Frank found himself close to Mrs. Bassett. Oh, Dr. Harrow, she said, I want to thank you so much for asking Reggie to dinner on Saturday. He's been working so hard that I think a little relaxation will do him good. And his tutor keeps him sometimes till past 11. It can't be good for him, can it? The night before last he was so tired when he came in that he could scarcely get up the stairs. I'm delighted that Reggie should care to come and dine with me sometimes, answered Frank, somewhat grimly. I'm always glad to think he's with you. It's so important that a young man should have really trustworthy friends, and I feel sure your influence is good for him. Reggie, listening to this, gave Frank a very slow and significant wink, then went up with a light heart to resume his conversation with Mrs. Castilian. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Presently, all Miss Lay's guests, except Frank Harrow, bade her good night, and he showed no intention of following their example. You don't want to go to bed yet, do you? She asked the Dean. Let us go into the library. Here Frank took from a drawer his pipe, and helping himself from a tobacco jar placed in readiness, sat down. Miss Lay, noticing Bella's slight look of surprise, explained. Frank keeps a pipe here and makes me buy his favourite tobacco. It's one of the advantages of old age that you can sit into the small hours of the morning and talk with young men. But when he too was gone, Miss Lay, an old-fashioned hostess solicitous for her guest's comfort, accompanied Bella to her room. I hope you enjoyed my little party, she said. Very much, replied Bella. But why do you ask Mrs. Castilian? She's dreadfully common, isn't she? My dear, answered Miss Lay ironically, her husband is the most important person in Dorsetshire, and her own family has a whole page in the Gentleman's Bible or the Landed Gentry. I shouldn't have thought she was county, said Bella seriously. She seemed to me very vulgar. She is very vulgar, answered Miss Lay, but it's the sort of vulgarity which is a mark of the highest breeding. To talk too loud and to laugh like a bus driver, to use the commonest slang and to dress outrageously, are all signs of the grande dame. Often in Bond Street I see women with painted cheeks and dyed hair dressed in a manner which even a courtesan would think startling, and I recognize the leaders of London fashion. Good night. Don't expect to see me at breakfast. That is a meal which only the angels of heaven should eat in company. Miss Lantern sat down, as though she had no wish to go to bed. Don't go just yet. I want to know all about Mr. Kent. Miss Ley, following her friend's example, made herself comfortable in an armchair. Once Miss Dwaris asserted that the virtuous person, as a matter of discipline, should do every day 2 things which he disliked, whereupon Miss Ley answered flippantly that then she must be on the direct road to everlasting happiness, for within the 24 hours she invariably performed a brace of actions which she thoroughly detested. She got up and she went to bed. Now, therefore, in no hurry to go to her own room, she proceeded to tell Miss Lantern what she knew of Basil Kent. In truth, it was not strange that he had attracted Bella's attention, for his appearance was unusual. He managed to wear the conventional evening dress of an Englishman with becoming grace, but one felt, such was his romantic air, he should by rights have borne the armour of a Florentine knight. His limbs were slender and well made, his hands white and comely, and his brown curly hair, worn somewhat long, set off the fine colour of his face. The dark eyes, thin cheeks, and full sensual mouth were set into a passionate wistfulness of expression, which recalled again those faces in early Italian pictures, wherein the spirit and the flesh seem ever to fight a restless battle. To them the earth is always beautiful, rich with love and warfare, with poetry and deep blue skies, but yet everywhere is disillusion also, and the dark silence of the cloister. Even amid the painted turbulence of court or camp, whispers its irresistible appeal. None looking at Basil Kent could imagine that any great ease of life awaited him. Through his brown eyes appeared a soul at the same time sensual and ascetic, impulsive and chivalrous, yet so sensitive that the storms and buffets of the world, to which inevitably he exposed himself, must assault him with double violence. Well, he is the son of Lady Wizard, said Miss Ley. What? Cried Bella. You don't mean the woman about whom there was that dreadful case 5 years ago? Yes, he was then at Oxford, where Frank and he were bosom friends. It was through Frank that I first knew him. His father, a cousin of the present Kent of Ouseley, died when he was a child, and Basil was brought up by his grandmother, for his mother married Lord Vizard very shortly after her husband's death. Even now she's a beautiful woman. In those days she was perfectly gorgeous. Her photograph was in all the shop windows. Her prime coincided with the fashion for young men to buy the portraits of celebrated beauties they did not know, and the chastest women thought it no shame of their pictures to be exposed in every stationer's shop or to decorate the chimney-piece of a Platonic counter-jumper. At that time Lady Vizard's doings were minutely chronicled in the papers that concerned themselves with such things, and her parties were thronged with all the fashion of London. She was to be seen at every race meeting, surrounded by admirers. Of course she had a box at the opera, and at Homburg attracted the most august attention. Did Mr. Kent ever see her? Asked Bella. He used to spend part of his holidays with her, and she dazzled him as she dazzled everyone else. Frank told me that Basil simply worshipped his mother. He has always had a passion for beauty, and was immensely proud of her magnificent appearance. I used at one time occasionally to meet her at parties, and she struck me as one of the most splendid, majestic women I ever saw. One felt that something like that must have looked Madame de Montespan. Was she fond of her son? In her way, naturally she didn't want him bothering around her. She kept her youth marvellously. Lord Vizard was younger than herself, and she didn't much care to produce a boy who was very nearly grown up. So she was quite pleased that old Mrs. Kent, whom she detested, should look after him. But when he came to stay, she filled his pockets with money, took him to the play every night, and thoroughly amused him. I dare say she too was pleased with his good looks, for at 16 he must have been more beautiful than a Greek ephebe. But if ever he showed any signs of inconvenient attachment, I doubt whether Lady Vizard encouraged him. From Harrow he went to Oxford, and Frank, who was a very acute observer, told me that then Basil was a peculiarly innocent boy, absurdly open and frank, who never kept a secret from anybody, and said without thinking, ingeniously, everything that came into his head. Of course, scandal for a good many years had been busy with Lady Vizard. Her extravagance was notorious, and Vizard was known to be neither rich nor generous. But his wife did everything that cost a great deal of money, and her emeralds were obviously worth a fortune. Even Basil cannot have helped seeing how many masculine friends she had, though perhaps when he was spending with her the occasional week to which he looked forward so intensely, she took pains that nothing too flaunting should come to his eyes. And when strange gentlemen slipped sovereigns into his hand, he pocketed them under the impression that his own merit had earned them. And now I must go to bed. Miss Ley, with a tantalizing smile, rose from her chair, but Bella stopped her. Don't be cattish, Mary. You know I want to hear the rest of the story. Are you aware that it's past 1 o'clock? I don't care. You must finish it now. Miss Ley, having created this small diversion, sat down again, proceeding, not at all against her will, with the recital. Basil's only vanity was his mother, and he talked of her incessantly, taking a manifest pride in her social success and the admiration which everywhere she excited. He would have staked his life on her immaculate character, and when the crash came, he was simply overwhelmed. You remember the case. It was one of those in which a prudish English public takes keen delight. Every placard announced in huge letters that for the especial delectation of the middle classes, a divorce in high life was being fought at the law courts, in which there were no less than 4 correspondents. It appeared that Lord Vizard, chiefly because he was frightened of his wife's extravagance, had at last filed a petition in which he named Lord Ernest Torrens, Colonel Room, Mr. Norman Wynne, and somebody else. The pair evidently had not for some time enjoyed great connubial felicity. Lady Vizard brought a counter-petition, accusing her husband of philandering with her own maid and with a certain Mrs. Platter, a lady who inhabited a flat in Shaftesbury Avenue. The case was fought on both sides with the greatest acrimony, and a crowd of witnesses testified to the behaviour which one at least hopes is unusual in the houses of the great. But of course, you read the details in the Church Times, Bella. I remember it was reported in the Standard, answered Miss Lanton, but I read nothing. Virtuous creature, said Miss Ley, with a thin smile. The average Englishman would never keep his respect for titled persons if the reports of proceedings in the divorce court did not periodically give him some insight into their private life. Anyhow, the things of which Lord and Lady Vizard accused one another were enough to make the hair of suburban pater families stand right on end. Miss Ley paused for a moment, and then with calm deliberation, as though she had given this matter the attention of a lifetime, and carefully weighed all thoughts, proceeded. A divorce, you know, can be managed in 2 ways. Respectably, when both parties are indifferent or afraid, and no more is said than is essential for the non-intervention and the subsequent stage of that absurd gentleman, the king's proctor, and vindictively, when in their eagerness to bespatter the person whom at some previous period they solemnly vowed to love to the end of their days. They care not how much mud is thrown at themselves. Lady Vizard made a practice of detesting her husbands, and she loathed the second far more because he had not the grace to die like the first, 4 years after the marriage. His penuriousness, ill temper, insobriety were dragged into the light of day, and he brought servants to testify to his wife's most private habits, produced letters which he had intercepted, and subpoenaed tradesmen to swear by whom accounts for jewellery and clothes had been settled. Lord Vizard engaged the cleverest criminal lawyer of the time, and for 2 days his wife, with unparalleled wit, courage, and resource, bore a cross-examination which would have ruined a weaker woman. It was partly on this account, because they admired the good fights she made, partly because it seemed impossible that such an imposing creature should have done the quite odious things of which the husband accused her, but still more because they thought there was precious little to choose between kettle and pot, that the jury found the charges not proven, and Lady Vizard, in a manner, remained mistress of the position. The rest you can guess for yourself. No, I can't, Mary. Go on. No word had reached Basil that proceedings were to be taken, and his first knowledge of the affair came with the morning paper and his eggs and bacon. He could scarcely believe his eyes, and he read the report with incredulity, changing quickly to dismay and horror. The news dazed and crushed him. 100 trifles he had seen, but never noticed, came to his mind, and he knew that his mother was no better than the painted harlot who sells her body for a £5 note. "But how do you know all this, Mary?" asked Bella doubtfully. "You're not inventing it, are you?" "I read the papers," answered Miss Ley, with some asperity. "Frank told me a good deal, and my common sense the rest. I flatter myself I have a certain knowledge of human nature, and if Basil didn't feel what I tell you, he should have. But I shall never finish my story if you keep on interrupting me." "I beg your pardon," said Bella humbly. "Pray go on." "Frank, you know, is somewhat older than Basil, and at that time was in Oxford, taking his MB. He found the poor boy overcome with shame, anxious like a stricken beast to hide himself from all strange eyes. But Frank is made of sterner stuff. He persuaded him to go about as though nothing had happened, and even to die in hall as usual. What for the one would not have been so very difficult to the other was unendurable. Basil imagined that everyone stared at him as though he were a thing unclean. He had bragged a good deal of his wonderful parent, and he thought now that all his words must be scornfully repeated. The papers continued their edifying story. Witnesses told shameful things, and Basil, haggard and sleepless, could not conceal his torment. Frank had set him an ordeal beyond his strength, and without a word to anyone, he fled to London. After the trial, he went to see Lady Vizard, but what happened then I do not know. He never returned to Oxford. At that time they were recruiting for the Imperial Yeomanry, and Basil, passing by chance through St. James's Park, saw the men drilling. He wished to get out of England, where everyone seemed to point at him with scorn. And here was an opportunity. He enlisted, and a month later sailed for South Africa. "As a trooper?" asked Miss Lanton. "Yes, I believe he distinguished himself, for they offered him a commission, but this he refused, and was given instead the medal for distinguished conduct in the field. He remained there 3 years, and did not return to England till the last batch of yeomanry was brought home. Then he settled down to read for the bar, and was called last year. Does he ever see his mother, do you know? I believe never. He has a small income, about 300 a year, and on that in a modest way is able to live. I think he has only gone to the bar as a sort of form, for he means to write. You probably never saw the little book of South African sketches which he brought out last year. Impressions of scenery and studies of character. He had no particular success, but to my mind showed a good deal of promise. I remember an account of some battle about which there was an uncommon swing and dash. He is working at a novel now, and I dare say some day will write a very clever book. Do you think he'll ever be famous? Miss Ley shrugged her shoulders. You know, to achieve great success in literature, you must have a certain coarseness in your composition, and that I don't think Basil has. Really, to move and influence man, you must have complete understanding, and you can only get that if you have in you something of the common clay of humanity. But now I really must go to bed. You're such a chatterbox, Bella. I believe you would keep me up all night. This was somewhat hard on Miss Lanton, who for an hour had barely opened her mouth. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But while the two ladies thus discussed him, Basil Kent stood on the bridge over the ornamental water in St. James's Park, and looked thoughtfully at that scene, that which perhaps there is none more beautiful in the most beautiful of all cities, London. The still water, silvered by the moon, the fine massing of the trees, and the Foreign Office, pompous and sedate, formed a composition as perfect and no less formally elaborate than any painted by Claude Lorraine. The night was warm and balmy, the sky clear, and the quiet was so delightful, notwithstanding the busy hum of Piccadilly, where, at that hour, all was gaiety and frolic, that it reminded Basil of some restful, old-fashioned town in France. His heart beat with a strange elation, for he knew at last, without possibility of doubt, that Mrs. Murray loved him. Before, though he could not be unaware that she saw him with pleasure, and listened to his conversation with interest, he had not the audacity to suppose a warmer feeling. But when they met that evening, he surprised a blush while she gave her hand, and this had sent the blood running to his own cheeks. He took her down to dinner, and the touch of her fingers on his arm burned him like fire. She spoke but little, yet listened to his words with peculiar intensity, as though she sought in them some hidden meaning, and when his eyes met hers, seemed to shrink back almost in fear. But at the same time her look had a strange, expectant eagerness, as though she had heard the promise of some excellent thing, and awaited it vehemently, yet half afraid. Basil recalled Mrs. Murray's entrance into the drawing-room, and his admiration for the grace of her bearing and the fine sweep of her long dress. She was a tall woman, as tall as himself, with a certain boyishness of figure that lent itself to a sinuous distinction of line. Her hair was neither dark nor fair, the eyes grey and tender, but her smile was very noticeable for a peculiar sweetness that marked an attractive nature, and if there was no precise beauty in her face, its winsome expression, the pallor of her skin, gave it a fascinating grave sadness, reminiscent of the women of Sandro Botticelli. There was that same inscrutable look of melancholy eyes which suggested a passionate torment, repressed and hidden, and she had that very grace of gesture which one is certain was theirs. But to Basil, Mrs. Murray's greatest charm was the protecting fondness, as though she were ready to shield him from all the world's trouble, which he felt in her. It made him at once grateful, proud and humble. He longed to take in his own those caressing hands and to kiss her lips. He felt her ready round his neck, the long white arms, as she drew him to her heart with an affection half maternal. Mrs. Murray had never looked handsomer than that night when she stood in the hall, holding herself very erect, and spoke with Basil while waiting for her carriage. Her cloak was so beautiful that the young man remarked on it, and she, flushing slightly with pleasure because he noticed, looked down at heavy brocade as splendid as some material of the 18th century. "I bought the stuff in Venice," she said, "but I feel almost unworthy to wear it. I couldn't resist it, because it's exactly like a gown worn by Catherine Cornaro in a picture in one of the galleries." "Only you could wear it," answered Basil, with flashing eyes. "It would overwhelm anyone else." She smiled and blushed, and bade him good night. Basil Kent was much changed from the light-hearted youth whom Frank had known at Oxford, for at that time he gave himself carelessly, like a leaf to the wind, to every emotion, and a quick depression at the failure of something in which he was interested would be soon followed by a boisterous joy. Life seemed very good then, and without afterthought he could rejoice in its various colour and its ceaseless changing beauty. It was already his ambition to write books, and with the fertile, rather thin invention of youth, he scribbled incessantly. But when he learned with shame and with dismay that the world was sordid and vile, for his very mother was unchaste, he felt he could never hold up his head again. Yet, after the first nausea of disgust, Basil rebelled against his feeling. He loved that wretched woman better than anyone, and now his place was surely by her side. It was not for him to judge nor to condemn, but rather in her shameful humiliation to succour and protect. Could he not show his mother that there were finer things in life than admiration and amusement, jewels and fine clothes? He made up his mind to go to her and take her away to the Continent, where they could hide themselves, and perhaps this might be a means to draw closer together his mother and himself, for, notwithstanding his blind admiration, Basil had suffered a good deal because he could never reach her very heart. Lady Vizard still inhabited her husband's house in Charles Street, and it wasn't thither on the day after the case had been dismissed that Basil hurried. He expected to find her cowering in her room, afraid of the light of day, haggard and weeping, and his tender heart, filled only with pity, bled at the thought of her distress. He would go to her and kiss her, and say, "Here am I, mother. Let us go away together where we can start a new life. The world is wide, and there is room even for us. I love you more than ever I did, and I will try to be a good and faithful son to you." He rang the bell, and the door was opened by the butler he had known for years. "Can I see her ladyship at once, Miller?" he said. "Yes, sir. Her ladyship is still at luncheon. Will you go into the dining-room?" Basil stepped forward, but caught sight of several hats on the hall table. "Is anyone here?" he asked with surprise. But before the butler could answer, there was a shout of laughter from the adjoining room. Basil started as though he had been struck. "Is her ladyship giving a party?" "Yes, sir." Basil stared at the butler with dismay, unable to understand. He wished to question him, but was ashamed. It seemed too monstrous to be true. The very presence of that servant seemed an outrage, for he too had given evidence at the hateful trial. How could his mother bear the sight of that unctuous, servile visage? Miller, seeing the horror in the young man's eyes and the pallor of his cheek, looked away with a vague discomfort. "Will you tell her ladyship that I am here and should like to speak to her? I'll go into the morning room. I suppose no one will come there." Basil waited for a quarter of an hour before he heard the dining-room door open, and several people, talking loudly and laughing, walk upstairs. Then his mother's voice rang out, clear and confident as ever it had been. "You must all make yourselves comfy. I've got to see somebody, and forbid anyone to go till I come back." In a moment Lady Vizard appeared, a smile still on her lips, and a suspicion which Basil during that interval had vainly combated now was changed to naked certainty. Not at all downcast was she, nor abashed, but alert as ever, neither less stately nor less proud than when last he saw her. He expected to find his mother in sackcloth and ashes, but behold, she wore a gown by Paquin, the flaunting audacity which only she could have endured. Very dark, with great flashing eyes and magnificent hair, she had the extravagant flamboyance, the opulence of colour of some royal gypsy. Her height was unusual, her figure splendid, and holding herself admirably, she walked with the majesty of an Eastern queen. "How nice of you to come, dear boy," she cried, with a smile showing her beautiful teeth. "I suppose you want to congratulate me on my victory, but why on earth didn't you come into the dining-room? It was so amusing, and you really should begin to décrasser yourself a little." She put forward her cheek for Basil to kiss. This was surely as much as could be expected from a fond though fashionable mother. But he stepped back. Even his lips grew pale. "Why didn't you tell me that this action was coming on?" he asked hoarsely. Lady Vizard gave a little laugh, and from a box on the table took a cigarette. "Voyons, mon cher, I really didn't think it was your business." Lighting a cigarette, she blew into the air 2 neat smoke rings, and watched her son with somewhat contemptuous amusement. "I didn't expect to find you giving a party today. They insisted on coming, and I had to do something to celebrate my triumph." She laughed lightly. "Mon Dieu, you don't know what a narrow shave it was. Do you read my cross-examination? It was that which saved me." "Saved you from what?" cried Basil sternly. 2 lines of anger appeared between his brows. "Has it saved you from shameful dishonour?" "Yes, I read every word. At first I couldn't believe it was true." "Et après?" asked Lady Vizard calmly. "But it was true. There was a dozen people to prove it. Oh God, how could you? I admired you more than anyone in the world. I thought of your shame, and I came here because I wanted to help you. Don't you understand the horrible disgrace of it? Oh, Mother, you can't go on like this. Heaven knows I don't want to blame you. Come away with me, and let us go to Italy and start afresh." In the midst of his violent speech, he was stopped by the amusement of Lady Vizard's cold eyes. "But you talk as if I'd been divorced. How absurd you are. In that case, it might have been better to go away for a bit. Yet even then, I should have faced it." "But you think I'm going to run away now? Pas si bête, mon petit. Do you mean to say you're going to stay here when everyone knows what you are, when they'll point at you in the street and whisper to one another foul stories, and however foul they are, they'll be true?" Lady Vizard shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, que tu m'en sommes," she said, scornfully, justly proud of her French accent. "You know me very little if you think I'm going to hide myself in some poky continental town, or add another tarnished reputation to the déclassé society of Florence. I mean to stay here. I shall go everywhere. I shall be seen in every theatre, at the opera, at the races, everywhere. I've got some good friends who'll stick to me, and you'll see in a couple of years I shall pull through. After all, I've done little more than plenty of others, and if the bourgeois knows a good deal about me that he didn't know before, je m'en bats l'œil. I've got rid of my pig of a husband, and for that the whole thing was almost worth it. After all, he knew what was going on. He only rounded on me because he was afraid I spent too much." "Aren't you ashamed?" asked Basil, in a low voice. "Aren't you even sorry?" Only fools repent, my dear. I've never done anything in my life that I wouldn't do over again, except marry the 2 men I did. And you're just going to remain here as if nothing had happened. Don't be foolish, Basil, answered Lady Vizard ill-temperedly. Of course I'm not going to stay in this particular house. Ernest Torrens has rather a nice little shanty vacant in Curzon Street, and he's offered to lend it me. But you wouldn't take it from him, mother. That would be too infamous. For God's sake, don't have anything more to do with these men. Really, I can't throw over an old friend just because my husband makes him a correspondent. Basil went up to her and placed his hands on her shoulders. Mother, you can't mean all you say. I dare say I'm stupid and awkward. I can't say what I have in my mind. Heaven knows, I don't want to preach to you. But isn't there something in honour and duty and cleanliness and chastity and all the rest of it? Don't be so hard on yourself. What does it matter what people say? Leave all this and let us go away. Tu es ridicule, mon cher, said Lady Vizard, her brow darkening. If you have nothing more amusing to suggest than that, we might go to the drawing-room. Are you coming? She walked towards the door, but Basil intercepted her. You shan't go yet. After all, I'm your son, and you've got no right to disgrace yourself. And what will you do, pray? Lady Vizard smiled now, in a manner that suggested no great placidity of temper. I don't know, but I shall find something. If you haven't the honour to protect yourself, I must protect you. You impudent boy, how dare you speak to me like that? Cried Lady Vizard, turning on him with flashing eyes. And what do you mean by coming here and preaching at me? You miserable prick. I suppose it runs in your family, for your father was a prick before you. Basil looked at her, anger taking the place of every other feeling. Pity now had vanished, and he sought not to hide his indignation. Oh, what a fool I was to believe in you all these years. I would have staked my life that you were chaste and pure. And yet, when I read those papers, although the jury doubted, I knew that it was true. Of course it was true, she cried defiantly. Every word of it. But they couldn't prove it. And now I'm ashamed to think I'm your son. You needn't have anything to do with me, my good boy. You've got money of your own. Do you think I want a lubberly, ill-bred oaf hanging about my skirts? I know what you are now, and you horrify me. I hope I shall never see you again. I would sooner my mother were a wretched woman on the streets than you. Lady Vizard rang the bell. Miller, she said when the butler appeared, as though she had forgotten Basil's presence. I shall want the carriage at 4. Very well, my lady. You know I'm dining out tonight, don't you? Yes, my lady. Then she pretended to remember Basil, who watched her silently, pale and scarcely able to contain himself. You can show Mr. Kent out, Miller, and if he happens to call again, you can say that I'm not at home. With scornful insolence, she saw him go, and once again remained mistress of the situation. Then came 3 years at the Cape, for Basil, unwilling to return to England, stayed after the expiration of the year for which he had enlisted. At first his shame seemed unendurable, and he brooded over it night and day. But when the distance increased between him and Europe, when at length he set foot on African soil, the load of dishonour grew lighter to bear. His squadron was quickly sent up country, and the hard work relieved his aching mind. The drudgery of a trooper's lot, the long marches, the excitement and the novelty, exhausted him so that he slept with a soundness he had never known before. Then came the sheer toil of war and its dull monotony. He suffered from hunger and thirst, from heat and cold, but these things drew him closer to the companions from whom at first he had sought to hide himself. He was touched by their rough good humour, their mutual help, and the sympathy with which they used him in sickness. His bitterness towards mankind in general diminished when he saw human good fellowship face to face with actual hardship. and when at last he found himself in battle, though he had looked forward to it with horrible anxiety, fearing that he might be afraid, Basil felt a great exhilaration which made life most excellent to live. For then vice and squalor and ugliness vanished away, and men stood before one another in primeval strength, the blood burning in their veins, and death walked between contending hosts. And where death is, there can be nothing petty, sordid, nor mean. But finally the idea came to Basil that it was not brave to remain there in concealment. For such talents as he had, the Cape offered no scope, and he made up his mind to return to London, holding up his head proudly, and there show what stuff he was made of. He felt more self-reliant, because he knew he could withstand cheerfully fatigue and want, and the medal on his breast proved that he lacked not courage. Back at length in London, he entered his name at Lincoln's Inn, and while arranging for publication a little series of sketches he had written during the war, worked hard at law. Though the storm through which he passed had left him somewhat taciturn, with a leaning towards introspection, at bottom Basil was no less open-hearted and sanguine than before, and he entered upon this new phase with glowing hopes. But sometimes his chambers in the Temple seemed very lonely. He was a man who yearned for domestic ties. A woman's hands busied about him, the rustle of a dress, or the sound of a loving voice, were necessities of his nature. And now it seemed the last bitterness of his life would be removed, for Mrs. Murray offered just that affection which he needed, and still somewhat distrustful of himself, he looked for support to her strength. Then, in the midst of his thought, Basil frowned, for on a sudden there had arisen in his mind a form which in his new-born joy he had momentarily forgotten. Leaving the bridge, he wandered to the greater darkness of the moor, his hands behind him, and for a long time walked up and down beneath the trees, perplexed and downcast. It was very late, and there was scarcely a soul about. On the seats homeless wretches lay asleep, huddled in grotesque attitudes, and the policeman stealthily crept along behind them. Some months before, Basil, instead of lunching in Hall, went by chance into a tavern in Fleet Street, and there saw behind the bar a young girl whose extreme beauty at once attracted his attention. Her freshness was charming in that tawdry place, grey with London smoke notwithstanding the gaudiness of its decoration, and though not a man to gossip with barmaids over his refreshments, in this case he could not resist a commonplace remark. To this the girl answered rather saucily, "A public house is apparently an excellent school for a repartee," and her bright smile gave a new witchery to the comely face. Interested and a little thrilled, for there was none on whom sheer beauty made a greater impression, Basil told Frank Hurrell, then resident physician at St. Luke's, that he had found in Fleet Street of all places the loveliest woman in London. The doctor laughed at his friend's enthusiasm, and one day, when they were passing, Basil, to justify himself, insisted on going again to the Golden Crown. Then once or twice he went alone, and the barmaid, beginning to recognize him, gave a little friendly nod of greeting. Basil had ever something of a romantic fancy, and his quick imagination decked the pretty girl with whimsical conceits. He dignified her trade by throwing back the date and seeing in her a neat-footed maid who gave sack to cavaliers and men-at-arms. She was Eve pouring nectar for the immortal gods, and when he told her this with other fantastic inventions, the girl, though she did not altogether comprehend, reddened as the grosser compliments of the usual frequenters of the bar, accredited admirers, had no power to make her. Basil thought he had never seen anything more captivating than that blush. And then he began to visit the Golden Crown more frequently, at tea time when there were fewest people. The pair grew friendly, and they discussed the weather, the customers, and the news of the day. Basil found that half an hour passed very pleasantly in her company, and perhaps he was a little flattered, because the barmaid set greater store on his society than on that of the other claimants to her attention. One afternoon, going somewhat later than usual, he was delighted with the bright look that lit her face like sunshine on his appearance. "I was afraid you weren't coming, Mr. Kent." By now she used his name, and hers he found was Jenny Bush. "Would you have minded if I hadn't?" "A bit." At that moment the second barmaid of the Golden Crown came to her. "It's your evening out tonight, isn't it, Jenny?" "Yes, it is. What are you going to do?" "I don't know," said Jenny. "I haven't made any plans." A customer came in, and Jenny's friend shook hands with him. "Same as usual, I suppose," she said. "Would you like to come to the play with me?" asked Basil lightly. "We'll have a bit of dinner first, and then go wherever you like." The suggestion flashed across his mind, and he spoke the words without thinking. Jenny's eyes sparkled with pleasure. "Oh, I should like it. Come and fetch me here at 7, will you?" But then came in a somewhat undersized young man, with obviously false teeth and a jaunty air. Basil vaguely knew that he was engaged to Jenny, and on most days he might be seen making sheep's eyes across the bar, and drinking innumerable whiskies and soda. "Coming out to dinner, Jenny?" he said. "I'll stand you a seat at the Tivoli if you like." "I'm afraid I can't go tonight, Tom," she answered, blushing slightly. "I've made other arrangements." "What arrangements?" "A friend has promised to take me to the theatre." "Who's that?" answered the man with an ugly look. "That's my business, isn't it?" answered Jenny. "Well, if you won't tell me, I'm off." "I'm not stopping you, am I?" "Just give me a Scotch and soda, will you? And look sharp about it." The man spoke impudently, wishing to remind Jenny that she was there to carry out his orders. Basil reddened, and with some sharpness was about to say that he would be discreet to use greater politeness, when Jenny's eyes stopped him. Without a word, she gave the clerk what he asked for, and the three of them remained silent. Presently the newcomer finished his liquor and lit a cigarette. He glanced suspiciously at Basil, and opened his mouth to make an observation, but catching the other's steady look, thought better of it. "Good night, then," he said to Jenny. When he was gone, Basil asked her why she had not thrown him over. It would have been better than to vex her lover. "I don't care," cried Jenny. "I'm about sick of the airs he gives himself. I'm not married to him yet, and if he won't let me do as I like now, he can just take himself off." They dined at a restaurant in Soho, and Basil, in high spirits over the little adventure, was amused with the girl's delight. It did his heart good to cause such pleasure, and perhaps his satisfaction was not lessened by the attention which Jenny's comeliness attracted. She was rather shy, but when Basil strove to entertain her, laughed very prettily and flushed. The idea came to him that he would much like to be of use to her, for she seemed to have a very agreeable nature. He might give her new ideas and a view of the beauty of life which she had never known. She wore a hat, and he morning dress, so they took seats in the back row of the dress circle at the Gaiety. But even this was unwonted luxury to Jenny, accustomed to the pits or the upper boxes. At the end of the performance, she turned to him with dancing eyes. "Oh, I have enjoyed myself," she cried. "I like going out with you much more than with Tom. He's always trying to save money." They took a cab to the Golden Crown, where Jenny shared a room with the other barmaid. "Will you come out with me again?" asked Basil. "Oh, I should love to. You are so different from the other men who come to the bar. You're a gentleman, and you treat me as if I was a lady. That's why I first liked you, because you didn't go on as if I was a lump of dirt. You always called me Miss Bush." "I'd much rather call you Jenny." "Well, you may," she answered, smiling and blushing. "All those fellows who hang about the bar think they can do anything with me. You never tried to kiss me like they do." "It's not because I didn't want to, Jenny," answered Basil, laughing. She made no reply, but looked at him with smiling mouth and tender eyes. He would have been a fool not to recognize the invitation. He slipped his arm around her waist and touched her lips. But he was astonished at the frank surrender with which she received his embrace, and the fugitive pressure turned into a kiss so passionate that Bathel's limbs tingled. The cab stopped at the Golden Crown, and he helped her out. Good night. Next day, when he went to the public house, Jenny blushed deeply, but she greeted him with a quiet intimacy, which in his utter loneliness was very gratifying. It caused him singular content that someone at last took an interest in him. Freedom is all very well, but there are moments when a man yearns for someone to whom his comings and goings, his health or illness, are not matters of complete indifference. Don't go yet, said Jenny. I want to tell you something. He waited till the bar was clear. I've broken off my engagement with Tom, she said then. He waited on the other side of the street last night and saw us go out together. And this morning he came in and rounded on me. I told him if he didn't like it, he could lump it. And then he got nasty. And I told him I wouldn't have anything more to do with him. Basil looked at her for a moment silently. But aren't you fond of him, Jenny? No, I can't bear the sight of him. I used to like him well enough, but it's different now. I'm glad to be rid of him. Basil could not help knowing it was on his account that she had broken off the engagement. He felt a curious thrill of power, and his heart beat with elation and pride, but at the same time he feared he was doing her some great injury. I'm very sorry, he murmured. I'm afraid I've done you harm. You won't stop coming here because of this? She asked, anxiously watching his doubtful face. His first thought was that a sudden rupture might be best for both of them, but he could not bear that on his account pain should darken those beautiful eyes, and when he saw the gathering tears, he put it aside hastily. No, of course not. If you like to see me, I'm only too glad to come. Promise that you'll come every day. I'll come as often as I can. No, that won't do. You must come every day. Well, I will. He was touched by her eagerness, for he must have been a dolt not to see that Jenny cared a good deal for him. But introspective though he was, never asked himself what were his own feelings. He wished to have a good influence on her, and vowed she should never through him come to any harm. She was very unlike his notion of the ordinary barmaid, and he thought it would be simple to lead her to some idea of personal dignity. He would have liked to take her away from that rather degrading occupation, placing her where she could learn more easily. Her character, notwithstanding 3 years at the Golden Crown, was very ingenious, but in those surroundings she could not for ever remain unspoiled, and it would have seemed a justification of his friendship if he could put her in the way to lead a more beautiful life. The most obvious result of these deliberations was that Basil presently made it a practice to take Jenny on her free evenings to dinner and to the play. As for her, she had never known anyone like the young barrister, who impressed her by the courtesy of his manner and the novelty of his conversation. Though often she did not understand the things he said, she was flattered. Nevertheless, and womanlike, simulated a comprehension which made Basil think of her less uneducated than she really was. At first she was intimidated by the grave stateliness of his treatment, for she was accustomed to less respect, and he could not have used duchess with more polite decorum. But insensibly admiration and awe passed into love, and at last into blind adoration of which Basil not for a moment dreamed. She wondered why since that first night he had never kissed her, but at parting merely gave his hand. In 3 months she had advanced only so far as to use his Christian name. At length the spring came. Along Fleet Street and the Strand, flower women offered for sale gay vernal blossoms, and their baskets gave a dash of colour to the city's hurrying grey. There were days when the very breath of the country, bland and generous, seemed to blow down the crowded thoroughfare, uplifting weary hearts, despondent with long monotonous toil. The sky was blue, and it was the same sky that overhung green meadows and trees bursting into leaf. Sometimes towards the west bethees of cloud, dazzling in the sunshine, were piled upon one another, and at sundown, all rosy and golden, would fill the street with their effulgence, so that the smoky vapours took a gorgeous opalescence, and the heart beat with sheer delight of this goodly London town. One balmy night in May, when the air was suave and fragrant, so that the heavy step was lightened and the tired mind eased by a strange sad gaiety, Jenny dined with Basil at the little restaurant in Soho, where now they were well known. Afterwards they went to a music hall, but the noise and the glare on that sweet night were unendurable. The pleasant darkness of the streets called to them, and Basil soon proposed that they should go from that place of tedium. Jenny agreed with relief, for the singers left her listless, and an unquiet emotion, which she had never known, made her heart throb with indescribable yearning. As they passed into the night, she looked at Basil for a moment with wide-open eyes, in which, strangely mingled, were terror and the primitive savagery of some wild thing. "Let's go on the Embankment," she whispered. "It's quiet there." They looked at the silent flowing river and at the warehouses of the Surrey side, and even against the starlit sky. From one of these gleamed like a malevolent eye one solitary light, and it gave mystery to that square mass of dingy brick, suggesting some grim story of lawless passion and crime. It was low tide, and below the stone wall was a long strip of shining mud, but Waterloo Bridge, with its easy arches, was utterly dapper, and its lights, yellow and white, threw gay reflections on the water. Near at hand, outlined vaguely by their red lamps, were moored 3 barges, and there was a weird magic about them, for notwithstanding their present abandonment, they spoke of strenuous life and passion and toil. For all their squalid brutality, there was romance in the hard, strong men who dwelt there on the widening river, travelling on an eternal pilgrimage to the salt sea and the open. They wandered slowly towards Westminster Bridge, and the lights of the Embankment in the sinuous line were strangely reflected, so that a forest was seen on the river of fiery piles on which might have been built the mystic, invisible city. But the short walk wearied them, though the night was sweet with the savour of springtime, and their limbs were heavy as lead. "I can't walk back," said Jenny. "I'm too tired." "Let us take a cab." Basil hailed a passing hansom, and they got in. He gave the address in Fleet Street of the Golden Crown. They did not speak, but the silence told them things more significant than ever words had done. At last, in a voice not her own, as though speech were dragged from her, Jenny broke the oppressive stillness. "Why have you never kissed me since that first night, Basil?" She did not look at him, and he made no sign that he heard, but she felt the trembling of his limbs. Her throat grew hot and dry, and a horrible anxiety seized her. "Basil?" she said hoarsely, insisting on an answer. "Because I didn't dare." She could count now the throbbing of that torturer in her breast, and the cabman seemed to drive as for a wager. They sped along the Embankment, and it was very dark. "But I wanted you to," she said fiercely. "Jenny, don't let us make fools of ourselves." But as though his words were from the mouth only, and a stronger power mastered him, even as he spoke, he sought her lips, and because he had resisted so long, their sweetness was doubly sweet. With a stifled gasp like a wild beast's, she flung her arms about him, and the soft fragrance of her body drove away all thoughts but one. Mindless of the passers-by, he pressed her eagerly to his heart. He was mad with her fair, yielding beauty and the passion of her surrender, mad with that never-ending kiss, than which in his whole life he had never known a greater rapture, and his heart trembled like a leaf trembling before the wind. "Will you come back to my rooms, Jenny?" he whispered. She did not answer, but drew herself more closely to him. He lifted the trap in the roof of the hansom and told the cabman to drive to the Temple. For a week, for a month even, feeling stronger and braver because this woman had given him her love, Basil enjoyed a very ecstasy of pride. He faced the world with greater assurance, and life possessed a spirit and a vigour which were quite new to him. But presently the romantic adventure gained the look of somewhat vulgar intrigue, and when he recalled his ideal of an existence, spotless and pure, given over to noble pursuits, he was ashamed. This love of his was nothing more than a passing whim of which the knell sounded with its gratification, and he saw with dismay that Jenny had given herself to him, body and soul. On her side it was a deathless passion, compared with which his attachment was very cold. Each day fanned the flames in her heart, so that he became a necessity of her existence. And if by chance he was too busy to see her, an anxious letter came, pitiful in its faulty spelling and clumsy expression, imploring him to visit her. Jenny was exacting, and he resigned himself to going every day to the Golden Crown, so that bar grew ever more distasteful. The girl was quite uneducated, and the evenings they spent together, for now, instead of going to a theatre, Jenny passed her leisure in Basil's rooms, went rather heavily. He found it sometimes hard work to make conversation. He realized that he was manacled hand and foot with fetters that were only more intolerable because they consisted of nothing more substantial than the dread of causing pain. He was a man who bore uneasily an irregular attachment of this sort, and he asked himself what could be the end. A dozen times he made up his mind to break with Jenny, but coming to the point, when he saw how dependent she was upon his love, had not the courage. For 6 months, degraded to a habit, the connection went on. But it was only by reminding himself constantly that he was not free that Basil abated his nascent love for Mrs. Murray, and he imagined that his feeling towards her was different from any he had known before. His desire now was overwhelming to break from the past that sullied him, and thenceforward to lead a fresher, more wholesome life. Cost what it might, he must finish with Jenny. He knew that Mrs. Murray meant to winter abroad, and there was no reason why he, too, should not go to Italy. There he might see her occasionally, and at the end of 6 months, with a free conscience, ask her to be his wife. Thinking he saw the way more clearly before him, Basil ceased his lonely promenade and walked slowly into Piccadilly. After the stir and restless movement of the day, the silence there, unnatural and almost ghostly, seemed barely credible, and the great street, solemn and empty and broad, descending in a majestic sweep with the tranquillity and ease of some placid river. The air was pure and limpid, but resonant, so that a solitary cab on a sudden sent the whole place ringing, and the emphatic trot of the horse clattered with long reverberations. The line of electric lights, impressive by their regularity, self-asserting and staid, flung their glare upon the houses with an indifferent violence, and lower down threw into distinctness the strict park railing and the nearer trees, outlining more sombrely the leafy darkness beyond, and between, outshone like an uneven string of discoloured gems, twinkled the yellow flicker of the gas jets. Everywhere was silence, but the house, white except for the gaping windows, had a different silence from the rest, for in their sleep, closed and bolted, they lined the pavement helplessly, disordered and undignified, as though without the busy hum of human voices and the hurrying of persons in and out, they had lost all significance. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the following Sunday, Basil, Kent and Harold lunched with Miss Ley and then met Mr. and Mrs. Castilian, who came early in the afternoon. The husband of this lively lady was a weighty man, impressive by the obesity of his person and the commonplace of his conversation. His head was bald, his fleshy face clean-shaven, and his manner had the double pomposity of a landed proprietor and a member of Parliament. It seemed that nature had taken a freakish revenge on his dullness when she mated him with such a sprightly person as his wife, who, notwithstanding his open alteration, treated him with impatient contempt. Mr. Castilian might have been sufferable had he been as silent as he was tedious, but he had an interminable flow of conversation, and now, finding the company somewhat overwhelmed by his appearance, seized the opportunity to air opinions which should more properly have found utterance in that last refuge of dullards and bores, the House of Commons. But in a little while, at the butler's heels, Reggie, with the stealthiness of a sleek cat, slouched into the room. He was pale after Saturday's amusement, but very handsome. Miss Ley, rising to welcome him, intercepted a glance at Mrs. Castilian, and seeing in that lady's eye a malicious twinkle, was convinced that the pair had arranged this meeting. But though it amused the acute woman that an assignation should be made in her house, she would not have given Mrs. Castilian further occasion to exercise her wiles if the Member of Parliament had not bored her into a bad temper. And really, Emily Bassett exaggerated the care she took of her son. It irritated Miss Ley that anyone should be so virtuous as Riggy was thought to be. "Paul," said Mrs. Castilian, "Mr. Bassett has heard that you are going to speak in the House tomorrow, and he would so much like to hear you, my husband, Mr. Barlow Bassett." "Really? How did you hear that?" asked Mr. Castilian, delighted. It was part of Reggie's ingenuity that he never lied in haste to repent at leisure. For one moment he meditated, then fixed his eyes firmly on Frank to prevent a contradiction. "Dr. Hurrell told me." "Of course I shall be delighted if you come," pursued the orator. "I shall speak just before dinner. Won't you dine afterwards? I'm afraid the dinner they give you is very bad." "He won't mind that after he's heard you speak, Paul," said Mrs. Castilian. A faint smile flickered on her lips at the success of this manoeuvre. Mr. Castilian turned blandly to Miss Ley, with the little shake of his whole body which announced a display of eloquence. Frank and Basil immediately jumped up and bade Miss Ley farewell. They walked together towards the embankment, and for a while neither spoke. "I wanted to talk to you, Frank," said Basil at last. "I'm thinking of going abroad for the winter." "Are you? What about the bar?" "I don't mind about that. After all, I have enough to live on, and I mean to have a shot if I can do any real good as a writer. Besides, I want to break with Jenny, and I can think of no kinder way to do it." "I think you are very wise." "Oh, I wish I hadn't got into this mess, Frank. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid she's growing a good deal fonder of me than I ever thought she would, and I don't want to cause her pain. I can't bear it when I think of the wretchedness she'll suffer, and yet we can't go on as we are." Frank remained silent, with compressed lips and a stern look on his face. Basil divined the unspoken censure, and burst out passionately. "Oh, I know I oughtn't to have given way. Do you think I've not bitterly regretted? I never thought you'd take it any more seriously than I did. And, after all, I'm a man like any other. I have passions as other men have. I suppose most men in my place would have done as I did." "I didn't venture to reproach you, Basil," said Frank dryly. "I meant to do only good to the girl, but I lost my head. After all, if you were all as cool at night as we are in the morning—" "Life would be a Sunday school," interrupted Frank. At that moment they were near Westminster Bridge, and a carriage passed them. They saw that in it sat Mrs. Murray, and she bowed gravely,
Basil reddened and looked back. I wonder if she's on the way to Miss Ley. Would you like to go back and see? Asked Frank coldly. He looked sharply at Basil, who flushed again, and then threw off his momentary hesitation. No, he answered firmly. Let us go on. Is it on account of Mrs. Murray that you wish to throw over Jenny? Oh, Frank, don't think too hardly of me. I hate the ugly, sordid vulgarity of an intrigue. I wanted to lead a cleaner life than most men because of Lady Vizard. And when I've been with Jenny, I'm disgusted with myself. If I'd never seen Mrs. Murray, I should still do all I could to finish. Are you in love with Mrs. Murray? Yes, answered Basil, after a moment's pause. Do you think she cares for you? The other night I felt sure of it, but now again I'm doubtful. Oh, I want her to care for me. I can't help it. Frank, this is quite a different love from the other. It lifts me up and supports me. I don't want to seem a prig, but when I think of Mrs. Murray, I can't imagine anything unworthy. And I'm proud of it because my love for her is almost spiritual. If she does care for me and will marry me, I think I may do some good in the world. I fancied that if I went away for 6 months, Jenny would gradually think less of me. I think it's better to drift apart than just to break cruelly at once. It would certainly be less painful to you, said Frank. And when I'm free, I shall go to Mrs. Murray, tell her the whole story and ask her to marry me. Basil lived in the pleasant court of the Temple to which, notwithstanding the sordid contentions of his daily life, the old red houses and the London plane trees, with their leafy coolness, gave a charm full of repose. His rooms on the top floor were furnished simply, but with the taste of a man who cared for beautiful things. The ladies of Sir Peter Lilly, with their sweet artificial grace, looked down in mezzotint from the panelled walls, and the Sherrington furniture gave a delicate austerity to the student's room. Frank filled his pipe, but they had not been long seated when there came a knock at the door. I wonder who the dickens that is, said Basil. I don't often have visitors on Sunday afternoon. He went into the tiny passage and opened. Frank heard Jenny's voice. Can I come in, Basil? Is anyone there? Only Frank, he answered, leading the way in. Jenny was arrayed in Sabbath garments, the colours of which, to the doctor's eye, seemed a little crude. The bright bow in her black hat contrasted violently with the fawn jacket, but her beauty was such as to overcome all extravagance of costume. She was rather tall, handsomely made, with rounded hips and full breasts of a passionate woman. Her features were chiselled with the clean perfection of a Greek statue, and no duchess could have had a shorter lip or a more delicate nose. Her pink ears were more exquisite than the shells of the sea. But it was her wonderful colouring which chiefly attracted notice, with the rich magnificence of her hair, the brilliant eyes, and the creamy perfection of her skin. Her face had a girlish innocence which was very captivating, and Frank, observing her with critical gaze, could not deny that Mrs. Murray by her side, notwithstanding all the advantages of dress and manner, would have been reduced to insignificance. I thought you were going home this afternoon, said Basil. No, I couldn't manage it. I came here immediately after we closed at 3, but you weren't in. I was so afraid that you wouldn't come before 6 o'clock. It was very clear that Jenny wished to talk with Basil, and Frank, deliberately knocking out the ashes of his pipe, rose to go. His host accompanied him downstairs. Look here, Basil, said Frank. If I were you, I'd take this opportunity to tell Jenny that you're going away. Yes, I mean to. I'm glad she's come. I wanted to write to her, but I think that would be funking it. Oh, I hate myself because I must cause her so much pain. Frank walked away, disposed at first to envy Basil his good fortune. He had cursed his fate, because pretty girls never fell desperately enamoured of him. It would certainly have been a bore, and to him, more than to another, in insufferable slavery. But yet the marked abstention was not flattering. Now, however, on his way to the club, wanted by no one, with no claims on him of any sort, he congratulated himself cynically, because fair ladies kept their smiles for persons more fascinating than himself. When Basil returned to his room, he found that Jenny had not, as usual, taken off her hat, but stood by the window looking at the door. He went to kiss her, but she drew back. "Not today, Basil. I've got something to say to you." "Well, take off your things first and make yourself comfortable." It occurred to him that Jenny had perhaps quarrelled with her employer at the Golden Crown, or wished to reproach him because for a couple of days he had not seen her, and lighting his pipe, he answered with careless gaiety. He did not see that she looked at him strangely, but when she spoke there was such tragic anguish in her tone that he was startled. "I don't know what I should have done if I had not found you in today." "Good heavens, Jenny, what's the matter?" Her voice broke with a sob. "I'm in trouble, Basil." The tears cut his heart, and very tenderly he put his arms round her, but again she withdrew. "No, please don't sit near me, or I shall never have the courage to tell you." She stood up, drying her eyes, and walked up and down. "I wanted to see you this morning, Basil. I came to your door, and then I was afraid to knock, so I went away again. And then this afternoon, when I couldn't make you hear, I thought you'd gone away, and I couldn't have borne another night of it." "Tell me quickly what it is, Jenny." A horrible fear seized him, and his cheeks grew pale as hers. She watched him with anxious eyes. "I've not been feeling very well these last few days," she whispered, "and yesterday I went to the doctor. He told me I was going to have a child." And then, hiding her face, she sobbed bitterly. Basil's heart sank within him, and when he looked at that wretched girl, bowed down with fear and shame, he was filled with remorse. If he had never regretted before, he regretted now, with all his soul. "Don't cry, Jenny. I can't bear it." She looked up hopelessly, and the ugliness of that fair face, pink distraught, tortured him. He was all confused, and many an impulse madly skeltered through his brain. He, too, feared. But at the same time, above all and overmastering, was a wonderful elation, because he would be the father of a living child. His pulse thrummed with pride, and like a miracle, a sudden love mysteriously bound up his heart. He took Jenny in his arms and kissed her, more passionately than he had ever done before. "Oh, don't, for God's sake, it's nothing to you," she cried, trying to tear herself away. "But what about me? I wish I was dead. I'd always been strict till I knew you." He could bear her agony no longer, and the thought which had come to him immediately now grew irresistible. There was one way to drive those tears, one way alone to repair that wrong, and a rising flood of passion made it very easy. His whole soul demanded one definite course, uplifting him and crushing every nascent objection. But his heart beat painfully when he spoke, for he was taking an irretrievable step, and God only knew what would be the end. "Don't cry, darling. It's not so bad as all that," he said. "We'd better get married at once." With a little gasp, Jenny's sobs were stilled, and quite motionless, looking down, she clung to Basil like a thing from which all life was gone. The words sank into her mind slowly, and she puzzled over them as though they were said in a language she barely understood. And then, still silent, she began to tremble. "Say that again, Basil," she whispered, and after a pause, "Did you mean it? Can you bring yourself to marry me?" She stood up and looked at him, dishevelled and beautiful, a tragic figure in whose unutterable woe was a most noble pathos. "I'm only a barmaid, Basil." "You're the mother of my child, and I love you," he answered gravely. "I've always longed to have children, Jenny, and you've made me very proud and very happy." Her eyes shone with tears, and into her anxious, terror-stricken face came a look of such ecstatic happiness that Basil felt himself 10 times rewarded. "Oh, Basil, you are good. You do mean it, don't you? And I shall be with you always." "Do you think so badly of me as to suppose I would throw you over now?" "Oh, I was afraid. You've cared for me less of late, and I've been so unhappy, Basil, but I didn't dare show it. At first I hadn't the courage to tell you, because I thought you'd be angry. I knew you wouldn't let me starve, but you might just have given me money and told me to go." He kissed her hands, aflame as never before with her radiant beauty. "I didn't know I loved you so much," he cried. She sank into his arms with a sob, but it was a sob now of uncontrollable passion, an effort of love. She sought his lips. Basil had in his passage a little gas stove, and presently, with a charming housewifely grace, Jenny set about making the tea. Languorous and happy, she was proud to do things for him, and insisted, when she prepared, that he should sit still and smoke. "I wish we needn't keep a servant, Basil, so as I might wait on you. You mustn't go back to that beastly bar. I can't leave them in a hole, you know. I shall have to give a week's notice." "Then give it at once, and as soon as you're free, we'll be married." "Oh, I shall be so happy," she sighed with rapture. "Now look here, we must be sensible and talk over things. You know I'm not very well to do. I've only got 300 a year." "Oh, that's lots," she cried. "Why, Dad has never had more than 310 a week." Basil smiled doubtfully, for his tastes were expensive, and he had never been able satisfactorily to make ends meet. But he persuaded himself that 2 persons could live more economically than one. He would give serious attention to his law, and had no doubt that in time he would earn an income. While he waited for briefs, he might write. They could afford a little house in the suburbs at Barnes or Putney, and so as not to be extravagant, for their honeymoon would merely go to Cornwall for a fortnight. After that he must set to work immediately. "Ma will be surprised when I tell her I'm going to get married," said Jenny, laughing. "You must come down and see them." Though a brother in the city sometimes came to the Golden Crown, Basil had never made acquaintance with any of Jenny's relations. He knew that they lived at Crowend. "I wouldn't have gone back to them if you hadn't said you were to marry me, Basil. Ma would have turned me out of doors. I was frightened to go down today in case she suspected something." Suddenly, a doubt rising in her mind, she turned to him quickly. "You do mean it, don't you? You won't go back on me now?" "Of course not, you foolish child. Don't you think I shall be proud to have so beautiful a wife?" Jenny was obliged to go a little before 6, at which hour the Golden Crown opened its doors to thirsty Christians, and Basil, having accompanied her thither, walked on to consider this new state of his affairs. The capacity to stand quite alone, careless of praise or censure, is very rare among men, and he, temperamentally lacking confidence in himself, felt at that moment a most urgent need for advice and sympathy, but Frank was inaccessible, and he could not disturb Miss Ley again that day. He went to his club and wrote a note asking if he might see her the following morning. He slept uneasily, and getting up later than usual, had scarcely finished breakfast, when an answer came to say that she would be pleased to walk with him at 11 in St. James's Park. He fetched her punctually. They sauntered for a while, looking at the wildfowl, and Basil, hesitating, spoke of indifferent subjects. But Miss Ley, noting his unusual gravity, surmised that he had a difficult communication to make. "Well, what is it?" she asked point blank, sitting down. "Only that I'm going to be married." Her thoughts at once went to Mrs. Murray, and she wondered when Basil could have found opportunity for his declaration. "Is that all?" she cried, smiling. "It's a very proper proceeding for young things, but surely you need not look so serious over it." "I'm going to marry a Miss Bush." "Who on earth is she? I've never heard of her," answered the good lady, turning to him with surprise, but a dim recollection flashed across her mind. "Wasn't it the certain Jenny Bush that Frank told me you had discovered somewhere, and vowed was the loveliest creature in the world?" She gave him a long and searching look. "I suppose you're not going to marry a barmaid from a public house in Fleet Street?" "Yes," he answered quietly. "But why?" "Presumably because I'm in love with her." "Nonsense."
A susceptible youth falls in love with a dozen girls, but in a country where monogamy is enforced by Acts of Parliament, it is impractical to marry them all. I'm afraid I can give you no other reason. You might really have made that interesting announcement by letter, returned Miss Ley dryly. He looked down with a discouraged air, and for a while was silent. I must talk it over with someone, he burst out at length. I'm so utterly alone, and I have no one to help or advise me. I'm marrying Jenny because I must. I've known her for some time. The whole thing was sordid and hateful, and yesterday, after I left you, she came to my rooms. She was half hysterical, poor thing. She hardly knew what she was saying, and she told me. What you very well might have foreseen, interrupted Miss Ley. Yes. Miss Ley meditated, slowly drawing her initials with the point of her parasol in the gravel, and Basil stared at her anxiously. Are you sure you're not making a fool of yourself? She asked finally. You're not in love with her, are you? No. Then you have no right to marry her. Oh, my dear boy, you don't know how tiresome marriage is sometimes, even with persons of the same class in inclinations. I've known so many people in my life, and I'm convinced that marriage is the most terrible thing in the world, unless passion makes it absolutely inevitable. And I hate and abhor, with all my soul, those fools who strive to discredit and ignore that. If I don't marry Jenny, she'll kill herself. She's not like an ordinary barmaid. Until I knew her, she was perfectly strict. It means absolute ruin to her. I think you exaggerate. After all, it's not much more than a very regrettable incident due to your innocence, and there's no need for desperate courses or histrionics. You will behave like a gentleman and take proper care of the girl. She can go into the country till the whole thing is over, and when she comes back, no one will be the wiser, nor she very much the worse. But it isn't a matter of people knowing, it's a matter of honour. Isn't it rather late in the day to talk of morality? I don't see where precisely the honour came in when you seduced her. I dare say I've been an utter cad, he answered humbly. But I see a plain duty before me, and I must do it. You talk as though such things had never happened before, pursued Miss Ley. Oh yes, I know they happen every day. If the girl gives way, so much the worse for her. It's no business of a man's. Let her go on the streets. Let her go to the devil, and be hanged to her. Miss Ley, pursing her lips, shrugged her shoulders. She wondered how he proposed to live, since his income was quite insufficient for the necessities of a family, and he was peculiarly unsuited to the long drudgery of the bar. She knew the profession termed literary well enough to be aware that in it little money could be earned. Basil lacked the journalistic quickness, and it took him 2 years to write a novel for which he would probably not get more than £50, and his passion for the analysis of mental states offered small chance of lucrative success. Besides, he was extravagant, and would hate to pinch and spare, nor had he occasion ever to learn the difficult art of getting a shilling's worth of goods for 12 coppers. I suppose you've realized that people will cut your wife, Miss Ley added. Then they will cut me too. But you are the last man in the world to give up these things. There's nothing you enjoy more than dinner parties and visits to country houses. Women's smiles are all important to you. You talk of me as if I were a tame cat, he returned, smiling. After all, I'm only trying to do my duty. I made an awful mistake, and heaven knows how bitterly I've regretted it. But now I see the way clearly before me, and whatever the cost, I must take it. Miss Ley looked at him sharply, and her keen grey eyes travelled over his face in a minute examination. Are you sure you don't admire a little too much your heroic attitude? She asked, and in her voice was a stinging coldness at which Basil winced. Nowadays self-sacrifice is a luxury which few have the strength to deny themselves. People took to it when they left off sugar because it was fattening, and they sacrificed themselves wantonly, from sheer love of it. However worthless the object, in fact, the object scarcely concerns them, They don't care how much they harm it so long as they can gratify their passion. When I asked Jenny to marry me and saw the radiant joy in her poor, tear-stained face, I knew I'd done the right thing. What does it matter if I'm wretched, so long as I can make her happy? I wasn't thinking of your wretchedness, Basil. I was thinking that you had done that girl harm enough already without marrying her. Do you think she'll be anything but utterly miserable? You're only doing this from selfishness and cowardice, because you love your self-esteem and you're afraid to give pain. This point of view was new to Basil, but it seemed unreasonable. He put it hastily aside. All this time you've not thought of the child, Miss Ley, he said slowly. I can't let the child skulk into the world like a thief. Let him go through life with an honest name. It's hard enough without marking him with a hideous stigma. And, after all, I'm proud to be the father of a living child. Whatever I suffer, whatever we both suffer, I will be worth it for that. When are you to be married? Asked Miss Ley after a pause. I think this day week. You won't abandon me, Miss Ley, will you? Of course not, she answered, smiling gently. I think you're a fool, but then most people are. They never realize that they have only one life. Your mistakes are irreparable. They play with it as though it were a game of chess in which they could try this move and that, and when they get in the muddle, sweep the board clear and begin again. But life is a game of chess in which one is always beaten. Death sits on the other side of the board, and for every move he has a counter-move. For all your deep-laid schemes a parry. They walked back to Old Queen Street, both occupied with their thoughts, and at her door Miss Ley gave Basil her hand. He hesitated a little, but forced himself to speak. There's one thing more, Miss Ley. I fancied that Mrs. Murray. I dare say I was wrong, but I shouldn't like her to think too ill of me. I'm afraid you must put up with that, replied Miss Ley sharply. There was nothing in the way of an engagement between you. Nothing. I shall see her in a day or two, and I'll tell her that you're going to be married. But what will she think of me? I suppose you don't want her to know the truth. No, I told you only because I felt I must talk it over with someone. Of all persons, I least wish Mrs. Murray to know. Then you must let her think as she chooses. Goodbye. Have you nothing more to say to me than that? He asked despairingly. My dear, if you can suffer all things, you may venture all things. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Ley found the Dean alone in the library, for the Lanterns returned to Tercanbury that afternoon, and Bella was spending her last morning at the stores. You know, Algernon, in this world is the good who do all the harm, remarked Miss Ley, sitting down. The bad carry off their wrongdoing with a certain dash which lessens the iniquity, and common sense robs their vice of stain. But there's no reasoning with a man conscious of his own rectitude. That is a very subversive doctrine, answered the Dean, smiling. Only the wicked should sin, for experience teaches them moderation, and little hurt befalls. But when the virtuous slip from the narrow path, they flounder hopelessly, committing one error after another in the effort to right themselves by the methods of virtue. Under like circumstances they endure all concerned far more desperately than the entirely vicious, because they won't face the fact that a different code is applicable. Pray tell me the reason of this harangue. A young friend of mine has done a foolish thing, and means to cap it with another. He came to me just now, ostensibly for advice, but in reality that I might applaud his magnanimity. Without giving names, Miss Ley told her cousin Basil's story. My first curacy was at Portsmouth, the Dean said when she finished, and I was then very intolerant of evil, very eager to right the wrong. I remember one of my parishioners got into a similar trouble, and for the child's sake as well as for the woman's, I insisted that the man should marry. I practically dragged them to the altar by the hair of their heads. And when I had properly legalized the position, felt I had done a good day's work. 6 months afterwards, the man cut his wife's throat and was duly hanged. If I hadn't been so vicious, 2 lives might have been spared. Mrs. Grundy is a person of excellent understanding, who does not in the least deserve the obloquy with which she is now regarded. She does not mind if a man is a little wild, and if she isn't, thinks him rather a milksop. But with admirable perspicacity, she realizes that for the woman a stricter rule is needed. If she falls, Mrs. Grundy, without the smallest qualm, will give the first push into the pit. Society is a green monster, somnolent apparently, so that you think you can take every kind of liberty, but all the time he watches you. He watches slyly, and when you least expect it, puts out an iron hand to crush you. "I hope Bella won't be late," said the Dean. "We haven't too much time after luncheon to catch our train." Society has made its own decalogue, a code just fit for middling people, who are neither very good nor very bad, but the odd thing is it punishes you just as severely if you act above its code as if you act below. Sometimes it makes a god of you when you are dead, but it takes precious good care to crucify you when you are alive, Algernon. Soon after this Bella came in, and when the Dean went upstairs, told Miss Ley that on her bookseller's advice she had purchased for Herbert's Field the 2 portly tomes of Dowden's Life of Shelley. "I hope soon he'll have enough poetry to make a little volume," said Bella, "and then I shall ask him if I may arrange for publication. I wonder if Mr. Kent will help me to find a publisher." "You will find a bank balance your best friend there, my dear," answered Miss Ley. Basil announced the approaching marriage to his solicitor, for his small fortune was held in trust, and his mother's signature was needed for various documents. In a day or two the following letter reached him. "Cher enfant, I find that you mean to be married, and I desire to give you my maternal blessing. Do come to tea tomorrow and receive it in due form. You have sulked with me quite long enough, and the masculine boudoir is always a trifle ridiculous. In case it has escaped your memory, I venture to remind you that I am your mother. Yours affectionately, Margaret Vizard. P.S. It is one of the ironies of nature that though a man, if his father is canaille, may console himself with the thought that this relationship is always a little uncertain, with regard to his mother, he can lay no such flattering unction to his soul. Lady Vizard was thrilled when she prophesied that a couple of years would suffice for her to regain the place in society due to her beauty, wealth, and distinction. None knew better than her position after the trial was precarious, and it required much tact to circumvent the many pitfalls. She was aware that the 2 best stepping stones for social aspirants are philanthropy and the Church of Rome. But the astute creature did not think her state so desperate as to need conversion, and a certain assiduity in charitable pursuits offered all that was requisite. Lady Vizard made a dead set for respectability in the person of a tedious old lady, whose rank and opulence gave her unlimited credit with the world, and whose benevolence made her an easy tool. Lady Edward Strenger was a little old woman, with false teeth and a bright chestnut wig, always at awry, and, though immensely dull, managed to assemble in her drawing-rooms everyone in London of real importance. Relation of Lord Vizard, she had quarrelled with him desperately, and it was but natural that his wife should pour her troubles into a willing ear. Now, when she chose, Lady Vizard could assume a manner so flattering that few could resist it. She had an agile tongue and so good a memory for the lies she told that she was never caught tripping. She unfolded the story of her matrimonial unhappiness with such pathetic skill that Lady Edward, touched, promised to do everything to help her. She appeared at the old ladies' parties, and presently the world concluded it could well afford to know an amusing woman who suffered from no lack of money. When Basil arrived, obedient to her summons, He found his mother seated in that favourite attitude in which she had been painted, and the portrait, by its daring colour, the sensation of his season, hung behind her to show how little in 10 years the clever woman had changed. By her side were the inevitable cigarettes, smelling salts, and the French novel, which on its appearance lately had excited the prosecution. Lady Vizard held a stall at the forthcoming bazaar, and it was not altogether without satisfaction that she read at that moment the prospectus in which her name figured on a list whereof the obvious respectability was highly imposing. Tall and statuesque, she wore her gowns with a flaunting extravagance rather than with the simplicity, often bordering on slovenliness, of most of her countrywomen. She had no desire to conceal from masculine gaze the sinuous outlines of her splendid figure, and dressed with the bold effrontery of the sensual woman, to draw attention to her particular anatomy rather than to conceal it. Nor was she strange to the intricate art of maquillage, the average Englishwoman characteristically feeling it a first step in the descent to avernus, paints it badly. She can never avoid the idea that cosmetics are a little wicked or a little vulgar, and a tiny devil, clover-footed and betailed, lurks always at the bottom of her rouge-pot. Then, perversely, the plunge once taken, to reassure herself she very distinctly exaggerates. Lady Vizard used all the artifices known to the wise, but so cleverly that the result was admirable. Even her hair, which to most of her sex is a block of stumbling, was dyed in complete harmony with her eyes and complexion, so that the gross male intelligence was often deceived. Her eyebrows were perfect, and the pencilled line at her eyelashes gave her flashing eyes a greater intensity. The cosmetic on her lips was applied with an artist's hand, and her mouth was no less beautiful than Cupid's bow. Lady Vizard had not seen her son for 5 years, and she noted the change in him with interest, but without emotion. "Let me give you some tea," she said. "By the way, why didn't you come and see me on your return from the Cape? You forget that you gave Miller orders not to admit me." "You shouldn't have taken that au grand sérieux. I dismiss my maid every time she does my hair badly, but she's been with me for years. I forgave you in a week." Their eyes met, and realised that the position between them was unchanged. Lady Vizard shrugged her shoulders. "I asked you to come today because I thought you might have grown more tolerant in 5 years. Apparently you are one of those men who never learn." Even a year before Basil would have answered that he hoped never to grow tolerant of dishonour. But now, ashamed, he sat in silence. His effort was to assume the air of polite indifference which his mother used so easily. He foresaw her next question, and it tortured him that he must expose part, at least, of his secret to that scornful woman. Yet, just because it was so distasteful, he meant to answer openly. "And whom are you going to marry?" "No one you have ever heard of," he answered, smiling. "Do you wish to make a secret of the fortunate creature's name?" "Miss Bush." "That doesn't sound very distinguished, does it? Who is her father?" "He's in the city." "Rich?" "Very poor." Lady Vizard looked at her son keenly, then, with a peculiar expression, leaned forward. "Pardon me if I ask, but is she what your tedious grandmother called a gentlewoman?" "She's a barmaid in Fleet Street," he answered defiantly. Without hesitation came the next question, in a ringing voice. "And when do you expect the accouchement?" A blow could not have taken him more aback. The blood rushed to his cheeks, and he sprang to his feet. Her eyes rested on him with cool scorn, and confounded by her penetration, he found nothing to say. "I'm right, am I? Virtue has had a fall, apparently. Ah, mon cher, I've not forgotten the charming things you said to me 5 years ago, have you? Don't you remember the eloquence with which you spoke of chastity and honour? And you called me a name which well-conducted sons don't usually apply to their mothers. But I take it your wife will have no fewer claims to it than I." If I have lust in my blood, it's because I have the misfortune to be your son, he cried fiercely. I can't help admiring you when I remember the unctuous rectitude with which you acted the upright man. And you were playing your little game all the time. But, franchement, your little game rather disgusts me. I don't like these hole and corner tricks with barmaids. I dare say I did wrong, but I mean to make amends. Of all fools, the saints preserve me from the fool who repents. If you can't sing like a gentleman, you'd really better be virtuous. A gentleman doesn't marry a barmaid because he's seduced her, unless he has the soul of a counter-jumper, and then you dare to come to me with your impudent sermons. At the recollection, her eyes flashed, and she stood over Basil like some wrathful, outraged goddess. What do you know of life and the fiery passion that burns in my veins? You don't know what devils tear at my breast. How can you judge me? But what do I care? I've had a good time in my day, and I'm not finished yet. And after all, if you weren't such a prig, you'd see that I'm a better sort than most women, for I've never deserted a friend nor hid an enemy that was done. This she said with an angry vehemence, fluently as though she had often uttered the words to herself, and now at last found the opportunity for which she had waited. But quickly she regained that cutting irony of manner which she well knew was most effective. And when I grow old I shall go into the Catholic Church and finish my days in the odour of sanctity. Have you anything more to say to me? Asked Basil coldly. Nothing, she replied, shrugging her shoulders. You were born to make a fool of yourself. You're one of those persons who are doomed to mediocrity because you haven't the spirit to go to the devil like a man. Go away and marry your barmaid. I tell you that you disgust me. Blind with rage, his hands clenched, Basil turned to the door, but before he reached it, the butler announced Lord de Capet, and the tall fair youth entered. Basil gave him an angry glare, for he could well imagine what were the relations between his mother and the wealthy peer. Lord de Capet looked after him with astonishment. Who is that amiable person? He asked. Lady Vizard gave a little irritated laugh. A foolish creature. It doesn't interest me. One of my predecessors? No, of course not, answered Lady Vizard, amused. Give me a kiss, child. Profoundly despondent, Basil walked back to the temple, and when he came to his door it was opened by Jenny. He remembered then that she had promised to come that afternoon to hear the final arrangements for their marriage, which was to take place at the registry office. I met my brother Jimmy in the Strand, Basil, she said, and I've brought him up to see you. Going in, he found a weedy youth seated on the table with dangling legs. He had sandy hair, a clean-shaven, sharp face, and pale eyes. Much commoner than his sister, he spoke with a pronounced Cockney accent, and when he smiled, showing small discoloured teeth, had an expression of rather odious cunning. He was dressed in the height of fashion for city sportsmen, with a rakish bowler, check suit, and a bright violet shirt. He flourished a thin bamboo cane. How do? He said, nodding to Basil. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm afraid I've kept you waiting. Don't apologize, Mr. Bush answered cheerfully. I can't stay long, because I'm a businessman. But I thought I'd better just pop in and say how do you do to my future brother-in-law. I'm a chap as likes to be cordial. It's very kind of you, said Basil politely. My, he was surprised when I told him I was going to marry you, Basil, cried Jenny, with a little laugh of pleasure. Now then, don't mind me, said James. Give him a slobber, old tart. Go on, Jimmy, you're a caution. Oh, I see you're bashful. Well, I'd be toddling. Won't you have some tea before you go? Asked Basil. Bless you, I don't want to disturb your canary birds, and I'm not much of an an at tea. I leave that to females. I like something stronger myself. That's Jimmy all over, cried his sister, amused. I have some whisky, Mr. Bush, said Basil, raising his eyebrows. Oh, blow the mister and blow the bush. Call me Jimmy. I can't stand ceremony. We're both of us gentlemen. Now mind you, I'm not a fellow to praise myself, but I will say this, I'm a gentleman. That's not self-praise, is it? Dear me, no. Mere statement of fact. It's a thing you can't help. So what's the good of being proud about it? If I meet a chap in a pub and he wants to stand me a drink, I don't ask him if he's a lord. But you just take it. Well, you'd do the same yourself, wouldn't you? I dare say. May I offer you some whiskey now? Well, if you're so pressing, my motto is never refuse a gargle. They say it's good for the teeth. Basil poured out. How hard, old man, cried James. You needn't be too generous with the sods. Well, here's luck. He emptied his glass at a gulp and smacked his lips. There are no flies about it, I lay. Now I'll be toddling. Basil did not press him to stay, but by way of speeding the parting guest, offered a cigar. James took and examined it. Villa in Villa, he exclaimed. That's all right. How much do they run you in 100? I really don't know what they cost. They were given to me. Basil struck a match. Won't you take the label off? Not if I know it, said James with much decision. I don't smoke a Villa in Villa every day, and when I do, I smoke it with the label on. Well, so long. See you later, old tart. When he was gone, Jenny turned to her lover. Kiss me. There. Now I can sit down quietly and talk. How do you like my brother? I scarcely know him yet, answered Basil cautiously. He's not a bad sort when you do, and he can make you laugh. He's just like my mother. Is he? Cried Basil, with some vivacity. And is your father like that too? Well, you know, Pa's not had the education that Jimmy's had. Jimmy was at a boarding school at Margate. You were at a boarding school, weren't you? Yes, I was at Harrow. Ah, you don't get the fine air at Harrow that you do at Margate. No, said Basil. Come and sit by me, ducky. I'm so glad we are alone. I should like to be alone with you all my life. You do love me, don't you? Yes. Much? Yes, he repeated, smiling. She gave him a long, searching glance, and her eyes suddenly darkened. She looked away. Basil, I want to say something to you, and it's dreadfully hard. What is it, darling? He put his arm round her waist and drew her towards him. No, don't do that, she said, getting up and moving away. Please stay where you are. I can't say it if I look at you. He paused, wondering what was in her mind. She spoke brokenly, as though by an effort almost beyond her strength. Are you sure you love me, Basil? Quite sure, he answered, trying to smile. Because I don't want to be married out of pity or anything like that. If you're only doing it because you think you ought, I'd rather go on as I am. But why do you say this now, Jenny? I've been thinking it over. The other day when you offered to marry me, I was so happy I couldn't think it out. But I love you so much that I've seen things quite differently since then. I don't want to hurt you. I know I'm not the sort of woman you ought to marry, and I can't help you to get on. Her voice trembled, but she forced herself to continue, and Basil, motionless, listened to her gravely. He could not see her face. I want to know if you really care for me, Basil. If you don't, you've only got to say so, and we'll break it off. After all, I'm not the first girl that's got into trouble. I could easily manage, you know. For one moment he hesitated, and his heart beat painfully. Miss Lay's cold advice, his mother's scorn, recurred to him. The girl herself offered an opportunity, and would it not, after all, be best to seize it? His freedom stood before him, and he exulted. A few easy words might destroy that horrible nightmare, and he could start life afresh, wiser and better. But Jenny turned around, and in her sad, beautiful eyes he saw a mortal anxiety. In the sickening anguish of her expectation, she could scarcely breathe. He had not the strength to speak. Jenny, don't torture yourself, he said brokenly. And you torture me too. You know I love you and I want to marry you. Straight? Yes. She sighed deeply, and heavy tears fell down her cheeks. For a while she remained silent. You've saved my life, Basil, she said at last. I made up my mind that if you didn't want to marry me, I'd do away with myself. What nonsense you talk. I mean it. I couldn't have faced it. I'd fixed it all up in my head. I should have waited till it was dark, and then I'd have gone over the bridge. I will do my best to be a good husband to you, Jenny, he said. But when Jenny left him, Basil, utterly bowed down, surrendered himself to an uncontrollable depression. It came to his mind that Miss Ley had likened existence to a game of chess, and now bitterly he recalled each move that he should have played differently. Again and again the result hung as on a balance, so that if he had acted otherwise, everything would have gone right. But each time the choice appeared to matter so little one way or the other, and it was not till afterwards that he saw the fateful consequence. Every move was irretrievable, but at the moment seemed strangely unimportant. It was not a fair game, for the issue was hidden constantly by a trivial mask. And then it appeared to him as though, after all, he had never had a choice in the matter. He felt himself powerless in the hand of a greater might, and fate, for once grown ghastly visible, directed each step as though he were a puppet. Now life before him loomed black and cheerless, and even his child, the thought of which had been his greatest strength, offered no solace. "Oh, what shall I do?" he moaned. "What shall I do?" He remembered with a shudder Jenny's threat of suicide, and he knew that she would have carried it out, unhesitating. A sudden impulse seized him in just such a manner, to finish with all that doubt and misery. But then, setting his teeth, he sprang up. "I won't be such a funk," he cried savagely. "After all, I've made my bed and must lie on it." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Merry-Go-Round by Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few days later, Basil was married, and Frank, who had assisted him in the rather sordid proceedings of the registry office, going back to his rooms, found Reggie Bassett comfortably lounging in an armchair, with his long legs on another. By his side was Frank's cigarettes and a whisky and soda. "I see you make yourself at home, my friend. I was passing this way and hadn't got anything particular to do, so I thought I'd look in. My mamma thinks your society good for me. Got your wedding over?" "What do you know about it?" asked Frank sharply. "More than you think, my boy," answered Reggie, with a grin. "The mater told me it's a solemn warning. She says Ken's married a barmaid, and it's the result of keeping bad company and going to pubs. What did he do it for?" "If I were you, I'd mind my own business, Reggie. If it's because she's in the family way, he's a bally ass. If I got in a mess like that, I'd see the lady short before I married her." "I have some work to do, my friend," said Frank shortly. "You would show discretion if you took yourself off." "All right, I'll just have another drink," he answered, helping himself to the whisky. "I'm going out to tea with Mrs. Castilian." Frank pricked up his ears, but said nothing. Reggie looked at him, smiled with great self-satisfaction, and winked. "Smart work, ain't it, considering I've only known her a fortnight? But that's the right thing with women. Rush them. I thought she was smitten the first time we met, so I made a dead set for her. I knew she was all right, so I just told her what I wanted. By Jove, she's a little baggage. I've come to the conclusion I like ladies, Frank. You don't have to beat about the bush. You just come to the point at once, and there's no blasted morality about them. You're a philosopher, Reggie." "You think I'm rotting, but I'm not. I read you the letter she wrote me. By the way, I'm going to give her your address, in case the mater stops anything. If letters come for you here, my friend, they shall be promptly returned to the postman." "You are a low blackguard. It wouldn't hurt you," said Reggie crossly. "But if you think they'll stop her writing, it won't, as I shall just have them sent to my Kramer's. I say, I must read you this. It's rather funny." Reggie took from his pocket a letter on which Frank recognized Mrs. Castilian's large writing. "Don't you think it's playing it rather low down to show the private letters which a woman has written you?" "Rot," cried Reggie with a laugh. "If she didn't want anyone to see them, she oughtn't to have written." With manifest pride he read part of an epistle which would have left the president of the divorce court few doubts as to the relations between the happy pair. The wretched woman's love tickled his vanity, and to him the pleasure lay chiefly in boasting of it. He uttered with rolling emphasis certain expressions of endearment. "Yours till death," he finished. "Good Lord, what rot women write! And the funny thing is that it's always the same rot. But there's not much doubt about this, is there? She's as far gone as she can be." "Amiable youth," said Frank. "Does your mother know that you have struck up an acquaintance with Mrs. Castilian?" "Rather. At first the mater thought her a bit vulgar, but she looked her up in the landed gentry, and when she found out her grandfather was a lord, she thought it must be all right. The mater's a bit of a snob, you know. Her governor was in the city, and she's got it into her head that the Castilians will ask us down to Dorsetshire. By Gad, if they do, I'll make things hum." Reggie looked at his watch. "I shall have to be scooting, or we shall be late for tea. Aren't you supposed to be working?" "Yes, but I can let that wait. You see, I'm not going up for the exam next time. The mater gave me the fees, and I blew to them, so I shall just tell her that I've got through. You'll be all right in the end." "Isn't that very dishonest?" "Why?" asked Reggie with surprise. "She keeps me so devilish short, and I must have money somehow. It'll all be mine when she pegs out, so it can't matter, you know." "And what about the little lady you dined with on Saturday?" "Oh, I've chucked her. I think Mrs. Castilian will be more economical. She's got lots of tin, and I'm blowed if I see why a man should always be expected to fork out for women." "You're trying to reconcile two contradictory things, my boy, love and economy." Reggie marched off to Bond Street, and finding that Mrs. Castilian was not yet arrived, began to walk up and down. But having waited half an hour, he grew annoyed, and it was with no smiling countenance that he met the pretty little lady when at length she drove up. "Have I kept you waiting?" she asked airily. "Yes, you have," he answered. "It's good for you." She tripped in, and they ordered tea. "I can't possibly eat those cakes," she said. "Tell them to bring some more." The next plateful was as little to her taste, and she called for a third. "I think I like the first lot best after all," she said, when these were produced. "You might have taken one of them straight away, instead of disturbing the whole place," exclaimed Reggie, very peevish himself, but peculiarly impatient of that defect in others. "That woman has nothing else to do. Why shouldn't I disturb her? And she was very impudent. I have a good mind to report her." "If you do, I shall go and say that she was nothing of the sort." "This is a disgusting place. I can't think why you suggested it. Anyhow, I'll have some sweets to make up." Looking around, she saw a box of chocolates elaborately decorated with ribbons and artificial violets. "You can get those for me. I love sweets, don't you?" "Yes, when somebody else pays for them." She threw back her head and laughed boisterously, so that people turned round and looked. Reggie grew vexed. "I wish you wouldn't make such a row. Everyone's staring at you." "Well, let them. Give me a cigarette." "You can't smoke here." "Why not? There's a woman over there smoking." "Yes, but she's no better than she should be." "Nonsense. It's Lady Vizard. It's only your friends in Piccadilly who are always thinking of propriety. They're so afraid of not behaving like ladies, and you can always tell them because they're so prim." Mrs. Castilian, powdered and scented, was dressed in the most outrageous taste, but no one could have been more fashionable, and she displayed uncommon sagacity when she said that her flaunting manners alone distinguished her from persons of easy virtue. She looked across at Lady Vizard, no less strikingly attired, but with a sort of flamboyant discretion which marked the woman of character. She sat with the young Lord de Capi, and Mrs. Castilian told Reggie the latest scandal about the pair. "You know she's Mr. Kent's mother, don't you? By the way, is it true he married a creature off the streets?" "Yes," said Reggie, silly ass. He gave a vivid account of the affair according to his lights, unaccountably, for Frank and Miss Ley, both highly discreet, alone knew the circumstances. Basil's adventure in very elaborate form was current among all his friends. "I say, Reggie, will you come to the play tomorrow?" Lady Paperlace got a box for the Belle of Petersburg, and she's asked me to bring my man." "Am I your man?" asked Reggie. "Why not? It sounds barley vulgar. I should have thought it meant your valet." At this, Mrs. Castilian laughed as she spoke at the top of her voice, so that people, to Reggie's confusion, again turned round. "How prim you are. Is it your mamma's bringing up, Reggie? She's rather an old frump, you know." "Thanks. But I intend to ask her down to Jayston for Christmas. We're going to have a house party, and I mean to get Miss Ley and Dr. Hurrow. I don't like him much, but Miss Ley won't come without him. Pity she's not younger, isn't it? They could talk philosophy to more purpose then. They say she has a passion for young men. I wonder what she does with them. Do you think she was very gay in her youth?" "She's a regular ripper, you know that," answered Reggie, remembering the frequent tips which in his school days the generous creature had slipped into his hand. "I'm sure there was something," expostulated Mrs. Castilian, "or she wouldn't have lived so long in Italy. My mother thinks her about the strictest woman she's ever known. I wish you wouldn't keep thrusting your mother down my throat, Reggie. It's bad enough having to put up with Paul's, without getting yours as well. I suppose I shall have to ask the old cat for Christmas. She's awful, but as rich as they make 'em, and she'll get on with your mother first rate. Let's go, I'm sick of this hole." When Reggie asked for the bill, he found a box of chocolates cost 15 shillings, and preferring to spend his money exclusively on himself, was consequently none too pleased. Mrs. Castilian had kept the cab, and offered to drive her cavalier to Grosvenor Gardens, where she was going for a second tea. "I've had him a good time," she said when they arrived. "You'd better give the driver 5 bob. Goodbye." "Reggie, mind you're not late tomorrow. Where shall we dine?" "I don't mind as long as it's cheap," she said, ruefully handing the cabman 5 shillings. "Oh, I'll stand you a dinner," said Mrs. Castilian. "All right," he answered, his face brightening. "Let's go to the Carlton then." Mrs. Castilian skipped into the house, and Reggie, who hated walking, to save money trudged sulkily home to Sloane Gardens. Frank showed much wisdom when he asserted that love and economy went seldom hand in hand. "It's cost me over £1," he muttered. "I could have dyed Madge 3 times for that, and I'm blowed if she's so damned vulgar as that little baggage." But next day he met her in the Carlton vestibule, and they sat down to dinner. The waiter brought him a wine card. "What would you like to drink?" he asked. "Something freezy." This entirely agreed with Reggie's ideas, and since he was not to pay the bill, he took care to order the champagne he liked best, which was by no means the least expensive. Flattering himself on his educated palate, he drank the wine with added satisfaction because the price was high. Mrs. Castilian, over-powdered, with somewhat the look of a faded rose arranged under careful lights in a shop window to delude the purchaser that it had still its first freshness, was in high spirits. Pleased with her own appearance and with that of the handsome youth in front of her, languid, essential as the waking Adam of Michelangelo, she talked very quickly in an excessively loud voice. Reggie's spirits rose with the intoxicating liquor, and his doubts whether an amour with a woman of distinction was quite worth while were soon dissipated. Looking at the costly splendour of her gown, the boy's flesh tingled, and his eyes rested with approval on the diamonds about her neck and in her yellow hair. It was a new sensation to dine with a well-dressed, rich woman in a crowded restaurant, and he felt himself with pride a very gay Lothario. Handing something, he touched her fingers. "Don't," she said. "You give me the shivers." And seeing the effects she created, Mrs. Castilian displayed all her arts and graces. "Confound this theatre. I wish we weren't bound to go to it." "But we are. Lady Paperley is going with her man, and we've got to chaperone her." It pleased Reggie to sit in a box with a person of title, and she knew it would gratify his mother. "Why don't they make your hubby a baronet?" he asked ingenuously. "My mother-in-law won't fork out, you see. Paul ain't what you might call a genius. He's love a handle to his name, but the price has gone up lately. and the baronetcy is one of the few things you have to pay for money down. Reggie's appetite was large, and he went through the long dinner with huge satisfaction. When they arrived at dessert, he lit a cigarette and gave a sigh of contented repletion. Yet people say the pleasures of the intellect are higher than the pleasures of the table, he sighed. He looked at Mrs. Castilian with heavy eyes, and since, like most men, love arose in his heart as an accompaniment to the satisfaction process of digestion, he gave her a peculiarly sensual smile. I say, Grace, don't you think you could come away for a weekend somewhere? Oh, I couldn't risk it. It would be too dangerous. Not if we go somewhere quiet. It would be a Beano. Her heart beat quickly, and under those handsome, lazy eyes, she felt a curious défaillance. His hand rested on the table, large, soft, and smooth, and the sight of it sent through her an odd thrill. Paul's going up to the north to speak next month, she said. That's our chance, isn't it? The risk fascinated her, and the whim for Reggie grew on a sudden to an ardent passion for which she was willing to venture all things. I say, I've got an idea, she whispered with sparkling eyes. Let's go to Rochester. Don't you remember? Basil Kent spoke of it the other day. I could easily say I was going down to see the view or whatever it is. I believe it's a dull hole and nobody goes there but Americans. All right, he said. They'll do A1. Now we must be getting off. Call for the bill. Mrs. Castilian felt for her pocket, then, throwing back her head, gave a little shriek of laughter. What's the matter? I've forgotten my purse. You have to pay after all. Do you mind? Fortunately, the maid gave me a $5 this morning, he answered, without enthusiasm. And when he doled out the shining sovereigns, added to himself, By Jove, I'll punish her for this some time. Arriving at the theatre, they found Lady Paperley was not yet come, and since they did not know the number of her box, were obliged to wait in the entrance. They waited for nearly half an hour, during which Mrs. Castilian grew every moment more peevish. It's perfectly disgusting and awfully rude of her, she cried for the 10th time. I wish I hadn't come, and I wish to goodness you wouldn't stand there looking bored. Can't you say something to amuse me? I should have thought you could wait for a few minutes without getting into a beastly temper. I shall take care to serve that woman as she has served me. I suppose she's eating somewhere with her wretched man. Why don't you pay for the box so that we can go in? Why should I? They've asked us, and we must hang about till they choose to turn up. If you cared for me the least bit, you wouldn't refuse to do things I asked you. If you ask for something reasonable, I'll do it. Reggie had a very pretty little temper of his own, which his fond mother's upbringing had never taught him to restrain, and seeing that Mrs. Castilian raged with impatience, he assumed an exaggerated calm, which was far more irritating than if he had fussed or fumed. The lady busied herself with sharp tongue to pierce his thick hide of indifference, and abused him roundly. In a little while, without much ado, he answered her in kind. If you're not satisfied with me, I'll go. Do you think you're the only woman in the world? I'm about sick of your vixenish temper. Good Lord, if this is what a married man has to put up with, God save me from marriage. They sat without speaking, and through her powder Mrs. Castilian's cheeks glowed angrily. But when at length Lady Paperley appeared, accompanied by a strapping youth with military airs, Mrs. Castilian greeted her with smiles and soft words, vowing that they had only that very moment arrived. Reggie, less accustomed to the ways of polite society, could not conceal his ill humour and shook hands in sulky silence. After the performance, Reggie put Mrs. Castilian into a cab, but he would not shake hands, and there was the malevolent scowl on his handsome face which singularly disturbed her. For what at first had seemed but a passing fancy was now unaccountably changed into a desperate passion. She had the soul of a trollop, and for years had flirted more or less seriously with one man after another. But it was chiefly admiration she sought, and someone to go about with her and pay for little extravagances. And though several had taken the matter in earnest, she always kept her head, and was careful to drop them when they grew troublesome. But now, driving away alone, there was a dull and hungry pain in her heart. She was tormented by the anger of those handsome eyes, and remembered sorrowfully the hurried kiss he had given her the day before in the cab. "Supposing he doesn't come back," she whispered, with a painful sob. She was a little frightened also, knowing herself in the power of a desolate, selfish boy who cared nothing for her. Any woman would have served his purpose as well, for she saw with bitter clearness that he was merely dazzled by her wealth and her diamonds. He liked to dine at her house, and it pleased his vanity to embrace a woman in expensive clothes, but she had not the temperament to make a fight for freedom, and gave herself up to this love weakly, careless into what abyss of shame and misery it led. Going to her room, she wrote a pitiful letter to Reggie, and those with whom in time past she had cruelly played, seeing this utter abasement, might have felt abundantly revenged. "Don't be angry with me, darling. I can't bear it. I love you with all my heart and soul. I'm sorry that I was horrid this evening, but I couldn't help it, and I will try to keep my temper. Write and say you forgive me, because my head is throbbing and my heart is aching for you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Grace." She folded the letter and was about to put it in an envelope when an idea crossed her mind. For all her flippancy, Mrs. Castilian had a good deal of observation. It had not escaped her notice that Reggie hated to spend money. She went to a drawer and took out a £10 note, which with a postscript she enclosed. "I'm sorry I hadn't my purse tonight, and I've only got this note here. Please take what I owe you out of it, and with the change you might buy yourself a tie pin. I wanted to give you a little present, but I'm afraid of getting something you won't like. Please say you're not cross with me for asking you to see about it yourself." The youth read the letter with indifference, but when he came to the last lines, blushed, for his mother had instilled into him certain rules of honour, and against his will he could not escape the notion that it was the most discreditable thing possible to accept money from a woman. For a moment he felt sick with shame, but the note was crisp and clean and inviting. His fingers itched. His first impulse was to send it back, and he sat down at his writing table. But when he came to put the note in an envelope, he hesitated and looked at it again. After all, what with the dinner and tea yesterday, she owes me a good deal of it, and I shall spend it on her if I keep it. She's so rich, it means nothing to her. Then he had an inspiration. I'll put the balance on the horse, and if it comes in, I'll give her the tenner back. If it doesn't, well, it's not my fault. He pocketed the note. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Kents spent their honeymoon in a fisherman's cottage at Carby's Water, the very name of which, romantic and musical, enchanted Basil's ears. And from their window the cliff, grown over with odorous broom, tumbled lazily to the edge of the coloured sea. There was an amiable simplicity about the old man from whom they hired rooms, and Basil delighted to hear his long stories of the pilchard fishery, of storms that had strewn the beach with wreckage, and of fierce battles fought between the fishers of St. Ives and the foreigners from Lowestoft. He told of the revivals which burned along the countryside, calling sinners to repentance, and how himself on a memorable occasion had found salvation. Now he confessed his late found faith with savage ardour, but notwithstanding made the most he could out of the strangers in his house, and the tall, gaunt figure of that ancient seaman, with furrowed cheeks and eyes bleared with long scanning of the sea, seemed a real expression of that country, wild with its deserted mines, yet tender, barren, yet with the delicate colour of a pastel. To Basil, weary with conflicting emotions of the last months, it had a restful charm unrivalled by the distincter glories of more southern lands. One afternoon they walked up a hill to see the local curiosity, a gravestone which crowned its summit, and Basil wandered on, while Jenny, indifferent and tired, sat down to rest. He sauntered through the firs, saffron and green, and the heather rich with the subdued and decorous richness of an amethyst. Some child had gathered a bunch of this and thrown it aside, so that it lay on the grass dying, faded purple, like a symbol of the decay of an imperial power. For a reason that escaped him, it recalled to Basil's mind that most poetical of prose writers, the divinely simple weaver of words, Jeremy Taylor, and he repeated to himself that sad, passionate phrase used in the Holy Dying: "Break the beds, drink your wine, crown your head with roses, and besmear your curled locks with nard, for God bids you to remember death." Standing on the brink, he overlooked the valley of the sea, Hale in the distance, with its placid river, like some old Italian town coloured and gay. Even under that sombre heaven, the sky was grey and overcast, and the clouds, pregnant with rain, swept over the hilltop like the gauzy drapery of some dying pagan spirit, lingering solitary among the grotesque shapes of Christian legend. There was a line of dead trees on the crest of the hill, and Basil, visiting this place earlier in the year, had found them then incongruous with the summer, a hideous darkness against the joyous colour of the Cornish June. But now all nature drew into harmony with them, and they stood, neared and leafless, with a placid silence, as though in the sense of the eternity of things they felt a singular content. The green leaves and the flowers were vanity, ephemeral as the butterflies and the light breeze of April, but they were changeless and constant. Dead ferns lay all about, brown as the earth, and they were the first of the summer plants to go, chilled to death by the mild wind of September. The silence was so great that Basil seemed to hear the wings of the rooks as they beat the air, flying overhead from field to field, and in his mind, curiously, he listened to the voice of London calling. Basil peculiarly enjoyed his solitude, for he was used to be much alone, and a constant companionship since his marriage at times proved irksome. He began to plan out his future. There was no reason why Jenny should not be induced to a wider view of things than she then possessed. She was by no means a fool, and little by little, with patience on his side, she might gain interest in the things that interested him. It would be wonderful to disclose a human soul to his own beauty. But his enthusiasm was short-lived, for, walking down the hillside, he found Jenny asleep, her head thrown back and her hat slouched over one eye, her mouth open. His heart sank, for he saw her as he had never seen her before. Amid the soft grace of that scene, her clothes looked tawdry and crude, and with keen eyes he detected, under her beauty, the commonness of nature, for which already he loathed the brother. But, fearing it would rain, he woke her and proposed that they should go home. She smiled at him laughingly. "Have you been looking at me asleep? Had I got my mouth open?" "Yes." "I must have looked a sight." "Where did you buy your hat?" he asked. "I made it myself. Don't you like it?" "I wish it weren't so very bright." "Colours suit me," she answered. "They always did." The Cornish drizzle hovered over the earth, all penetrating like human sorrow, and at length, with the closing day, the rain fell. In the mist and in the night the country sank into darkness, but in Basil's heart was a greater darkness, and already, after one short week, he feared that the task he had confidently undertaken was beyond his strength. On their return to London, Basil moved much furniture as he possessed into the little house he had taken in Barnes. He liked the old-fashioned high street of that place because it had preserved a certain village simplicity, and the common made up for the dreary look of the long row of villas in which was his own. The builder, careful of his invention, had placed on each side 50 small houses so alike that they were distinguishable only by their numbers and the grandiloquent names on the fanlight. For 2 or 3 weeks the young couple were engaged in putting things to rights, and then Basil settled to the monotonous life he liked because it gave most opportunity for work. He went away every morning early to Chambers, where he devilled for the silk in whose room he sat, waiting for briefs that came not, and about 5 took the train back to Barnes, then followed a stroll along the towpath with Jenny, and after dinner he wrote till bedtime. Basil felt now a certain quiet satisfaction in his marriage. His affairs were settled for good, and he could surrender himself to his literary ambition. Apparently, there was a magic in the nuptial tie, since there arose within him by degrees a sober but deep affection for Jenny. He was flattered by her adoration, and touched at the humility wherein she did his bidding. With all his heart he looked forward to the birth of their child. They talked of him incessantly, for both were convinced that it must be a son, and they never tired of discussing what to do with him, how he should wear his hair, when be breeched, and where go to school. When Basil pictured the beautiful woman nursing her child, and she had never been lovelier than then, his pulse throbbed with thankfulness and pride, and he chid himself because he had ever hesitated to marry her, or for a moment during the honeymoon bitterly regretted his rashness. Jenny was radiantly happy. She was of indolent temper, and it delighted her, after the bondage of the golden crown, to do nothing from morning till night. It was very amusing to have at her beck and call a servant who called her ma'am, and hugely satisfactory to watch her work while she sat idly. She was proud also of the little house and the furniture, and dusted the pictures with greater complacency because she thought them rather ugly. Basil said they were very beautiful, and she knew they cost a lot of money. In the same way, Jenny admired her husband all the more, because she neither understood his ideas nor sympathized with his ambitions. She worshipped him like a dog his master. It was a daily torment when he went to town, and invariably she accompanied him to the door to see the last of him. When he was due to return, she listened with held breath for his step on the pavement, and sometimes, in her impatience, walked to meet him. Basil had not the amiable gift of taking people as they are, asking no more from them than they can give, but rather sought to mould after his own ideas the persons with whom he came in contact. Jenny's taste was deplorable, and the ignorance which had not been unbecoming to the pretty barmaid in the wife was a little distressing. In accordance with a plan of unconscious education whereby, like powder in jam, Jenny might acquire knowledge without realizing it, Basil gave her books to read, and though she took them obediently, his choice, perhaps, was not altogether happy. For after a diligent quarter of an hour, she would mostly drop the volume, and for the rest of the morning chat familiarly with the maid of all work. If, however, at any time she yearned for literary pabulum, she much preferred to buy a novelette at the station bookstall, and took care to hide it when Basil came in. And once, when he found by chance a work entitled Rosamond's Revenge, explained that it belonged to the servant. For 1 penny, Mrs. Kent could get a long and blood-curdling romance, the handsome, aristocratic hero of which bore an unusual similarity to Basil, while the peerless creature for whom doughty deeds were so fearlessly performed was none other than herself. Under the mattress in the spare bedroom she kept a favourite story, wherein a maid of high degree nobly sacrificed himself, and Jenny's heart beat fast when she thought how willingly, under similar circumstances, she would have risked her life for Basil. Ignorant of all this, Kent talked frequently of the books himself had given her, but in his enthusiasm was apt to be so carried away as not to notice how small her knowledge thereof remained. "I wish you to read me your book, Basil," she said one evening. "You never tell me anything about it." "It would only bore you, darling. Do you think I'm not clever enough to understand it?" "Of course not. If you'd like me to, I shall be only too pleased to read you bits of it. I'm so glad you're a novelist. It's so uncommon, isn't it? And I shall be proud when I see your name in the papers. Read me some now, will you? No writer, however violent his protests, really dislikes being asked to read an unpublished book. It is the child of his heart, and has still the glamour which, when it is coldly set up in type and bound in cloth, will be utterly destroyed. Basil especially needed sympathy, but he was distrustful of himself, and could work better when someone expressed admiration for his efforts. It had been his ardent hope that Jenny would take interest in his writing, and it was only from diffidence that hitherto he had said little about it. The idea of his novel, the scene of which was Italy in the early 16th century, came to him one day in the National Gallery, soon after his return from South Africa, when his mind, fallow after the long rest from artistic things, was peculiarly sensitive to the impression of beauty. He wandered among the pictures, visiting old favourites, and the sober quiet of that place filled his soul with a greater elation than love or wine. He recalled the moment often for a singular happiness, spiritual and calm, yet very fruitful. At last he came to that portrait of an Italian nobleman by Moretto, which to an imaginative mind seems to express the whole spirit of the later Renaissance. It fitted his mood strangely. He thought that to make lovely patterns was the ultimate end of the painter's art, and noticed with keen appreciation the decorative effects of the sombre colouring and of the tall man leaning, melancholy and languid, in that marble embrasure. Nameless through the ages, he stood in an attitude that was half weariness and half affectation, and his restrained despair was reflected by the tawny landscape of the background, blank like the desert places of the spiritual life. The turquoise sky even was cold and sad. The date was given 1526, and he wore the slit sleeves and hose of the period. The early passion for the new birth was past already, for Michelangelo was dead, and Caesar Borgia rotted in far Navarre. The dark cerise of his party-coloured dress was no less mournful than the black, but against it gleamed the delicate cambric of his shirt and ruffles. One hand, ungloved, rested idly on the pommel of his long sword. The slender, delicate hand, white and soft, of a gentleman and a student. On his head he wore a strange-shaped hat, part buff, part scarlet, with a medallion on the front of St. George and the Dragon. The face haunted Basil, paler by reason of the dark beard, and out of it looked wistfully the eyes, as though sight were weariness and the world had naught to offer but disillusion. Presently, brooding over the character which seemed there expressed, he invented a story, and to work it out for some months, steeping himself in the poets and historians of the period, spent much time in the British Museum. At last he began actually to write. Basil wished to describe Italian society at that time as profound disenchantment after the vigorous glow with which it had welcomed the freedom of mind when the fall of Constantinople threw open to the human intellect a new horizon, and devised a man who waged life as though it were a battle, vehemently, seeking to enjoy every moment, and now, finding all things vain, looked back with despair because the world had nothing more to offer. Acquainted with the courts of princes and the tents of condottieri, he had experienced every emotion, fought bloodily, loved and intrigued, written poetry and taught Platonism. The incidents of this career were stirring, but Basil referred to them only so much as was necessary to explain the state of mind, for he desired to show his scorn of commonplace by ensuing sensation and giving merely a detailed analysis of a spiritual condition. His theme gave opportunity for the elaborate style Basil affected, and he began to read, emphasizing the rhythm of his sentences and rejoicing in their music. His vocabulary, chosen from the Elizabethans, was rich and sonorous, and the beauty of certain words intoxicated him. But at last he stopped suddenly. "Jenny," he said. No answer came, and he saw that she was fast asleep. Taking care not to disturb her, he put aside the book and rose from his chair. It was not worthwhile to ask him to read if she could not keep awake, and with some vexation he went to his desk. But his sense of humour came to the rescue. "What a fool I am," he cried, with a laugh. "Why should I think it would interest her?" Yet Mrs. Murray had listened to that same chapter with most flattering attention, and afterwards was loud in its praise. Basil remembered that Molière read comedies to his cook, and if she was not amused, rewrote them. By that test he should have destroyed his novel. But then impatiently he told himself that he wrote not for the many, but for a chosen few. No longer feeling him near her, Jenny presently awoke. "Well, never. I haven't been to sleep, have I?" Snoring. "I am sorry. Did I disturb you?" "Not at all. I couldn't help it. I felt so drowsy with you reading. I did enjoy it, Basil. It's something to write a book which is so soporific," he answered, smiling grimly. "Do read me some more. I'm wide awake now, and it was beautiful." "I think, if you don't mind, I'll do a little work." A few days later, Jenny's mother, who had seen neither Basil nor the house, paid them a visit. She was a stout woman with a determined manner, and wore a black satin dress so uneasily as to suggest it was her Sunday best. It gave her a queer feeling that the days had got mixed, and a Sabbath come somehow in the middle of the week. Against Basil's will, Jenny insisted on keeping for special occasions the nicest things, and when they were alone made tea in an earthenware pot. "You don't mind if I don't get out the silver teapot, Ma?" she asked, when they sat down. "We don't use it every day." "Nor do I come and see you every day, my dear," answered Mrs. Bush, gloomily stroking her black satin. "But I suppose I'm nobody now you're married. Don't you sit down at the table for tea?" "Basil likes to have it in the drawing-room," answered Jenny, pouring milk in the bottom of each cup. "Well, I think it's messy. My tea is my best meal. You know that, Jenny?" "Yes, Ma. I always say it looks mean just to have a few pieces of bread and butter put on a plate, with the butter just scraped on, so as you can't see it. Basil likes it like that. In my house, I've things my own way. Don't begin to give way to your husband in the house, my dear, or he'll presume on it." Basil, coming in at this moment, was introduced to the visitor, and Jenny, rather nervously, watched her to see that she behaved nicely. But Mrs. Bush, though somewhat awed by his reserved manner, took care to show that she was a perfect lady, and when she lifted her cup, curled her little finger in the most elegant and approved fashion. Basil, after a few polite remarks, lapsed into silence, and the two women for 5 minutes talked difficultly of trivial subjects. Then the carriage stopped at their door, and in a minute the maid announced Mrs. Murray. "I thought you would allow me to call on you," she said, holding out her hand to Jenny. "I'm an old friend of your husband." Jenny blushed, taken aback, but Basil, delighted to see her, shook hands warmly. "It's awfully good of you. You've just come in time for tea. I'm simply dying for some." She sat down, looking very handsome and self-possessed, and Mrs. Bush deliberately examined her gown. But Jenny remembered that they had only the common teapot. "I'll just go and get some fresh tea," she said. "Fanny will get it, Jenny." "Oh no, I must get it myself, and I keep the tea locked up. You know I have to," she added to Mrs. Murray. "These girls are so dishonest." She went out hurriedly, and while she was gone, Basil eagerly asked Mrs. Murray how she had found them out. "It was horrid of you not to write and tell me where you were. Miss Ley gave me your address." "Don't you think it's an amusing place? You must go into the High Street. Bits of it are so odd and quaint." They chatted gaily, almost turning their backs on Mrs. Bush, who watched them with lowering brows. But she often said that she was not a woman to be put upon. "It's a fine day, isn't it?" she interrupted aggressively. "Beautiful," said Mrs. Murray, smiling. And before Mrs. Bush could make another observation, Basil asked when she was starting for Italy. Fortunately, at that moment Jenny came in, but her mother noticed with indignation that she brought the silver teapot. She drew herself up very straight and sat in mute anger, a bristling figure of outraged susceptibility. Nor did it escape her that Basil, who till Mrs. Murray's arrival had scarcely spoken, now talked volubly. He gave a humorous account of their troubles in moving into the house, but though it appeared to amuse Mrs. Murray hugely, Mrs. Bush could see nothing at all funny in it. At last the visitor rose. "I really must fly. Goodbye, Mrs. Kent. You must get your husband to bring you to see me." She sailed out with a rustle of silk, and Basil accompanied her downstairs. "She's coming in a carriage, Ma," said Jenny, looking from the window. "I had my eyes in my head, my dear," answered Mrs. Bush. "Isn't he aristocratic looking?" exclaimed the admiring wife. "Aristocratic is as aristocratic does," returned her mother severely. They saw Basil at the door talk with Mrs. Murray and laugh. Then she gave an order to the coachman, who followed them, while they walked slowly down the street. "Well, Jenny," cried Mrs. Bush, in tones of surprise, horror, and indignation. "I wonder where they're going," said Jenny, looking away. "You take my advice, my dear, and keep your eyes on that young man. I wouldn't trust him too far if I was you, and you tell him that your ma can see through a brick wall as well as anyone. Had he ever said anything about his lady friend?" "Oh, yes, Ma. He's spoken of her often," said Jenny uneasily, for as a matter of fact, till that day she had never even heard Mrs. Murray's name. "Well, you tell him you want to hear nothing about her. You must be careful, my dear. I had a real lot of trouble with your pa when I was first married, but I put my foot down and let him see I wouldn't stand his nonsense. I wonder why Basil doesn't come back. And if you please, he never introduced me to his lady friend. I suppose I'm not good enough." "Ma?" "Oh, don't talk to me, my dear. I think you've treated me very bad, both of you, and it'll be a long day before I leave my pleasant home in Crowjan to cross this threshold." At this Basil returned, and saw at once that Mrs. Bush was much disturbed. "Hello, what's up?" he asked, smiling. "It's no laughing matter, Mr. Kent," answered the ruffled matron with dignity. "I'm put out, and I won't deny it. I do expect to be treated like a lady, and I don't think Jenny ought to have given me my tea out of a halfpenny teapot, and you can't deny that's what they cost, my dear, because I know as well as you do." "We'll behave ourselves better next time," said Basil good-humouredly. "It didn't take Jenny long to get the silver teapot as soon as your lady friend come in, but I suppose I'm not worth troubling about." "I believe tea always tastes much better in earthenware," remarked Basil mildly. "Oh, yes, I dare say it does," returned Mrs. Bush ironically. "And to catch sparrows you've only got to put a little salt on their tails. Good afternoon to you." "You're not going yet, Ma?" "I know when I'm not wanted, and you needn't trouble to show me out because I know my way and I shan't steal the umbrellas." Basil was in high spirits, and this display of temper vastly amused him. "Where did you go just now, Basil?" asked Jenny, when her mother had stalked defiantly out of the house. "I just shown Mrs. Murray to High Street. I thought it would amuse her." Jenny did not answer. Basil had discussed with the unexpected visitor the progress of his book, and thinking still of the pleasant things she said to him, paid no attention to his wife's silence. All the evening she scarcely spoke, but it struck her that Basil had never been more cheerful. During dinner he laughed and joked, without caring that she was irresponsive, and afterwards sat down to work. Inspiration flowed in upon him, and he wrote easily and quickly. Jenny, pretending to read, watched him through her eyelashes. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. About a week after Basil's marriage, Miss Ley found on her breakfast table the following letter from Bella. My dearest Mary, I have been very anxious lately about my friend Herbert Field, and I want you to do me a great favour. You know that he is not very strong, and some time ago he caught a horrid cold which he seems quite unable to shake off. He refuses to take proper care of himself, and he looks very ill and thin. Our doctor has been attending him, but he grows no better, and I'm dreadfully alarmed. I don't know what I should do if anything happened to him. At last I have been able to persuade him to come to London to see a specialist. Do you think Dr. Harrow would look at him if I brought Mr. Field up next Saturday? Of course I would pay the ordinary fees, but there is no need that Herbert should know this. He can manage to get away early on Saturday morning, and if you will get me an appointment, we would drive straight to Dr. Harrow. May we come to luncheon with you afterwards? Yours affectionately, Bella Langton. When Frank came in to tea, as was his habit whenever he had time, Miss Ley showed him the letter, and afterwards wrote back to say that Dr. Harrow would be pleased to see the invalid at 12 on the following Saturday. I don't suppose he has anything the matter with him, said Frank, but I don't mind having a look, and tell her she can keep her confounded fees. Don't be an idiot, Frank, replied Miss Ley. At the appointed hour, Bella and Herbert were shown into his consulting room. The youth was shy and ill at ease. Now, will you go into the waiting room, Miss Langton? Said Frank. I'll send for you later. Bella, somewhat impressed by his professional manner, retired, and Frank examined his patient's face slowly, as though he sought the hidden springs of character. Herbert watched with apprehension the grave man in front of him. I don't think I've really got anything much the matter with me. Only Miss Langton was anxious. Medical men would starve if they depended only on the deceased, answered Frank. You'd better take off your things. Herbert reddened at the discomfort of undressing himself before a stranger. The doctor noted the milky whiteness of his skin and the emaciation of his body, which revealed the entire form of the skeleton. He took the boy's hand and looked at the long fingers with nails slightly bent over. Have you ever spat any blood? No. Do you sweat at night at all? I never used to, but this last week I have a bit. I believe most of your relations are dead, aren't they? All of them. What did they die of? My father died of consumption, and my sister also. Frank said nothing, but his face grew somewhat graver as he heard the bad history. He began to percuss the boy's chest. I can find nothing abnormal there, he said. Then he took his stethoscope and listened. Say 99. Now cough. Breathe deeply. He went over every inch carefully, but found nothing more than might be due to an attack of bronchitis. But before putting down the stethoscope, he applied it again to the apex of the lung, just above the collarbone. Breathe deeply. And very distinctly he heard a slight crackling sound, which the hectic flush on Herbert's cheeks, the symptoms and the history, had led him to expect. Once more he percussed, more carefully still, and the note was dull. There could be little doubt about the diagnosis. You can put on your clothes, he said, sitting down at his desk to write notes of the case. Without a word Herbert dressed himself. He waited till the doctor finished. Is there anything the matter with me? He asked. Frank looked at him gravely. Nothing very serious. I'll talk to Miss Langton if you get her to come here. I'd sooner hear myself, if you don't mind, said Herbert, flushing. I'm not afraid to be told anything. You need not be very much alarmed, you know, answered Frank in a moment, with a brief hesitation which did not escape Herbert. You have rowels at the right apex. At first I didn't hear them. What does that mean? A cold shiver of dread ran through him so that his hands and feet felt horribly cold. There was a slight tremor in his voice when he asked further question. Is it the same as my father and my sister? I'm afraid it is, said Frank, and the shadow of death stood suddenly in the room, patient and sinister, and each knew that henceforward it would never leave the young man's side. It would sit by him at table silently and lie in his bed at night, and when he read, a long finger would underline the words to remind him that he was a prisoner condemned. When the wind, marching through the country, sang to himself like a strong-limbed ploughboy, death, whistling in his ears, would mark the tune softly. When he looked at the rising sun, which coloured the mist like a chalcedony, purple and rosy and green,
Death would snigger at his delight in the sad world's beauty. An icy hand gripped his heart, so that he felt sick with dread and anguish. He could not repress the sob torn from him by bitter agony. Frank was ashamed to look at that boyish face, so frank and fair, destroyed with terror, and he cast down his eyes. Then, to hide himself, Herbert went to the window and looked out. Opposite, the houses were grey, ugly, and monotonous, and the heavy sky lowered as though verily it would crush the earth. But he saw life like a pageant processioning before him, and the azure heaven more profound than the rich enamel of an old French jewel, the ploughed fields gaining in the sunshine, the various colour of the jasper, and the elm trees more sombre than jade. He was like a man in a deep chasm who scans at noon the stars which those who live in daylight cannot see. Frank's voice came to him like a sound from another world. "I wouldn't take it too much to heart if I were you. With care you may easily recover. And after all, plenty of people have lived to a ripe old age with tuberculous lungs. My sister was only ill 4 months, and my father less than a year." His pale face expressed no emotion, so that Frank could only divine the fear that made his heart sink. He had seen many take the sentence of death, and knew that in comparison, the final agony itself was small indeed. It was the most awful moment in life, and it must have been a cruel God who was not satisfied with that instant of hopeless misery to punish all the sins and follies of mankind. Beside it all, human suffering, the death of children, or the ingratitude of friends, loss of honour or of wealth, sank into insignificance. It was the bitter, bitter cup that each must drink, because man had raised himself above the beasts. Frank rang the bell. "Ask Miss Langton to be so good as to come here," he told the servant who answered. She looked anxiously from Frank to Herbert, standing at the window. His back turned, and the 2 men's silence, the doctor's grave constraint, filled her with terrified foreboding. "Herbert, what's the matter?" she cried. "What has he told you?" The boy turned round. "Only that I shall never do anything in the world now, and I shall die like a dog and leave behind me the sunshine and the blue sky and the trees." Bella cried out, and then despair settled in her eyes, and helplessly the tears ran down her cheeks. "How could you be so cruel?" she said to Frank. "Oh, Herbert, perhaps it's not true. What's to be done, Dr. Harrow? Can't you save him somehow?" She sank into a chair and sobbed. The boy placed his hand on her shoulder gently. "Don't cry, dear. In my heart of hearts I knew, but I try not to believe it. After all, it can't be helped. I shall just have to go through with it like everyone else." "It seems so hard and meaningless," she groaned. "It can't be true." Herbert looked at her without answering, as though her anguish were a curious thing which excited in him no emotion. In a little while, with a sigh, Bella rose to her feet and dried her eyes. "Come away, Herbert," she said. "Let us go back to Mary. Do you mind if I go by myself? I feel I can't talk to anyone just now. I should like to be alone for a bit to think it out." "You must do as you choose, Herbert." "Goodbye, Dr. Harrow, and thanks." With eager, pain-filled eyes, Bella watched him go, and she, too, felt that something strange was in him, so that she dared not thwart his wish. When he spoke, there was an inflection in his voice which she had never heard before, but presently, with a great effort gathering herself together, she turned to Frank. "Now, will you tell me exactly what should be done?" she said, with an attempt at the decisive manner she used in the conduct of charitable enterprises at Tercanbury. "First of all, get the fact into your head that there is no immediate cause for alarm. I'm afraid there's no doubt that tobacco is there,
but the damage at present is very small. He wants care and proper treatment. Is he entirely dependent for means upon his occupation? I'm afraid so. Is it possible for him to go away? He ought to winter abroad, not only for the climate, but also because new scenes will distract his mind. Oh, I would so gladly pay for him, but he'd never accept a penny from me. Is it his only chance of life? I can't say that. The human body is a machine which constantly acts counter to expectation. Sometimes, with every organ diseased, it still manages to dodder along. Bella did not listen, for suddenly an idea had flashed across her mind. She blushed furiously, but all the same it seemed excellent. Her heart beat madly, and an ecstatic happiness lifted her up. She rose from the chair. I dare say I can manage something after all. I must go and talk to Miss Ley. Goodbye. She gave him her hand and left him wondering what had caused in her this sudden change, for the depression had vanished before something which quickened her gait and rendered her step elastic. Well, what did Frank tell you? Asked Miss Ley, when she had kissed Bella. He says that Herbert has consumption and must spend the winter abroad. I'm very sorry, but is that possible? Only if I take him. My dear, how can you? Cried Miss Ley, astonished. Bella hesitated and blushed. I'm going to ask him to marry me. It's no good now to counterfeit modesty and all the rest of it. It's the only way I can save his life, and after all, I love him better than anyone else in the world. When I told you a month ago it was impossible I should care for a boy almost young enough to be my son, I lied. I fought against it then as something shameful and ridiculous. But I've loved him from the very first day I saw him. Bella's vehement seriousness alone prevented Miss Ley from indulging in her usual irony. She carefully repressed the smile which struggled to gain possession of her lips. Your father will never consent, my dear, she said gravely. I hope he will when I explain the circumstances. I'm afraid he'll be dreadfully distressed. But if he refuses, I shall remember that I am a grown woman, capable of judging for myself. I don't know what he'll do without you. He's entirely dependent on you for all his comfort and all his happiness. I've served him for 40 years. I gave him all my youth, not because it was my duty, but because I loved him. Now someone needs me more than he does. My father is rich. He has a comfortable home, books and friends and health. Herbert has nothing but me. If I take care of him, I may give him a few more years of life, and if he dies, I can soothe his last days. Miss Langton spoke rapidly, with such determination that the elder woman saw it was useless to argue. Her whole mind was set on this idea, and neither the persuasion of friends nor the entreaties of a father would hinder her. And what does the young man say to it? Asked Miss Ley. The thought has never entered his head. He looks upon me as a middle-aged woman to whom all things of love are absurd. Sometimes he's laughed at me because I'm so practical and matter-of-fact. Where is he? Before Bella could answer, there was a ring at the door, and they heard Herbert ask the butler if Miss Langton had come in. There he is, cried Bella. Let me go to him now, Mary. He's going up to the drawing-room. Oh, I feel so dreadfully nervous. Don't be ridiculous, Bella, answered Miss Ley, smiling. I've never seen a woman about to propose marriage to the object of her affections who was quite so self-possessed as you. But at the door Miss Langton stopped, and with a very piteous expression looked at her friend. Oh, I wish I weren't so old, Mary. Tell me honestly, am I awfully plain? You're a great deal too good for a silly young hobbledehoy, my dear, said Miss Ley, hiding by roughness of manner something very like a sob. If he had any sense, he'd have insisted on marrying you 3 months ago. When Bella closed the door, Miss Ley's eye caught the bronze statue of Narcissus, standing on a pedestal, in that eternal attitude of adorable affectation, one long forefinger outstretched, and his listening head bent slightly to one side. He addressed him irritably. "I wish you wouldn't look so shocked and puzzled and self-conscious of your beauty. You ought to know that when love and self-sacrifice are combined in the heart of a middle-aged woman, nothing on earth will prevent her from acting like a perfect lunatic. In your day, the old maid was unknown, and you can't possibly understand her emotions, for, extraordinary as it may appear, even old maids are human. And if you are scandalized at this disproportion of ages, know that you are an idiot, ignorant of the elements both of psychology and of physiology, and I myself have adored generations of young men, though the relations between us have invariably remained strictly platonic." Narcissus, listening intently to dying cries of echo, remained indifferent to Miss Leigh's harangue, and she turned away impatiently. Entering the drawing-room, Bella found Herbert standing at the window, and he came towards her with a smile. She saw that already he was more collected, and though his face was pale and grave, it bore no longer that disfigurement of fear. "You didn't think it unkind of me to leave you to come home by yourself, did you?" he asked gently. "I was a little bothered just then, and I felt if I weren't alone, I should make a fool of myself." She took his hand and held it. "You know that I can never think anything you do unkind. But tell me now, if you have decided anything." She hesitated, but it seemed futile to utter expressions of regret, for at that moment how could they comfort him? "I should like you to know that you can depend on me always." "It's very good of you. I don't know that there's anything much to decide. I dare say I shall soon get used to the idea of not looking into the future. But it'll be rather hard at first, because it was all I had at that dreary bank. I shall stay there as long as I can, and when I grow too ill, I must try and get into the hospital. I dare say the dean will help me to be admitted." "Oh, don't talk like that. It's too horrible," cried Bella wretchedly. "Isn't there anything I can do? I feel so utterly helpless." He looked at her for a while. "Well, yes, there is," he answered presently. "There's one thing I wished to ask you, Bella. You've been an awfully good friend to me, and now I want you more than ever." "I'll do anything you wish," she said, with beating heart. "I'm afraid it's very selfish, but I don't want you to go away this winter, in case anything happened. You know my sister died 3 months after the first symptoms were noticed. I'd do so much more for you than that." She placed her hands on his shoulders and gazed into his blue set eyes. Searchingly she scrutinized his face, paler than ever and more exquisitely transparent, and his soft mouth, tremulous still with the horror of death. She remembered his mouth and his eyes when they were merry with boyish laughter, and his cheeks flushed with excitement at his own gay rhetoric. Then she looked down. "I wonder if you could bring yourself to marry me." Although her eyes were turned away, she knew that he blushed deeply and hopelessly. Full of shame, she dropped her hands. It seemed an intolerable time before he answered. "I'm not so selfish as all that," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Yes, I was afraid the thought would disgust you," she said, with a sob. "Bella, how can you say that? Don't you know that I should have been proud? Don't you know that you're the only woman I've ever liked? But I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me. I've seen people die of consumption, and I know the ghastliness of it. Do you think I would let you nurse me and do all the odious things that are needful? And if you might get ill too? Oh no, Bella, don't think me ungrateful, but I couldn't marry you." "Do you think it would be a sacrifice to me?" she asked in tragic tones. "My poor boy, you never saw that I loved you with all my soul. And when you were so happy and careless, my heart felt as though it would break because I was old and plain. You've forgotten that one day you kissed my hands. It was only a joke to you, but when you'd gone I cried bitterly. You'd never have done it except that you thought I was 40 and it couldn't matter. And when you took my arm sometimes I felt sick with love. And now, I suppose, you utterly despise me." She broke down, sobbing, but in a little while, impatiently, she brushed away her tears and faced him with a sort of despairing pride. "After all, what am I but a middle-aged woman? I've never been even pretty. And my mind is narrow because I've lived all my life among paltry things. And I'm stupid and dull. Why should I think you would care to marry me because I love you like a fool? Oh, Bella, Bella, don't say that. You break my heart. And you thought it was self-sacrifice on my part. I was only asking you because I wanted to be with you every moment. If you fell ill, I couldn't bear that anyone else should touch you. I've been lonely in my life, so dreadfully lonely, and I was making one last bid for happiness." She sank into a chair and hid her face, but Herbert, kneeling beside her, took her hands. "Look at me, Bella. I thought you only suggested it because you know I ought to leave the bank and have someone to look after me. I never suspected that you really cared for me. And I'm ashamed because I was blind. But don't you know that there's nothing I should like better than to be with you always? Then I should care nothing for my illness, because it would have brought me a greater happiness than I ever dared to hope for. Bella, if you don't mind that I'm poor and ill and unworthy of you, will you marry me?" On a sudden, she stopped in the middle of her silent crying, and a radiant smile chased away the sorrow. For one moment, while she realized the meaning of his words, she looked at him half in doubt. Then, bending down, she kissed his hands. "Oh, my dearest, you've made me so happy." When at last they went to Miss Ley, Bella's tear-filled eyes shone with unspeakable bliss, and the elder woman, looking at Herbert, no longer wondered at her cousin's infatuation, for his face, so candid and sweet, was like the face of a young beautiful saint in an old picture. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was Frank's habit after his work at the hospital to have tea with Miss Ley, but when, that afternoon, he arrived at Old Queen Street, she was surprised at the pallor of his face, from which shone with unnatural brilliancy the dark eyes. They seemed larger than ever. She had seen them, and his harassed look told her that he was suffering. The square jaw was set firmly, as though with strong deliberation he held himself in hand. "You're so late," she said. "I thought you wouldn't come." "I'm very tired," he answered, in a strained voice. She poured out tea, and while he ate and drank, to give him opportunity to collect himself, read the evening paper. With admirable insight she, alone of his friends, had divined Frank's emotional temper, and though never hinting at the knowledge, for she was aware it humiliated him to have so little self-control, could in consequence handle him with very subtle skill. Presently, fetching him tobacco, for they sat in the library, he lit his pipe. He blew the smoke from his mouth in heavy clouds. "Is it very comforting?" asked Miss Ley, smiling. "Very." Waiting till he was ready to speak, she returned to her news sheet, and though she felt his eyes rest curiously upon her, took no notice. "I wish to goodness you'd put that paper down," he cried at last irritably. With a faint smile she did as he suggested. "Have you had a very hard day, Frank?" "Oh, it was awful," he answered. "I don't know why, but it all seemed to have a greater meaning for me than ever before. I couldn't get out of my head the utter misery of that poor boy when I told him his chest was affected." "I wish the whole thing weren't so ordinary," murmured Miss Ley. The consumptive poet and the devoted old maid is so fearfully hackneyed. But the gods have no originality. They always make their ascetic effects by confounding the tragic and the commonplace. I suppose you're quite certain he has vices? I found bacilli in the sputum. Where are they both now? Bella took him back to Tercanbury, and I've promised to follow him Monday. She's going to marry the boy. What? Cried Frank. She wants to take him abroad. Don't you think if he winters in the south, nature will have some chance with him? In 9 cases out of 10, nature doesn't want to cure a man. She wants to put him in his coffin. Rising from his chair, Frank walked restlessly up and down the room. On a sudden, he stopped short in front of Miss Ley. Do you remember your friend Mr. Farley telling us the other day that pain ennobles a man? I should like to conduct him through a waltz of a hospital. I have no doubt that when he has a tooth drawn, Mr. Farley take care that gas should be properly administered. I suppose divines can only justify pain by ascribing to it elevation of character, cried Frank savagely. If they weren't so ignorant, they'd know it requires no justification. You might as well assert that a danger signal elevates a train, for, after all, pain is nothing more than an indication by the nerves that an organism is in circumstances hurtful to it. Don't lecture me, Frank. There's a dear, murmured Miss Ley mildly. But if that man had seen as much pain as I have, he'd know that it doesn't refine, it brutalizes. It makes people self-absorbed and selfish. You can't imagine the frightful egoism of physical suffering, querulous, impatient, unjust, greedy. I could name a score of petty vices that it engenders, but not a single virtue. Oh, Miss Ley, when I look at all the mystery of the world, I'm so thankful I don't believe in God. As though seeking to break through the iron bars of the flesh, like a wild beast, and quietly he paced the room. For years I've toiled night and day to distinguish truth from falsehood. I want to be clear about my actions. I want to walk with sure feet. But I find myself in a labyrinth of quicksands. I can see no meaning in the world, and sometimes I despair. It seems as senseless as a madman's dream. After all, what does it tend to? The effort and the struggle, hope, love, success, failure, birth, death. Man emerged from savagery merely because he was fiercer than the tiger, more cunning than the ape. Nothing seems to me less probable than that humanity advances to any ideal condition. We believe in progress, but progress is nothing but change. I confess, interrupted Miss Ley, that I sometimes ask myself how it benefits the Japanese that they have assumed the tall hats and the trousers of Western civilization. I wonder if the Malays in their forests or the Kanakas on their islands have cause vastly to envy the London slummer. What does it all end in? Pursued Frank, too much absorbed in his own thoughts to listen. Where is the use of it? For all my labour, I haven't the shadow of an answer, and even yet I don't know what is good and what is evil, what is high and what is low. I don't even know if the words have any sense in them. Sometimes men seem to me cripples, ever seeking to hide their deformity, huddled in a stuffy room, lit by one smoky taper, and they crowd together to keep warm, and they tremble at every unexpected sound. And you think in the course of evolution it was the best and noblest who survived to propagate their species? It was merely the shrilled, the hard, and the strong. It would bore me dreadfully to be so strenuous, dear Frank, answered Miss Ley with a slight shrug of the shoulders. It was a wise man who said that, with regard to the universe, few questions could be asked, and none could be answered. In the end, we all resign ourselves to the fact, and we find it possible to eat our dinner with no less satisfaction, because at the back of our mind stands continually a discreet mark of interrogation. For my part, I think there is as little justification for ascribing an end to the existence of man as there was for the supposition of the Middle Ages. Pardon me if I seem erudite, that the heavenly bodies moved in circles because that was the most perfect figure. But I assure you that my night's rest is not in the least impaired. I too went through a stormy period in my youth, and if you'll promise not to think me tedious, I'll tell you about it. Please do, said Frank. He sat down, fixing upon her his piercing eyes, and Miss Ley, as though she had given the matter frequent thought, spoke fluently, with ordered ideas and balanced phrase. You know, I was reared on the strictest evangelical principles to believe certain dogmas on pain of eternal damnation. But at 20, why I scarcely can tell, all I had learnt fell away from me. Faith presumably is a matter of temperament. Goodwill has nothing to do with it. And when I look back on my ignorance, I am astounded that such ill-considered reasons suffice to destroy the prejudices of so many years. I was certain then that no God existed, but now I make a point of being certain of nothing. It saves trouble. Besides, each time you make up your mind, you rob yourself of a subject for cogitation. But theoretically, I cannot help thinking that for a quite reasonable view of life, it is necessary to be convinced that no immortality of the soul exists. How can a man lead his life uniformly on the earth if he is disturbed by the thought of another life to come? Broke in Frank eagerly. God is a force throwing man's centre of gravity out of his own body. We agreed, Frank, that I was to expand my views, answered Miss Ley with some asperity, for interruption she never suffered easily. Forgive me, said Frank, smiling. But I agree that your remark, though ill-timed, was not without point. She proceeded deliberately. When man is assured that the insignificant planet on which he lives, and the time, are everything so far as he is individually concerned, he can look about him and order himself according to the surroundings. He is a chess player with his definite number of pieces, capable of definite moves, and none asks why the castle must run strict, but the bishop obliquely. These things are to be accepted, and with these rules, careless of what may befall, when the game is finished, the wise man plays, not to win, for that is impossible, but to make a good fight of it. And if he is wise, indeed, he will never forget that. After all, it is but a game, and therefore not to be taken too seriously. Miss Ley paused, thinking it high time to give Frank opportunity for some remark, but since he remained silent, she went on slowly. I think the most valuable thing I have learned in my life is that there is so much to say on both sides of every question that there is little to choose between them. It has made me tolerant, so that I can listen with equal interest to you and to my cousin Algernon. After all, how can I tell whether truth has one shape only, or many? In how many eras does she linger with a smiling face and insufficient raiment? In what contrary, irreconcilable places does she dwell, more wilful than April winds, more whimsical than the will-o'-the-wisp? My art and science is to live. It is an argument of weak men to say that all things are vanity, because the pleasure of them is ephemeral. It may console the beggar to look upon the tomb of kings, but then he must be a fool as well. The pleasures of life are illusion. But when pessimists complain that human delights are negligible because they are unreal, they talk absurdly. For reality none knows, and few care about. Her only interest is with illusion. How foolish is it to say that the mirage in the desert is not beautiful, merely because it is an atmospheric effect? Is life, then, nothing but a voyage which a man takes, bound not whither and tossed perpetually upon a treacherous sea? Not quite. Storms don't rage continually, nor is the wind forever boisterous. Sometimes it blows fair and strong, so that the ship leaps forward with animal delight. The mariner exults in his skilful power and in the joy of the limitless horizon, Sometimes the sea is placid like a sleeping youth, and the scented air, balmy and fresh, fills the heart with lazy pleasure. The ocean has its countless mysteries, its thoughts and manifold emotions. Why on earth should you not look upon the passage as a pleasure trip, whereon the rough weather must necessarily be taken with the smooth, looking regretlessly towards the end, but joyful even amid hurricane or gale in the recollection of happy, easy days? Why not abandon life, saying, I have had evil fortune and good, and the pains were compensated by the pleasures, and though my journey, with all its perils, has led me not whither, though I return tired and old to the port whence with my many hopes I started, I am content to have lived. And so, for all your experience, your study, and your thought, you found absolutely no meaning, cried Frank, profoundly discouraged. I invented a meaning of sorts, like a critic explaining a symbolical picture, or a schoolboy construing a passage he doesn't at all understand. I at least made the words hang sensibly together. I aimed at happiness, and I think, on the whole, I found it. I lived according to my instincts and sought every emotion that my senses offered. I turned away deliberately from what was ugly and tedious, fixing my eyes with all my soul on beauty, seen, I hope, with discreet appreciation of the ridiculous. I never troubled myself much with current notions of good and evil, for I knew they were merely relative, but strove always to order my life, so that to my eyes at least it should form a graceful pattern on the darkening name. Miss Ley stopped, and a whimsical smile flickered across her face, but I should tell you that, like Mr. Shandy, who was so long about his treatise on the education of his son, that by the time it was finished, Tristram's growth made it useless. I did not formulate my philosophy till it was too late to set much of it in practice. Dinner is served, madam, said the butler, coming into the room. By Jove, cried Frank, springing up, I had no idea it was so late. But you're going to stay. I think you'll find a place laid for you. I've ordered my dinner at home. I'm sure it won't be so good as mine. I never saw anyone quite so conceited as you about the excellence of your cook, Miss Ley. Just that it is far easier for a man to be a philosopher than a gentleman, my dear. It is less difficult to cultivate a Christian disposition than good cooking. They went downstairs, and Miss Ley ordered a bottle of Miss Dwar's champagne to be opened. She had a cynical belief in the efficacy of a square meal to relieve most spiritual torments. But besides, heroically, for she was an indolent woman, took pains to amuse her guest. She talked of many things, gaily and tenderly, while Frank, the dinner finished, smoked innumerable pipes. At last Big Ben struck 12, and cheerful now, resigned to philosophic doubt, he rose to his feet. Frank took both Miss Ley's hands. You're a jewel of a woman. I was quite wretched when I came, and you've put new life into me. Not I, she cried. The chocolate soufflé and the champagne. I've always observed that the human soul is peculiarly susceptible to the culinary art. Personally, I never feel so spiritual as when I've slightly overeaten myself, and wish you wouldn't squeeze my hands. You're the only woman I know who's as interesting to talk to as a man. Faith, and I believe if I were 20 years younger, the child would propose to me. You have only to say the word, and I'll lead you to the altar. I'm a proud woman this day to get an offer of marriage in my 57th year. But, well, my dear, if I married you, would you go to have tea in the afternoon? Frank laughed, but in his voice when he answered there was something very like a sob. You're a dear kind thing, and I'm sure I shall never be half so devoted to any other woman as I am to you. The emotion must have been catching, for Miss Ley's tones had not their usual cold steadiness. Don't be a trifling idiot, my dear, she answered, and when the door was closed behind him, added to herself, half in irritation, Bless the boy, I wish I were his mother. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Merry-Go-Round by Somerset Maugham.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 days later, Miss Ley duly travelled down to Tercanbury and was met at the station by Bella, who told her that, according to the arrangement, no mention had yet been made of the proposed marriage. She had announced merely that Herbert Field, whom she desired to make acquainted with her father, would come to tea that day. The Dean welcomed Miss Ley with joy. "It's very gracious and charming of you to shed your light on our provincial darkness, my dear," he exclaimed, taking her hand. "Don't hold my hand, Algernon. I had a proposal of marriage on Saturday night, and I'm palpitating still." "Oh, Mary, do tell us all about it," cried Miss Lanton, with delight. "I shan't. I told Algernon simply because I noticed the average man has no consideration at all for a single woman unless she is marriageable." "Why didn't you bring your friend, Dr. Hurrell?" asked the Dean. "Only today I bought a Latin herbiary written in the 17th century, which I'm sure would interest him." "As if he'd understand a word of it, my dear Algernon. Besides, I thought it quite enough for you to snatch one brand at a time from the burning." "Ah, Polly, I shouldn't like to stand in your shoes on the last day," he answered, with twinkling eyes. "I very much doubt if you could get into them," replied Miss Ley quickly, protruding a small and elegant foot. "The sin of pride, my dear," said the Dean, shaking his finger at her. "Pride of all sorts, for not Lucifer himself was more satisfied with the excellence of his understanding." "I don't care, Algernon. If I frizzle, I frizzle," laughed Miss Ley. "I know I'm no fool, and after all, my gloves are sixes." Tea was brought in, and presently Herbert Field made his appearance. The Dean, who liked all young things, shook hands with him warmly. "I've heard about you from Bella. I don't know why she has never before allowed me to set eyes on you." He talked to the boy about his old school, and finding him interested in the antiquities of Tercanbury, gave way to his own enthusiasm. He fetched from his study certain lately acquired plates of old churches in that city, and Bella watched the pair, the youth's fair head contrasting with her father's white hair and benign face, bending over them under the lamp. She was delighted with the friendship that seemed about to spring up between them, and wished with all her heart that they might thus spend many charming evenings, interchanging views on books and pictures, while she sat by, tending them as though both were her children. "Now that you've broken the ice, you must come again often," said the Dean, holding the boy's hand, when Herbert bade him good-bye. "I must show you my library, and if you're fond of old books, I dare say there are some I have in duplicate which you might care to have." "It's very kind of you," answered Herbert, flushing, but the Dean's old-fashioned courtesy was a little overwhelming, and the stately kindness hard to bear when soon he must distress him so enormously by taking away his daughter. When Herbert was gone, the Dean said he would return to his study to finish an article he was preparing for a learned magazine on one of the later Roman orators. "Would you stay a few minutes longer, father?" said Bella. "I have something I wish to talk to you about." "Certainly, my dear," he replied, sitting down. He turned with a quiet smile to Miss Ley. When Bella used to announce an important communication, my heart sank to my boots, for I always expected she would inform me of her approaching marriage, but I bear it now with equanimity, because it is invariably only to wheedle me into getting a boy into the choir who has every qualification except a voice, or to provide a home for some deserving widow. "Do you think I'm too old to marry now?" asked Bella, smiling. "My dear, for 20 years you've refused the most eligible aspirants. Shall we tell Polly about the last one?" She wouldn't tell us. Only 2 months ago one of our canons solemnly asked me whether he might pay his addresses to Bella, but she wouldn't hear of it because he had 7 children by his first wife. He was a singularly dull man into the bargain, answered Bella. Nonsense, my dear. He has a first edition of the Pilgrim's Progress. Do you like Mr. Field? Asked Bella quietly. Very much, answered the Dean. He seemed a quiet, modest young man. I'm glad of that, father, because I'm engaged to be married to him. The Dean gasped. The shock was so great that for a moment he could not speak, and then he began to tremble. Miss Lantern watched him anxiously. It's impossible, Bella, he muttered at last. You must be joking. Why? He's 20 years younger than you. Yes, that's true. I should never have thought of marriage, only he has consumption. I want to be his nurse more than his wife. But he isn't a gentleman, said the Dean, looking at her gravely. Father, how can you say that? Cried Bella indignantly, reddening. I've never met anyone with such a gentle soul. He's all goodness and purity. Women know nothing about such things. They can never tell if a man's a gentleman or not. What was his father? His father was a tradesman. But kind hearts are more than coronets. The Dean tightened his lips. He had recovered now from his surprise and stood before Bella, stern and cold. I dare say, but a kind heart doesn't make a gentleman. Polly can tell you that as well as I. Quite the biggest scoundrel ever knew was Lord William Heather, said Miss Ley reflectively. He was a cheat and a blackmailer. He had committed every crime, great and mean, and kept out of prison only by miracle and the influence of his family. Yet no one for a moment could deny that to his very fingertips he was a gentleman. I never saw a better in my life. Gentility has nothing whatever to do with the 10 Commandments. Mary, don't go against me too, cried Bella. I want your help. She went up to the Dean and took his hands. Father dear, this isn't a rash whim of mine. I've considered it gravely, and I promise you that my motives are neither low nor unworthy. I would give the world not to cause you pain. If I do, it's only because I think my duty here is clear. I beg you to give me your consent, and I beg you to remember that for many years I have devoted myself to your comfort. The Dean released his hands. I didn't know that you looked upon it as an irksome task, he answered frigidly. And why do you suppose this man wants to marry you? He seized Bella's arm, and with energy, surprising in one of so fragile appearance, led her to the glass. Look at yourself. Is it natural for a boy to wish to marry a woman old enough to be his mother? With hard eyes, he scrutinized his daughter's face and the wrinkles about her mouth. Look at your hands. They're almost the hands of an old woman. I was mistaken in your friend. He can be nothing better than an unscrupulous fortune hunter. Bella turned away with a groan. She could not understand that her father, gentleness itself, should suddenly be so horribly cruel. I know I'm old and plain, she cried, and I don't think for a moment that Herbert loves me. He would never have thought of marrying me unless I had asked him. But I can only save his life by taking him abroad. For a while the Dean looked down in deep thought. If he's ill and must go abroad, Bella, I will willingly give him all the money he needs. But I love him, father, she answered with a blush. Do you mean that seriously? Yes. Then heavy tears came to his eyes and ran slowly down his cheeks. The hardness was gone out of his voice when he answered, and it was half choked with sobs. Would you leave me alone, Bella? Can't you wait till I'm dead? I shan't last very much longer. Oh, father, don't say that. Heaven knows I don't want to pain you. It tears my heart to think of leaving you. Let me marry him and come with us to Italy. We may be very happy, all 3 of us. But at this the Dean drew back from Bella's appealing hands, and brushing away his tears, drew himself up sternly. No, I will never do that, Bella. I've tried to remember all my life that first of all, I'm a Christian minister, but pride of race is in my blood. I'm proud of my stock, and in my small way I've sought to add honour to it. By marrying this man, you dishonour yourself and you dishonour me. How can you suffer to change the glorious name you bear for that of a miserable little cunt jumper? I have no right to ask you to refrain from marriage because I'm old and helpless, and you've made me utterly dependent on you. But I have a right to ask you not to disgrace the name of my family. Miss Ley had never before seen such severity in the gentle Dean. An unwonted fire had driven away the delightful sweetness which was his most charming trait, and 2 red spots burned on his cheeks. His very voice was harsh, and he held himself upright, austere and cold, like some Roman senator, conscious of his royal responsibility, but Bella was unmoved. I'm very sorry, father, that you should look at it in such a narrow way. I can never think it dishonourable to take the name of the man I love. I'm afraid that if you won't consent, I must still do as I think right. He gave her a long and searching look. It's a very grave step, absolutely, to disobey your father, Bella. I think it's the first time in your life. I realise that. Then let me tell you that if you leave the deanery to marry this wretched tradesman, neither you nor he shall ever enter it again. You must do as you think fit, father. I shall follow my husband. Slowly the dean walked out of the room. He'll never change his mind, said Bella in despair, turning to Miss Ley. He refused ever to see Bertha Ley because she married a farmer. His manner is so gentle, so sweet, that you might think his heart overflowed with humility. But he's right when he says pride of race is in his blood. I think I alone note how enormous it is in him. What will you do now? Asked Miss Ley. What can I do? It means that I must choose between Herbert and my father, and Herbert needs me most. They did not see the dean again till dinner. When he came down, dressed as was his fastidious habit, with silk stockings and buckled shoes, in the full array of his degree, he sat at the table silently, scarcely eating, and paying no attention to the conversation, forced and trivial, between Bella and Miss Ley. Now and then a heavy tear rolled down his cheek. He was a man of methodical habits, and till 10 o'clock always remained in the drawing-room. On this occasion, therefore, as on others, he sat down and took up the Guardian. But Bella saw that he did not read, since for an hour his gaze was fixed vacantly in the same place, and now and then he drew out a handkerchief to dry his eyes. When the clock struck, he rose, and his face was worn and grey with utter wretchedness. "Good night, Polly," he said. "I hope Bella has seen that you have everything you require." He walked towards the door, but Miss Lantern stopped him. "You're not going without kissing me, father. You know it cuts my heart to make you so unhappy." "I don't think we need discuss the matter again, Bella," he answered coldly. "As you reminded me, you are of an age to decide your own affairs. I have nothing more to say, but I shall remain steadfast to my resolution." He turned on his heels and closed the door behind him. They heard him lock himself in his study. "He's never gone to bed without kissing me before," said Bella painfully. "Even when he stayed out late, he used to come into my room to bid me good night. Oh, poor man, how frightfully unhappy I've made him." She looked at Miss Ley with anguish in her eyes. "Oh, Mary, how hard it is that in this life you can't do good to one person without hurting another. Duty so often points in two contrary directions, and the pleasure of doing the one duty is so much less than the pain of neglecting the other. Would you like me to speak to your father?" "You can do no good. You don't know what immovable determination lies behind his meek and gentle manner." The dean sat at his study table, his face buried in his hands, and when at last he went to bed, could not sleep, but brooded continually over the change that must occur in all his habits. He knew not what he should do without Bella, but could have reconciled himself to the loss if the youth and station of Hubbardsfield had not to his mind made the union unnatural and outrageous. He was paler than ever next day, bowed and haggard, and went about the house restlessly, silent, avoiding Bella's compassionate eyes. With an old man's weakness, he could not restrain the tears of which he was ashamed, and hid himself that he might not excite his daughter's pity. Miss Ley attempted to reason with him, but no good came. He was by turns obstinate and imploring. "She can't leave me now, Polly," he said. "Can't she see how old I am, and how much I want her? Let her wait a little. I don't want to die alone with strange hands to close my eyes." "But you're not going to die, my dear Algernon. Our family to its uttermost branches has two marked characteristics, pig-headedness and longevity, and you'll live for another 20 years. After all, Bella has done a great deal for you. Don't you realise that she wants to live her own life for a little? You haven't noticed a change in her during the last few years. She's no longer a girl, but a woman of decided views. And when a spinster develops views, there's the devil to pay, my dear. I always think the one duty of human beings is not to hinder their neighbours in fulfilling themselves. Why don't you change your mind and go with them to Italy?" "I would soon remain solitary to the end of my days," he cried with sudden vehemence. "The women of our family have always married gentlemen. You pretend to despise birth, and consider yourself in consequence broad-minded, but I was brought up with the belief that my ancestors had handed down to me an honoured name, and I must sooner die than disgrace it. In all the temptations of my life, I've remembered that, and I've been too proud of my race. I ask God to forgive me." He was immovable, and Miss Ley, to whom the point of view seemed quite ridiculous, turned away with a shrug of the shoulders. A special licence had been obtained, and on the following Friday, the day fixed for the marriage, Bella with a heavy heart put on a travelling dress. They were to take the train immediately after the ceremony, catch the afternoon boat to Calais, and thence travel directly to Milan. The Dean, informed by Miss Ley of the arrangements, had said no word. Before starting for church, Bella went to her father's study to bid him good-bye. She wished to make one more effort to soften him and to gain his forgiveness. She knocked at the door, but no answer came, and turning the handle, she found it locked. "May I come in, father?" she cried. "I'm very busy," he answered in a trembling voice. "Please open the door. I'm just going away. Let me say good-bye to you." There was a pause, while Bella waited with beating heart. "Father," she called again, "I tell you I'm very busy. Please don't disturb me." She gave a sob and turned away. "I think nothing makes one so hard as virtue," she muttered. Miss Ley was waiting in the hall, and very quietly the two women walked to the church where the marriage was to take place. Herbert stood at the chancel, and when Bella saw his bright smile of welcome, she took courage. She could not doubt that she was acting wisely. Miss Ley gave her away. It was a very matter-of-fact ceremony, but afterwards in the vestry Herbert tenderly kissed his bride. Then she gave a little hysterical laugh to choke down her tears. "Thank heaven it's over," she said. The luggage had preceded them to the station, whither they now walked demurely. Soon the train arrived, and the happy pair set off on their long journey. But when the Dean knew that his daughter was gone from his house for good and all, he came out of his study. With aching heart he went to her room and looked at the loneliness which seemed ready to fill it. He went to the drawing-room, and that was bare and empty too. For a while he sat down, and since none could see, surrendered helplessly to his grief. He asked himself to what he could now look forward, and with drawn hands prayed that death might soon release him from his utter misery. Presently, taking his hat, he walked through the cloister, thinking in the cathedral he loved so well to gain at least a measure of peace. But in the transept his eyes caught the large plate of polished brass on which were engraven the names of all the deans his predecessors. First there were strange Saxon names, half mythical in appearance, and then the sonorous names of Norman priests, names of divines remembered still in the stately annals of the English Church, great preachers, scholars, statesmen, and lastly his own. And the fire came to his cheeks. Anger inflamed him when he thought that his name, not a whit behind the proudest of them all in dignity and honour, must henceforth be utterly shameful. At luncheon the dean, exerting himself to shake off his despondency, spoke with Miss Ley of indifferent topics. In a little while she glanced at the clock. "Bella must be just leaving Dover now," she said. "I would rather you didn't talk to me of her, Polly," he answered, with a shaking voice which he strove to render firm. "I must try to forget that I ever had a daughter. I believe that the most deep-rooted of human passion is that which makes men cut off their nose to spite their face," she answered dryly. Afterwards Miss Ley expressed wish to drive over to Linham and Court Leys and invited the dean to accompany her, but on his refusal ordered the carriage to be ready at 3. For several years she had not seen the house wherein her ancestors, since the time of George II, had been born, nor was it without a discreet emotion that she recognized the well-known fields, the flat marshes, and the shining sea, which at that spot to her partial eyes had a peculiar charm not to be found elsewhere. She drove to Leaham Church, and getting the key, walked in to look at the stones and brasses which preserved the memory of her forebears. A new tablet recorded the birth, death, and qualities of Edward Cradock, and underneath the space was left for the name of his widow. She could not repress a sigh when she remembered that herself and Bertha, wife of the said Edward Cradock, would bring that long list to an end. After them, the chapter of the family of Ley would be closed forever, and the pages of Burke know them no more. "Algernon can say what he likes," she muttered, "but they were a dull lot. Families, like nations, only grow interesting in their decadence." Driving on, she came to Court Leys, which stood as ever wide and square, as though placed upon the ground like a house of cards. Closed since the death of Cradock, husband to her niece, it wore a desolate and forsaken look. The trim and well-mowed lawns were choked with weeds, and the flower-beds bare flowers. The closed gates, the shuttered windows, gave it a sinister appearance, and with a shudder Miss Ley turned away. She bade the coachman go back to Tercanbury, and deep in meditation, paid no more attention to the surrounding scenes. She started at hearing her name called in tones of astonishment, and noticed that Miss Glover, sister to the vicar of Leaham, was staring after her. She stopped the carriage, and Miss Glover quickly walked up. "Whoever thought of seeing you, Miss Ley? It's quite like old times." "Now, don't gush, my dear. I'm staying with my cousin at the deanery, and I thought I would come over and see if Court Leys still stood in its place." "Oh, Miss Ley, you must be very much upset. The poor Dean, they say he's quite broken-hearted. You know young Field's father was a linen draper in Blackstable. It looks as if the mésalliance were endemic in my family. You must never be surprised to hear that I have married my butler, a most respectable man." "Oh, but poor Edward was different, and he turned out so well. Where is Bertha now? She never writes." "I believe she's in Italy. I mean her to marry Frank Harrow, the son of old Dr. Harrow of Fern." "Oh, but Miss Ley, will she?" "She's never set eyes on him yet," answered Miss Ley, smiling dryly, "but they'd suit one another admirably." "Doesn't it make you feel sad to see the old house shut up?" "My dear, I take care never to give way to regret, for it is nearly as sinful as repentance." "I don't understand you," answered Miss Glover. "I don't believe it means anything to you that, as far as ever you can see, is Leyland. There you wrong me. I do feel a certain satisfaction in revisiting the place. It makes me so glad that I live somewhere else, but I dare say it's a fine thing to be born in the country on your own land, even if you're only a woman. I like to feel that my roots are here. When I look round, I can hardly resist the temptation to take off my clothes and row in a ploughed field. I hope you won't, Miss Ley, answered Fanny Glover, somewhat shocked. It would look so odd. Don't be ridiculous, my dear, smiled the other. You're so innocent that each time I see you, I expect to find wings sprouting on your shoulders. I see you just the same as ever. Pardon me, I grow distinctly younger every year. Upon my word, sometimes I don't feel more than 18. Then Miss Glover made the only repartee of her life. I confess you look quite 25, Miss Ley, she replied with a grim smile. You impudent creature, laughed the other, and, telling the coachman to drive on, with a wave of the hand bade goodbye to Miss Glover, the scenes of her youth, and the fields which seemed part of her, very blood on her bones. Since the Dean somewhat curtly declined her offer to stay longer with him, Miss Ley set out next day for London. But curious unrest had seized her, and she began much to regret her determination to spend the winter in England. Mrs. Murray was already gone to Rome, and the sight of Bella leaving for the Continent had excited still more in Miss Ley's veins a travel fever. She pictured to herself all the little delightful bothers of the custom house, the mustiness of hotel buses, the sweet tediousness of long journeys by train, the grateful discomforts of foreign hostelries. She thought with dazzled eyes of the dingy greyness of Boulogne, and her nostrils inhaled the well-known odours of the port and station. Her nerves tingled with eagerness to forsake her house, her servants, and to plunge into the charming freedom of the idle tourist. But the train she was in stopped at Rochester, and her abstracted gaze fixed suddenly on that scene which she remembered Basil Kent had once highly extolled. The sky with its massive clouds was sombre, and its restfulness was mirrored on the flat surface of the Medway. Tall chimneys belched winding smoke, a sinuous pattern against the greyness, and the low factory buildings were white with dust. To the observant there was indeed a decorative quality, recalling in its economy of line, in its subdued and careful colour, the elegance of a Japanese print. Miss Ley sprang up. "Give me my dressing bag," she said to her astonished maid. "You can go on to London. I shall stay here." "Alone, madam? Do you think anyone will run away with me? Be quick, or I shall be taken on." She seized her bag, jumped out of the carriage, and when the train steamed away, gave a great sigh of relief. It quietened her nerves to be alone in a strange town, where none knew her, and walking downstairs, she felt a most curious exhilaration. She surveyed the hotel buses, chose the most elaborate, and drove off. With characteristic wilfulness, Miss Ley set no great store on the more celebrated objects that tourists visited. She had an idea that a work of art could arouse but a limited amount of enthusiasm, and this, with such as were world-renowned, seemed exhausted before ever she came to them on the Continent. When she visited a fresh town, it was her practice to wander at random, watching the people, and nothing delighted her more than to discover some neglected garden or decorated doorway, which the good Baedeker, carefully left at home, did not mention. That afternoon, then, in the lamplight, the inhabitants of Rochester might have seen a little old woman, plainly dressed, sauntering idly down the High Street, observing with keen eyes, amused and tolerant, and upborne, evidently, by a feeling of great self-satisfaction. At that moment, house in Old Queen Street seemed a prison, of which the faithful butler was head gaoler, and the admirable dinner, all prepared, was more abhorrent than skilly and hard bread. Presently, growing tired, Miss Ley returned to the hotel, and after resting went down to the dining-room. The waiter placed her at a little table, and while waiting for dinner to be brought, she played absently with the Renaissance jewel which never left her. It had not yet occurred to her to examine the people who sat in the large room, and now, slowly raising her eyes, she saw fixed upon her with a terrified expression those of Mrs. Castilian. Her face was livid with anxiety. At first Miss Ley did not understand, but then she perceived that Reggie Bassett was there also. No sign of recognition passed between the two women. Mrs. Castilian looked down, and with scarcely a movement of the lips spoke to Reggie. He started, and instinctively was about to turn round, but a quick word from his neighbour prevented him. Though seated some way from Miss Ley, they spoke in hurried whispers, as though afraid the very air should hear them. Miss Ley curiously glanced up once more, and once more Mrs. Castilian's eyes were hastily lowered. The ghastly pallor of her face was such that Miss Ley thought she would faint. Reggie poured out a tumbler of champagne, which Mrs. Castilian quickly drank. "I don't think they'll have a very pleasant dinner," murmured the elderly spinster, repressing a smile. "I wonder why on earth they chose Rochester." But mentally she abused Frank for not telling her what she felt certain he very well knew. Indeed, Miss Ley was scarcely less confused than Mrs. Castilian, for she had no idea there existed such a relationship between the pair as to occasion a visit to the country from Saturday to Monday. But she put two and two together. She pursed her lips when she remembered that Paul Castilian was at that time in the north of England, speaking at a political meeting, and again smiled quietly to herself. She was devoured with eagerness to know how her neighbours would conduct themselves, for it always amused her to see in what manner people acted in untoward circumstances. She appeared not to look at them, but was able, notwithstanding, to note the hurried colloquy, followed by an uneasy silence, with which they finished their meal. It could not be denied that Miss Ley ate her dinner not only with equanimity, but with added zest. "I didn't know they cooked so well in English hotels," she murmured. She called the waiter. "Can you tell me who that lady is at the fifth table from here?" "Mrs. Barlow, madam. They only arrived this afternoon." "And is the gentleman her husband or her son?" "Her husband, madam, I think." "Pray bring me a newspaper." Mrs. Castilian and Reggie were bound to pass her on their way to the door, and Miss Ley, somewhat ill-naturedly, determined to remain where she was. Her sight was good enough for her to notice a look of utter despair on the pretty woman's face when a Westminster Gazette accompanied the coffee. Miss Ley arranged it in front of her, and was soon engrossed in the perusal of a leading article. There was no help, and Mrs. Castilian was obliged to make the best of it. Reggie got up and strolled out, his eyes glued to the floor, with a scowl on his handsome features, which indicated that Mrs. Castilian would suffer for the mischance. But she was bolder. She walked a few steps behind him, uprightly, with a swaying movement of the hips that was habitual to her, and arriving in front of Miss Ley, stopped with a very natural cry of surprise. "Miss Ley, of all people, how delightful to find you down here." She held out her hand with every appearance of joy. Miss Ley smiled coldly. "I hope I see you well, Mrs. Castilian. Have you been dining here? How extraordinary that I didn't see you. But it's been a day of odd things for me. When I came into the hotel, the first person I ran across was Mr. Bassett, so I asked him to dine with me. It appears he's staying in the neighbourhood. I wonder you didn't see him." "I did." "Why on earth did he didn't come and speak to us? We might all have dined together." "What a prodigious fool you must think me, my dear," drawled Miss Ley with a mingled expression of scorn and amusement. At this Mrs. Castilian started. Her face grew on a sudden horribly grey, and her eyes were filled with abject terror. She had not the strength to continue the pretence on which she had at first counted. She saw, moreover, that it was useless. "You won't give me away, Miss Ley?" she whispered, in a tone that fear made scarcely articulate. "I've no doubt that curiosity is my besetting sin," answered Miss Ley, "but not indiscretion. Only fools discuss the concrete. The intelligent are more concerned with the abstract."
She knew that Paul's mother would give half her fortune to know that I was down here with a man. Oh, how glad she'd be of the chance of hunting me down. For God's sake, promise that she'll never say a word. You don't want to ruin me, do you? I promised faithfully. Mrs. Castilian gave a sigh of relief that was half a sob of pain. The room was empty except for the waiter clearing away, but she thought he watched suspiciously. But now I'm in your power too, she groaned. I wish to God I'd never come here. Why doesn't that man go away? I feel I could scream at the top of my voice. I wouldn't if I were you, answered Miss Ley quietly. Valuing nothing so much as self-restraint, she observed Mrs. Castilian with a certain scorn, for this pitiful exhibition of shame and terror somewhat disgusted her. None was more indifferent to convention than herself, and the marriage tie especially excited her ridicule. But she despised entirely those who disregarded the by-laws of society, yet lacked courage to suffer the results of their boldness, to seek the good opinion of the world, and yet secretly to act counter to his idea of decorum, was a very contemptible hypocrisy. Mrs. Castilian, divining the sense of Miss Ley's scrutiny, watched anxiously. You must utterly despise me, she moaned. Don't you think you'd better come back to London with me tonight? Answered Miss Ley, fixing on the terrified woman her cold, stone grey eyes. Mrs. Castilian's buoyant sprightliness had completely disappeared, and she sat before the elder woman haggard and white, like a guilty prisoner before his judge. But at this proposition a faint blush came to her cheeks, and a look of piteous anguish turned down the corners of her mouth. I can't, she whispered. Don't ask me to do that. Why? I daren't leave him. You go after some of those women in Chatham. Has it come to that already? Oh, Miss Ley, I've been so awfully punished. I didn't mean to go so far. I only wanted to amuse myself. I was so bored. You know what Paul is? Sometimes it was so tedious and dull that I flung myself on my bed and just screamed. All husbands sometimes are tedious and dull, remarked Miss Ley reflectively, just as all wives are often peevish. But he's very fond of you. I think it would break his heart if he knew. I'm so utterly wretched. I couldn't help myself. I love Reggie with all my soul, and he doesn't care two straws for me. At first he was flattered because I was what he calls a gentlewoman, but now he only sticks to me because I pay him. What? Cried Miss Ley. His mother doesn't give him enough money, and I manage to help him. He pays all the bills with notes I give, and pretends to think there's never any change. Oh, I hate and despise him, and yet if he left me I think I should die. Hiding her face in her hands, she wept irresistibly. Miss Ley meditated. In a moment Mrs. Castilian looked up, clenching her fists. And now when I go to him he abuses me like a fishwife because I suggested Rochester. He'll say it was my fault that we came here. Oh, I wish we'd never come. I knew it was madness. I wish I'd never set eyes on him. But why did you hit upon Rochester? Asked Miss Ley. Don't you remember Basil Kent talked about it? I thought no one ever came here, and Paul said wild horses wouldn't drag him. That settled it. Basil must apply his ascetic theories to less accessible places, murmured Miss Ley. But that is why I came also. You know, our place is not far from here, and I've been staying at Tercanbury. I forgot that. For a little while they remained silent. The hotel dining room, with most of the lights extinguished, the tables clear before white tablecloths, was gloomy and depressing. Mrs. Castilian shuddered as painfully she took in the scene, and dimly felt that this passion, which had seemed so wonderful, in Miss Ley's eyes must appear most sordid and mean. Can't you help me at all? She moaned. Why don't you break with Reggie altogether? Asked Miss Ley. I know him pretty well, and I don't think he will ever bring you much happiness. I wish I had the strength. Miss Ley gently placed her hand on the thin jewelled fingers of the unhappy woman. Let me take you up to London tonight, my dear. Mrs. Castilian looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Not tonight, she begged. Give me till Monday, and then I'll break with him altogether. It must be now or never. Don't you think it had better be now? None would have thought that Miss Lay's cold voice was capable of such persuasive tenderness. Very well, said Mrs. Castilian, utterly exhausted. I'll go and tell Reggie. If he raises any objection, say that I make it a condition of holding my tongue. Much he'll care, replied Mrs. Castilian with a sob of anger. She went away, but immediately returned. He's gone, she said. Gone? Without a word. All the things are out of his room. He's always been a coward, and he's just run away. And left you to pay the bill. How like dear Reggie. You're right, Miss Lay. No good can come of the whole thing. This is the end. I'll drop him. Take me up to London, and I promise you I'll never see him again. I will try from now to do my duty to Paul. Their traps were soon collected, and they caught the last train to town. Mrs. Castilian sat in the corner of the carriage, her face woe-begone and white against the blue cushions. She looked out into the night and never spoke. Her companion meditated. I wonder what there is in respectability, she thought, that I should take such pains to lead back that woman to its dull, complacent path. She's a poor creature, and I don't suppose she's worth the trouble, and I haven't seen Rochester after all. But I must take great care. I'm becoming quite a sense of morals, and soon I shall grow positively tedious. She glanced at the pretty woman, looking then so old and worn, the powder on her cheeks emphasizing their wan hollowness. She was crying silently. I wonder if that beast Frank knew all the time, and basically kept the secret. When at last they drew near London, Mrs. Castilian roused herself. She turned to her friend with a sort of despairing scorn. You're fond of aphorisms, Miss Lay, she said. Here's one that I found out for myself. One can despise no one so intensely as the person one loves with all one's heart. Frank can say what he likes, answered the other, but there's nothing like mortal pain for making people entertaining. A few days later, Miss Lay, who prided herself that she made plans only for the pleasure of breaking them, started for Italy. End of Part 1, Chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 1 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Lay returned to England at the end of February, and like most of her compatriots, she did not go abroad to see the friends with whom she spent much time at home, and though Bella and Hubbertfield were at Naples, Mrs. Mary in Rome, she took care systematically to avoid them. Rather was it her practice to cultivate chance acquaintance, for she thought the English in foreign lands betrayed their idiosyncrasies with a pleasant and edifying frankness. In Venice, for example, or at Capri, the delectable isle, romance might be seized, as it were in the act, and all manner of oddities were displayed with the most diverting effrontery. In those places you meet middle-aged pairs unsuddenly related, whose vehement adventures startled the decorum of a previous generation. You discover how queer may be the most conventional, how ordinary the most eccentric. Miss Lay, with her discreet knack for extracting confidence, after her own staid fashion, enjoyed herself immensely. She listened to the strange confessions of men who for their souls' sake had abandoned the greatness of the world, and now spoke of the past zeal with indulgent irony, of women who for love had been willing to break down the very pillars of heaven, and now shrugged their shoulders in amused recollection of passion long since dead. "Well, what have you fresh to tell me?" asked Frank, having met Miss Lay at Victoria, when he sat down to dinner in Old Queen Street. "Nothing much, but I've noticed that when pleasure had exhausted a man, he's convinced that he has exhausted pleasure, so that he tells you gravely that nothing can satisfy the human heart." But Frank had more important news than this, for Jenny, a week before,
was delivered of a stillborn child and had been so ill that it was thought she could not recover. Now, however, the worst was over, and if nothing untoward befell, she might be expected slowly to regain health. "How does Basil take it?" asked Miss Ley. "He says very little. He's growing silent of late, but I'm afraid he's quite heartbroken. You know how enormously he looks forward to the baby. Do you think he's fond of his wife?" "He's very kind to her. No one could have been gentler than he after the catastrophe. I think she was the more cut up of the two, you see. She looked upon it as the reason of the marriage, and he's been doing his best to comfort her." "I must go down and see him. And now tell me about Mrs. Castilian." "I haven't set eyes on her for ages." Miss Ley observed Frank with deliberation. She wondered if he knew of the affair with Reggie Bassett, but, though eager to discuss it, would not risk to divulge the secret. In point of fact, he was familiar with all the circumstances, but it amused him to counterfeit ignorance, that he might see how Miss Ley guided the conversation to the point she wanted. She spoke of the Dean of Tercanbury, of Bella and her husband, then, as though by chance, mentioned Reggie. But the twinkling of Frank's eyes told her that he was laughing at her stratagem. "You brute!" she cried. "Why didn't you tell me all about it, instead of letting me discover the thing by accident?" "My sex suggests to me certain elementary notions of honour, Miss Ley. You needn't add priggishness to your other detestable vices. How did you know they were carrying on in this way?" "The amiable youth told me. There are very few men who can refrain from boasting of their conquests, and certainly Reggie isn't one of them." "You don't know Hugh Kieran, do you? He's at affairs all over Europe, and the most notorious was with a foreign princess who shall be nameless. I think she would have bored him to death if he hadn't been able to flourish ostentatiously a handkerchief with a royal crown in the corner and a large initial." Miss Ley then gave her account of the visit to Rochester, and certainly made of it a very neat and entertaining story. "And did you think for a moment that this would be the end of the business?" asked Frank ironically. "Don't be spiteful, because I hoped for the best." "Dear Miss Ley, the bigger blackguard a man is, the more devoted are his lady loves. It's only when a man is decent and treats women as if they were human beings that he has a rough time of it." "You know nothing about these things, Frank," retorted Miss Ley. "Pray give me the facts and the philosophical conclusions I can draw for myself." "Well, Reggie has a natural aptitude for dealing with the sex. I heard all about your excursion to Rochester, and went so far as to assure him that you wouldn't tell his mamma. He perceived that he hadn't cut a very heroic figure, so he mounted a high horse and, full of virtuous indignation, for a month took no notice whatever of Mrs. Castilian. Then she wrote most humbly begging him to forgive her, and this, I understand, he graciously did. He came to see me, flung the letter on the table and said, 'There, my boy, if anyone asks you, say that what I don't know about women ain't worth knowing.' 2 days later he appeared with a gold cigarette case." "What did you say to him?" "One of these days you'll come the very devil of a cropper." "You showed the wisdom and emphasis. I hope with all my heart he will." "I don't imagine things are going very smoothly," proceeded Frank. "Reggie tells me she leads him a deuce of a life, and he's growing restive. It appears to be no joke to have a woman desperately in love with you. And then, he's never been on such familiar terms with a person of quality, and he's shocked by her vulgarity. Her behaviour seems often to erode his sense of decorum." "Isn't that like an Englishman?" "He cultivates propriety even in the immoral." Then Miss Ley asked Frank about himself, but they had corresponded with diligence, and he had little to tell. The work at St. Luke's went on monotonously. Lectures to students 3 times a week, and outpatients on Wednesday and Saturday. People were beginning to come to his consulting room in Harley Street, and he looked forward, with a great enthusiasm, to the future of a fashionable physician. "And are you in love?" You know I shall never permit my affections to wander so long as you remain single, he answered, laughing. Beware I don't take you at your word and drag you by the hair of your head to the altar. Have I no rifle? Well, if you press me, I will confess. Monster! What is her name? Bilharzia hematobi. Good heavens! It's a parasite I'm studying. I think authorities are all wrong about it. They've not got its life history right. And the stuff they believe about the way people catch it is sheer futile. It doesn't sound frightfully thrilling to me. And I'm under the impression you're only trumping it up to conceal some scandalous amour with a ballet girl. Miss Lay's visit to Barnes seemed welcome neither to Jenny nor to Basil, who looked harassed and unhappy, and only with a visible effort assumed a cheerful manner when he addressed his wife. Jenny was still in bed, very weak and ill, but Miss Lay, who had never before seen her, was surprised at her great beauty. Her face, whiter than the pillows against which it rested, had a very touching pathos, and notwithstanding all that had gone before, that winsome, innocent sweetness which has occasioned the comparison of English maidens to the English rose, the observant woman noticed also the painful, questioning anxiety with which Jenny continually glanced at her husband, as though pitifully dreading some unmerited reproach. I hope you like my wife, said Basil, when he accompanied Miss Lay downstairs. Poor thing! She seems to me like a lovely bird imprisoned by fate within the four walls of practical life. Who should by rights sing careless songs under the open skies? I'm afraid you'll be very unkind to her. Why? He asked, not without resentment. My dear, you'll make her live up to your blue china teapot. The world might be so much happier if people wouldn't insist on acting up to their principles. Mrs. Bush had been hurriedly sent for when Jenny's condition seemed dangerous, but in her distress and excitement had sought comfort in Basil's whisky bottle to such an extent that he was obliged to beg her to return to her own home. The scene was not edifying. Surmising an alcoholic tendency, Kent, 2 or 3 days after her arrival, locked the sideboard and removed the key. But in a little while the servant came to him. If you please, sir, Mrs. Bush says, can she add the whisky? She's not feeling very well. I go to her. Mrs. Bush sat in the dining room with folded hands, doing her utmost to express on a healthy countenance maternal anxiety, indisposition, and ruffled dignity. She was not vastly pleased to see her son-in-law instead of the expected maid. Oh, is that you, Basil? She said. I can't find the sideboard key anywhere, and I'm that upset I must add a little drop of something. I wouldn't if I were you, Mrs. Bush. You're much better without it. Oh, indeed, she answered, bristling. Perhaps you know more about me inside feelings than I do myself. I'll just trouble you to give me the key, young man, and look sharp about it. I'm not a woman to be put upon by anyone, and I tell you straight. I'm very sorry, but I think you've had quite enough to drink. Jenny may want you, and you would be wise to keep sober. Do you mean to insinuate that I've had more than I can carry? I wouldn't go quite so far as that, he answered, smiling. Thank you for nothing, cried Mrs. Bush indignantly, and I should be obliged if you wouldn't laugh at me, and I must say it's very artless with me daughter lying ill in her bedroom. I'm very much upset, and I do think you'd treat me like a lady, but you never have, Mr. Kent. No, not even the first time I came here. Oh, I haven't forgot, so don't you think I have. A 6-penny halfpenny teapot was good enough for me, but when your lady friend come in, out pops the silver, and I don't believe for a moment it's real silver. Blood's all very well, Mr. Kent, but what I say is, give me manners. You're a nice young fella, you are, to grudge me a little drop of spirits when me poor daughter's on her deathbed. I wouldn't stay another minute in this house if it wasn't for her. I was going to suggest it would be better if you returned to your happy home in Crouch End, answered Basil with a good woman stopped to take breath. Were you indeed? Well, we'll just see what Jenny has to say to that. I suppose my daughter is mistress in her own house. Mrs. Bush started to her feet and made for the door, but Basil stood with his back against it. I can't allow you to go to her now. I don't think you're in a fit state. Do you think I'm going to let you prevent me? Get out of my way, young man. Basil, more disgusted than out of temper, looked at the angry creature with a cold scorn which was not easy to stomach. I'm sorry to hurt your feelings, Mrs. Bush, but I think you'd better leave this house at once. Fanny will put your things together. I'm going to Jenny's room, and I forbid you to come to it. I expect you to be gone in half an hour. He turned on his heel, leaving Mrs. Bush furious but intimidated. She was so used to having her own way that opposition took her aback, and Basil's manner did not suggest that he would easily suffer contradiction. But she made up her mind, whatever the consequences, to force her way into Jenny's room, and there set out her grievance. She had not done repeating to herself what she would say when the servant entered to state that, according to her master's order, she had packed the things. Jenny's mother started up indignantly, but pride forbade her to let the maid see she was turned out. Quite right, Fanny. This isn't the house that the lady would stay in. I pity you, my dear, for having a master like my son-in-law. You can tell him, with my compliments, that he's no gentleman. Jenny, who was asleep, woke at the slamming of the front door. What's that? She asked. Your mother has gone away, dearest. Do you mind? She looked at him quickly, divining from knowledge of her parents' character that some quarrel had occurred, and anxious to see that Basil was not annoyed. She gave him her hand. No, I'm glad. I want to be alone with you. I don't want anyone to come between us. He bent down and kissed her, and she put her arms round his neck. You're not angry with me because the baby died? My darling, how could I be? So that you don't regret having married me. Jenny, realizing by now that Basil had married her only on account of the child, was filled with abject terror. His interests were so different from hers, and she had but gradually come to understand how great was the separation between them, that the longed-for son alone seemed able to preserve to her Basil's affection. It was the mother he loved, and now he might bitterly repent his haste. For it seemed she had forced marriage upon him by false pretences. The chief tie that bound them was severed, and so with meek gratitude accepting these attentions suggested by his kindness, she asked herself with aching heart what would happen on her recovery. Time passed, and Jenny, though ever pale and listless, grew strong enough to leave her room. It was proposed that in a little while she should go with her sister for a month to Brighton. Basil's work prevented him from leaving London for long, but he promised to run down for the weekend. One afternoon he came home in high spirits, having just received from his publishers a letter to say that his book had found favour and would be issued in the coming spring. It seemed the first step to the renown he sought. He found James Bush, his brother-in-law, sitting with Jenny, and in his elation greeted him with unusual cordiality, but James lacked his usual facetious flow of conversation, and wore, indeed, a hang-dog air which at another time would have excited Basil's attention. He took his leave at once, and then Basil noticed that Jenny was much disturbed. Though he knew nothing for certain, he had an idea that the family of Bush came to his wife when they were in financial straits, but from the beginning had decided that such inevitable claims must be satisfied. He preferred, however, to ignore the help which Jenny gave, and when she asked for some small sum beyond her allowance, handed it without question. Why was Jimmy here at this hour? He asked carelessly, thinking him bound on some such errand. I thought he didn't have his office till 6. Oh, Basil, something awful has happened. I don't know how to tell you. He's sacked. I hope he doesn't want us to keep him, answered Basil coldly. I'm very hard up this year, and all the money I have I want for you. Jenny braced herself for a painful effort. She looked away, and her voice trembled. I don't know what's to be done. He's got into trouble. Unless he can find £115 in a week, his firm are going to prosecute. What on earth do you mean, Jenny? Oh, Basil, don't be angry. I was so ashamed to tell you. I've been hiding it for a month, but now I can't any more. Something went wrong with his accounts. Do you mean to say he's been stealing? Asked Basil sternly, and the feeling of utter horror and disgust came over him. For God's sake, don't look at me like that, she cried, for his eyes, his firm-set mouth, made her feel a culprit confessing on her own account some despicable crime. He didn't mean to be dishonest. I don't exactly understand, but he can tell you how it all was. Oh, Basil, you won't let him be sent to prison? Couldn't he have the money instead of my going away? Basil sat down at his desk to think out the matter, and resting his face thoughtfully on his hands, sought to avoid Jenny's fixed, appealing gaze. He did not want her to see the consternation, the abject shame with which her news oppressed him, but all the same she saw. What are you thinking about, Basil? Nothing particular. I was wondering how to raise the money. You don't think because he's my brother I must be tarred with the same brush? He looked at her without answering. It was certainly unfortunate that his wife's mother should drink more than was seemly, and her brother have put primitive ideas about property. It's not my fault, she cried, with bitter pain, interrupting his silence. Don't think too hardly of me. No, it's not your fault, he answered, with involuntary coldness. You must go away to Brighton all the same, but I'm afraid it means no holiday in the summer. He wrote a cheque and then a letter to his bank begging them to advance £100 in securities they held. There he is, cried Jenny, hearing a ring. I tell him to come back in half an hour. Basil got up. You'd better give the cheque to your brother at once, so that I don't wish to see him. Isn't he to come here any more, Basil? That is as you like, Jenny. If you wish, we'll pretend he was unfortunate rather than dishonest. But I'd rather he didn't refer to the matter. I want neither his thanks nor his excuses. Without answering, Jenny took the cheque. She would have given a great deal to fling her arms gratefully round Basil's neck, begging him to forgive. But there was a hardness in his manner which frightened her. All the evening he sat in moody silence, and Jenny dared not speak. His kiss when he bade her good night had never been so frigid, and unable to sleep, she cried bitterly. She could not understand the profound abhorrence with which he looked upon the incident. To her mind it was little more than a mischance occasioned by Jimmy's excessive sharpness, and she was disposed to agree with her mother that only luck had been against him. She somewhat resented Basil's refusal to hear any defence, and his complete certainty that the very worst must be true. A few days later, coming unexpectedly, Kent found Jenny in earnest conversation with her brother, who had quite regained his jaunty air and betrayed no false shame at Basil's knowledge of his escapade. "Well met, Horatio," he cried, holding out his hand. "I just come in on the chance of seeing you. I wanted to thank you for that loan. I'd rather you didn't speak of it." "Why, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I had a bit of bad luck, that's all. I'll pay you back, you know. You needn't fear about that." He gave a voluble account of the affair, proving how misfortune may befall the deserving, and what a criminal complexion the most innocent acts may wear. Basil, against his will, admiring the fellow's jocose effrontery, listened with chilling silence. "You need not excuse yourself," he said at length. "My reasons for helping you were purely selfish. Except for Jenny, it would have been a matter of complete indifference to me if you had been sent to prison or not." "Oh, that was all, kid. They wouldn't have prosecuted? Don't I tell you they had no case? You believe me, don't you?" "No, I don't." "What do you mean by that?" asked James angrily. "We won't discuss it." The other did not answer, but shot at Basil a glance of singular malevolence. "You can whistle for your moneys, young fellow," he muttered under his breath. "You won't get much out of me." He had but small intention of paying back the rather large sum, but now abandoned even that. During the 6 months of Jenny's married life, he had never been able to surmount the freezing politeness with which Basil used him. He hated him for his supercilious air, but needing his help, took care, though sometimes he could scarcely keep his temper, to preserve familiar cordiality. He knew his brother-in-law would welcome an opportunity to forbid him the house, and this, especially now that he was out of work, he determined to avoid. He stomached the affront as best he could, but solaced his pride with the determination sooner or later to revenge himself. "Well, so long," he cried, with undiminished serenity. "I'll be toddling." Jenny watched the scene with some alarm, but with more irritation, since Basil's frigid contempt for her brother seemed a reflection on herself. "You might at least be polite to him," she said, when Jimmy was gone. "I'm afraid I've pretty well used up all my politeness. After all, he is my brother." "That is a fact I deplore with all my heart," he answered. "You needn't be so hard on him now he's done. He's no worse than plenty more." Basil turned to her with flaming eyes. "Good God, don't you realize the man's a thief? Doesn't it mean anything to you that he's dishonest? Don't you see how awful it is that the man—" He broke off with a gesture of disgust. It was the first quarrel they had ever had, and a shrewish look came to Jenny's face. Her pallor gave way to an angry flush. But quickly Basil recovered himself. Recollecting his wife's illness and her bitter disappointment at the poor babe's death, he keenly regretted the outburst. "I beg your pardon, Jenny. I didn't mean to say that, as you had remembered you were fond of him." But since she did not answer, looking away somewhat sulkily, he sat down on the arm of her chair and stroked her wonderful rich tresses. "Don't be cross, darling. We won't quarrel, will we?" Unable to resist his tenderness, tears came to her eyes, and passionately she kissed his caressing hands. "No, no," she cried. "I love you too much. Don't ever speak angrily to me. It hurts so awfully." The momentary cloud passed, and they talked of the approaching visit to Brighton. Jenny was to take lodgings, and she made him promise faithfully that he would come every Saturday. Frank had offered a room in Harley Street, and while she was away, Basil meant to stay with him. "You won't forget me, Basil?" "Of course not, but you must hurry up and get well and come back." When at length she set off, and Basil found himself Frank's guest, he could not suppress a faint sigh of relief. It was very delightful to live again in the bachelor's rooms, and he loved the smell of smoke, the untidy litter of books, the lack of responsibility. There was no need to do anything he did not like, and for the first time since his marriage he felt entirely comfortable. Recalling his pleasant rooms in the Temple, and there was about them an old-world air which amiably fitted his humour. He thought of the long conversations of those days, the hours of reverie, the undisturbed ease with which he could read books, and he shuddered at the poky villa which was now his home, the worries of housekeeping and the want of privacy. He had meant his life to be so beautiful, and it was merely sordid. "There are advantages in single blessedness," laughed the doctor, when he saw Basil after breakfast light his pipe and, putting his feet on the chimney-piece, lean back with a sigh of content. But he regretted his words when he saw on the other's mobile face a look of singular wistfulness. It was his first indication that things were not going very well with the young couple. "By the way," Frank suggested presently, "would you care to come to a party tonight? Lady Edward Stringer is giving some sort of function, and there'll be a lot of people you know." "I've been nowhere since my marriage," Basil answered irresolutely. "I shall be seeing the old thing today. Shall I ask if I can bring you?" "It would be awfully good of you. By Jove, I should enjoy it." He gave a laugh. "I've not had evening clothes on for 6 months. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lady Edward Stringer said she would be delighted to see Basil that evening, and Frank, whose toilet was finished in a quarter of an hour, was gone for amusement, watched the care wherein the young man dressed. At last, with a final look at the glass, he turned round. "You look very nice indeed," said the doctor ironically. "Shut up," answered Basil, reddening, but it was evident all the same that he was not displeased with his appearance. They dined at Frank's very respectable club, surrounded by men of science with the diverting air of middle-aged schoolboys, and soon after 10 drove off to Kensington. Basil hated the economy which since his marriage he had been forced to practice, and the sights of wealth in Lady Edward's house were very grateful to him. A powdered footman took his hat, another seized his coat, and after the cramped stuffiness of the villa at Barnes, it pleased him hugely to walk through spacious and lofty rooms, furnished splendidly in the worst Victorian manner. Lady Edward, her fair wig more than usually askew, dressed in shabby magnificence, with splendid diamonds round her withered neck, gave him the indifferent welcome of a fashionable hostess, and turned to the next arrival. Moving on, Basil found himself face to face with Mrs. Murray. "Oh, I am glad to see you," he cried, enthusiastic and surprised. "I didn't know you were back. Come and sit down and tell me all you've seen." "Nonsense, I'm not going to say a word. You must give me all the news. I see your book is announced." Basil was astonished to find how handsome she was. He had thought of her very frequently against his will, but the picture in his mind had not that radiant health nor that spirited vitality. Rather had his imagination exaggerated the likeness to a Madonna of Sandro Botticelli, dwelling on the sad passion of her lips and the pallid oval of her languid face. Tonight her vivacity was enchanting. The grey eyes were full of laughter, and her cheeks delightfully flushed. He looked at her beautiful hands, recognizing the rings, and at the picturesque splendour of her gown. The favourite scent which vaguely clung to her recalled the past, with its pleasant intercourse, and he remembered her drawing-room in Charles Street, where they had sat so often talking of charming things. His heart ached, and he knew that for all his efforts he loved her no less than that night before his marriage, when he became convinced that she also cared. "I don't believe you are listening to a word I say," she cried. "Yes, I am," he answered. "But the sound of your voice intoxicates me. It has all the music of Italy. I haven't heard it for such ages." "When did I see you last?" she inquired, remembering perfectly well, but curious to know his answer. "You were driving near Westminster Bridge one Sunday afternoon, but I've not spoken to you since the Thursday before that. I remember the cloak you wore then. Have you still got it?" "What a memory!" She laughed flippantly, but there was triumph in her eyes, for he seemed to have forgotten completely the visit to Barnes, and his recollection was only of the mutual love. "I often think of the long talks we used to have," he said. "Except for you, I should never have written my book." "Ah, yes, before you married, wasn't it?" She uttered the words carelessly, with a smile, but she meant to wound, and Basil's face grew on a sudden deathly pale. An inexpressible pain darkened his eyes, and his lips trembled. Mrs. Murray observed him with a cruel curiosity. Sometimes in her anger she had prayed for an occasion of revenge for all the torture she had suffered, and this was the beginning. She hated him now. She told herself she hated him furiously. At that moment she caught sight of Mr. Farley, the fashionable parson, and smiled. As she expected, he came forward. "Did you get a letter from me?" she asked, holding out her hand. "Thanks so much. I've already written to accept." Her question was not without malice, for she wished Basil to understand that she had sent Mr. Farley some invitation. Unwillingly, the younger man rose from her side, and the vicar of All Souls took the vacant place. As Basil sauntered away, sore at heart, she addressed the newcomer with a flattering, though somewhat unusual, cordiality. "Tiens, "This chase, Lucretia. How on earth did you get here?" Basil started, and his face grew suddenly cold and hard when at his elbow he heard his mother's mocking voice. "Dr. Hurrell brought me," he answered. "He showed discretion in bringing you to the dullest house in London, also the most respectable. How is Camberwell, and do you have high tea?" "My wife is at Brighton," answered Basil, feeling as ever humiliated by Lady Vizard's banter. "I didn't expect she was here. You're really very good looking. What a pity it is you're so absurd." She nodded to her son and passed on. Presently she came to Miss Ley, who stood by herself, watching with amusement the various throng. "How do you do?" said Lady Vizard. "I had no idea that you remembered me," answered the other. "I saw in the paper that you had inherited the fortune of that odious Miss Douaris. Haven't you found that lots of people have remembered you since then?" She did not wait for an answer. "Aren't you a friend of my young hopeful? I've just seen him, and I can't imagine why he dislikes me so much. I suppose he thinks I'm wicked, but I'm not in the least, really. I'm not conscious of ever having committed a sin in my life. I've done foolish things and things I regret, but that's all." "It's very comfortable to have the approval of one's own conscience," murmured Miss Ley. Lord de Capri at that moment advanced to Lady Vizard, and Miss Ley took the opportunity to go to Mrs. Barlow Bassett, superbly imposing as usual, who was talking with the Castilians. "It's a great comfort to me to know he's such a good boy," she heard her saying. "He has no secrets from me, and I can assure you he hasn't a thought which he needs to hide from anyone." "Who is this admirable person?" asked Miss Ley. "I was thanking Mrs. Castilian for being so good to Reggie. He's just of an age when the influence of a woman of the world, a good woman, is so important." "Reginald is the compendium of all the virtues," remarked Miss Ley quietly, "and Mrs. Castilian is a pattern of charity." "You overwhelm me with confusion," cried the little woman with the lightest laugh, but only the powder hid a crimson blush of shame. She managed in a little while to get Miss Ley to herself, and they sat down. Mrs. Castilian's manner was so airy and flippant that none could have guessed she dwelt with tragic issues. "You must utterly despise me, Miss Ley," she said. "Why? I promised you I'd never see Reggie again, and what must you have thought when you heard Mrs. Bassett? At least it saved you the trouble of telling me fibs. I wouldn't have lied about it. I must have someone to whom I can talk openly." "Oh, I'm so unhappy." These words also she said with so expressionless a countenance that an onlooker out of earshot would have been persuaded she spoke of most trivial things. "I did my best," she went on. "I bore it for months, then I couldn't do without him any longer. I feel like a woman in one of those old stories, under some love spell so that no power of hers could help her. I suppose you'll say I'm a fool, but I think Isolde or Phèdre must have had just that same sensation. I haven't any will and I haven't any courage, and the worst is that the whole thing's so absolutely degrading. There's no reason why you shouldn't despise me, because I utterly despise myself, and heaven knows what would be the end of it. I feel that something awful will happen. Some day or other, Paul is certain to find out, and then it means ruin, and I shall have thrown away everything for such a miserable, poor-spirited cur." "Don't talk so loud," said Miss Ley, for the other had slightly raised her voice. "Do you think he'd marry you?" "No, he's often told me he wouldn't, and I wouldn't marry him now. I know him too well." "Oh, I wish I'd never seen him. He doesn't care two straws for me. He knows I'm in his power, and he treats me as if I were a woman off the streets. I've been so bitterly punished." Her eyes wandered across the room, and she saw Reggie talking to Mrs. Mary. "Look at him," she said to Miss Ley. "Even now I would give my soul for him to take me in his arms and kiss me. I wouldn't mind the danger. I wouldn't mind the shame, if he only loved me." Self-possessed and handsome, immaculately attired, Reggie chatted with the ease of a man of 40, his dark, lustrous eyes fixed on Mrs. Murray, his red lips smiling centrally, indicated plainly enough that her beauty attracted him. Mrs. Castilian watched the pair with jealous rage and with agony. "She's got every chance," she muttered. "She's a widow, and she's rich, and she's younger than I am, but I wouldn't wish my worst enemy the wretchedness of falling in love with that man." "But good heavens, why don't you pull yourself together? Have you given up all thought of breaking with him?" "Yes," she answered desperately. "I'm not going to struggle any more. Let come what may. It's not I that is concerned now, but fate. I won't leave him until he throws me aside like a toy he's tired of." "And what about your husband?" "Poor. Poor's worth 10 of the other. I didn't know his value till I was so unhappy." "Aren't you a little ashamed to treat him so badly?" "I can't sleep at night for thinking of it. Every present he gives me is like a stab in my heart. Every kindness is the bitterest anguish. But I can't help it." Miss Ley meditated for a moment. "I've just been talking to Lady Vizard," she said then. "I suppose there's no one in London whom a pious person would more readily consign to eternal flames, and yet she looks upon herself as a very good woman indeed. Also, I feel sure that our mutual friend Reggie has no qualms about any of his proceedings. It suggests to me that the only wicked people in the world are those who have consciences." "And do you think I have a conscience?" asked Mrs. Castilian bitterly. "Apparently, I never saw any trace of it till I met you at Rochester, but I suppose it was there in a rudimentary condition, and events have brought it to the front. Take care it doesn't get the better of you. I see great danger staring you in the face." "What do you mean?" Mrs. Castilian's face, notwithstanding the rouge, was haggard and white. Miss Ley looked at her with piercing keenness. "Have you ever thought of confessing the whole thing to your husband?" "Oh, Miss Ley, how did you guess that?" In her uncontrollable agitation she forgot her self-control and wrung her hands with anguish. "Take care. Remember everyone can see you." "I forgot." With an effort she regained her wonted ease of manner. "It's been with me night and day. Sometimes when Paul is good to me I can hardly resist the temptation. Some awful fascination lures me on, and I know that one day I shan't be able to hold my tongue, and I shall tell him everything." During the last 6 months Mrs. Castilian had aged, and bitterly conscious of her failing beauty, resorted now to a more extravagant artifice. The colour of her hair was more obviously unnatural, so pencilled her eyebrows and used too much paint on her cheeks. The unquiet of her manner had increased, so that it was somewhat painful to be with her. She talked more than ever, more loudly, and her laughter was shriller and more frequent. But the high spirits, which before were due to an entire unconcern for the world in general, now were deliberately assumed to conceal, if possible even from herself, a most utter wretchedness. Life had been wont to go most smoothly. She had wealth to gratify every whim, admiration to give a sense of power, a position of some consequence, and she had never wanted anything so desperately that it was more than tiresome to do without it. But now, with no previous experience to guide her, she was beset on every side with harassing difficulties. This ardent passion had swept her off her feet, and the awakening was very bitter when she learned that it was her turn to suffer. She had no illusions with regard to Reggie. He was immeasurably selfish, callous to her pain, and she had long since discovered that tears had no effect upon him. He meant to get his own way, and when she rebelled, gave her the truth in brutal terms. "If you don't like me, you can go to the devil. You're not the only woman in the world." But on the whole he was fairly good-humoured. It was his best quality, and she had a certain hold over him in his immense love of pleasure. She could always avoid his peevishness by taking him to the theatre. He was anxious to move in polite circles, and an invitation to some great house made him affectionate for a week. but he never allowed her to dictate, and an occasional display of jealousy was met with an indifferent cynicism which nearly drove her to distraction. Besides, she was afraid of him, knowing that to save his own skin he would not hesitate to betray her. Yet, notwithstanding, she loved Reggie still so passionately that it affected her character. Mrs. Castilian, who had never sought to restrain herself, now took care to avoid causes of offence to the dissolute boy. She made herself complacent so that he might not again throw in her face her age and waning charms. In bitter misery, she learned a gentleness and a self-control which before she had never known. In the general affairs of life, she exhibited a new charity, and especially with her husband was less petulant. His sure devotion was singularly comforting, and she knew that in his eyes she was no less adorable than when first he loved her. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Ley took care to learn at which hotel Bella meant to stay in Milan, and when the pair arrived at the beginning of their honeymoon, they found awaiting them, in their friend's neat and scholarly writing, a little ironical letter, enclosing as wedding present a cheque for £500. This enabled them to travel more sumptuously than at first seemed possible, and meaning to spend the worst of the winter at Naples, without fearing the expense, they could linger on their way in one charming town after another. Herbert was full of enthusiasm, and for a while seemed entirely to regain health. He forgot the disease which ate away silently his living tissue, and formed extravagant hopes for the future. His energy was such that Bella had much difficulty in restraining his eagerness to see the sights of which for so many years he had vainly dreamed. His passion for the sunshine, the blue skies, and the flowers was wonderful to see, yet Bella's heart ached often, though with greatest care she trained her countenance to cheerfulness, because his singular capacity for life to her anxious mind seemed to forebode a short continuance. It was gathering into one feverish moment all that others spread over a generation. In the constant companionship his character unfolded itself, and she learned how charming was his disposition, how sweet and unselfish his temper. Admiring him each day more ardently, she enjoyed his little airs of masculine superiority, for he would not consent to be treated as an invalid, and somewhat resented her motherly care. On the contrary, he was full of solicitude for her comfort, and took upon himself all necessary arrangements, the ordering of details and so forth, of which she would most willingly have relieved him. He had ingenious ideas about husband's authority, to which Bella, not without a sly amusement, delighted to submit. She knew herself stronger not only in health, but in character, yet it diverted her to fall in with his fancy that she was the weaker vessel. When she feared that Herbert would tire himself, she simulated fatigue, and then his anxiety, his self-reproach were quite touching. He never forgot how great was his debt to Bella, and sometimes his gratitude brought tears to her eyes, so that she sought to persuade him nothing at all was due. Ignorant of the world, his behaviour formed chiefly on books. Herbert used his wife with the gallant courtesy of some Shakespearean lover, writing sonnets which to her mind rang with the very nobility of marital passion, and under the breath of his romantic devotion, the dull years fell away from her heart, so that she felt younger and fairer and more gay. Her sobriety was coloured by a not unpleasing flippancy, and she livened his strenuous enthusiasm with kindly banter. But as though the sun called out his own youth, dissipating the dark northern humours. Sometimes he was boyish as a lad of 16, and then talking nonsense to one another, they shouted with laughter at their own facetiousness. The world, they say, is a mirror whereon, if you look smiling, joyous smiles are reflected, and thus it seemed to them as if the whole earth approved their felicity. The flowers bloomed to fit their happiness, and the loveliness of nature was only a frame to their great content. "You know, we began a conversation 2 months ago," he said once, "and we've never come to an end yet. I find you more interesting every day." "I'm a very good listener, I know," she answered, laughing. "Nothing gives one a surer reputation for being a conversationalist." "It's no good saying spiteful things to me when you look like that," he cried, for her eyes rested on him with the most caressing tenderness. "I think you are growing very vain." "How can I help it when you're my wedded wife, and you're so absolutely beautiful?" "What?" she exclaimed. "If you talk such rubbish to me, I'll double your dose of cod liver oil." "But it's true," he said eagerly, so that Bella, though she knew her comeliness existed only in his imagination, flushed with delight. "I love your eyes, and when I look into them I feel I have no will of my own. The other day in Florence you called my attention to someone who was good looking, and she wasn't a patch on you." "Good heavens, I believe the boy's serious," she cried, but her eyes filled with tears and her voice broke into a sob. "What is the matter?" he asked, astonished. "It's so good to be loved," she answered. "No one has ever said such things to me before, and I'm so ridiculously happy." But as though the gods envied their brief joy, when they arrived at Rome, Herbert, exhausted by the journey, felt desperately ill. The weather was cold, rainy, and small, and each day when he awoke, and the shutters were thrown back, Herbert looked eagerly at the sky, but seeing that it remained grey and cloudy, with a groan of despair, turned his face to the wall. Bella, too, watched with aching heart for the sunshine, thinking it might bring him at least some measure of health, for she had given up all hope of permanent recovery. The doctor explained the condition of the lungs. Since Frank's examination, the left side, which before was whole, had become affected, and the disease seemed to progress with the most frightful rapidity. But at length the weather changed. In the warm wind of February, that month of languor, blew softly over the old stones of Rome. The sky once again was blue, with a colour more intense by reason of the fleecy clouds that swayed across its dome, whitely, with the grace of dancers. The Piazza di Spagna, upon which looked Herbert's window, was brilliant with many flowers. The models in their dress of the Campagna lounged about Bernini's easy steps, and the savour of the country in the spring was wafted into the sick man's room. He grew better quickly. His spirits, of late very despondent, now became extravagantly cheerful, and hating Rome, the scene of his illness, he was convinced that he only needed change of place to complete his recovery. He insisted so vehemently that Bella should take him down to Naples that the doctor agreed it would be better to go, and therefore, as soon as he could be moved, they went further south. They arrived in Naples no longer a pair of light-hearted children, but a middle-aged woman, haggard with anxiety, and a dying youth. Herbert's condition betrayed itself in an entire loss of his old buoyancy, so that the new scenes among which he found himself aroused no new emotions. The churches of Naples, white and gold like a ballroom of the 18th century, fit places of worship to a generation whose faith was a flippant superstition, chilled his heart. The statues in the museum were but lifeless stones, and the view itself, the glorious crown of Italian scenery, left him indifferent. Herbert, whose enthusiasm had once been so facile, now profoundly bored, remained listless at all he saw, and discovered in Naples only its squalor and its vicious brutality. But on the other hand, a restless spirit seized him, so that he could not remain quietly where he was. and he desired passionately to travel still further afield, with an eager longing for the country which above all others, above Italy even, had fired his imagination. He wished before he died to see Greece. Bella, fearing the exertion, sought to dissuade him, but for once found him irresolute. "It's all very well for you," he cried. "You have plenty of time before you, but I have only now. Let me go to Athens, and then I shan't feel that I have left unseen the whole of the beautiful world. But think of the risk. Let us enjoy the day. What does it matter if I die here, in Greece, or elsewhere? Let me see Athens, Bella. You don't know what it means to me. Don't you remember the photograph of the Acropolis that I had in my room at Tercanbury? Every morning on waking, I looked at it, and at night, before blowing out my candle, it was the last thing I saw. I know every stone of it already. I want to breathe the Attic air that the Greeks breathed. I want to look on Salamis and Marathon. Sometimes I longed for those places so enormously that it was physical pain. Don't prevent me from carrying out my last wish. After that you can do what you like with me." There was such yearning in his voice and such despair that Bella, much as she dreaded the journey, could not resist. The doctor at Naples warned her that at any time the catastrophe might occur, and she could no longer conceal from herself the frightful ravage of the disease. Herbert, according to the cause of his illness, was at times profoundly depressed, and at others, when the day was fine or he had slept well, convinced that soon he would entirely recover. He thought then that if he could only get rid of the cough which racked his chest, he might grow perfectly well, and it was Bella's greatest torture to listen to his confident plans for the future. He wished to spend the summer at Vallombrosa among the green trees, and buying a guidebook to Spain, made a tour for the following winter. With smiling countenance, with humorous banter, Bella was forced to discuss schemes which she knew death would utterly frustrate. 2 years in the south ought to put me quite right again, he said once. And then we will take a little house in Kent, where we can see the meadows and the yellow corn, and we'll work together at all sorts of interesting things. I want to write really good poetry, not for myself any more, but for you. I want you never to think that you threw yourself away on me. Wouldn't it be glorious to have fame? Oh, Bella, I hope some day you'll be proud of me." "I shall have to keep a very sharp eye on you," she answered, with a laugh that to herself sounded like a sob of pain. "Poets are notoriously fickle, and you're sure to philander with pretty milkmaids." "Oh, Bella, Bella," he cried with sudden feeling, "I wish I were more worthy of you. Besides, you feel so utterly paltry and insignificant." "I daresay," she replied ironically, "but that didn't prevent you from writing a sonnet in Pisa about the ankles of a peasant woman." He laughed and blushed. "You didn't really mind, did you? Besides, it was you who called my attention to the way she walked. If you like, I destroy it." Boy-like, he took her mocking seriously. It was indeed half afraid he had annoyed her. She laughed again, more sincerely, but still her laughter ran softly with the tears that filtered. "My precious child," she cried, "when will you grow up? You wait till I am well, and then you shall put on these airs at your peril, madame." Next morning, the spell of health continuing, he proposed that they should start at once for Brindisi, where they could wait one day and then take the boat directly to Greece. Bella, who counted on making delay after delay till it was too late, was filled with consternation. But Herbert gave her no opportunity to thwart his will, for he had said nothing to her till he had looked out the train, called for the bill, and given the hotel keeper notice of his intention. Once started, his excitement was almost painful to see. His blue eyes shone, and his cheeks were flushed. A new energy seemed to fill him, and he not only looked much better, but felt it. "I tell you I shall get quite well as soon as I set my foot on the soil of Greece," he cried. The immortal gods will work a miracle, and they will build a temple in their honour. He looked with beating heart at the country through which they sped, fresh and sunny in the spring, with vast green treads spread widely on either side, in which browsed herds of cattle, shaggy-haired and timid. Now and again they saw a herdsman, a rifle slung across his back, wild and handsome and debonair, and finally the trembling of the sea. At last, the boy cried, at last. Next morning he was feverish and ill, and on the day after, notwithstanding his entreaties, Bella absolutely refused to start. He stared at her sullenly, with bitter disappointment. "Very well," he said at length, "but next time you must promise to go whatever happens, even if I'm dying. You must have me carried on the boat." "I promise faithfully," answered Bella. A certain force of will gave him an imaginary strength, so that in a couple of days he was on his feet again. But the elation which during a fortnight had upborne him now was quite gone, and he was so silent that Bella feared he had not forgiven the delay on which she insisted. They were obliged to spend a week in Brindisi, that dull, sordid, populous town, and together wandered much about its tortuous and narrow streets. It pleased Herbert chiefly to go down to the port, for he loved the crowded ships, loading and unloading, and dreamed of their long voyages over the wild ways of the sea, and he loved the lounging sailormen, the red-sashed, swarthy porters, the urchins who played merrily on the quay. But the life which thrilled through them, one and all, caused him sometimes an angry despair. They seemed to possess such infinite power to enjoy things. With all his heart he envied the poorest stoker, because his muscles were like iron and his breathing free. The week passed, and on the afternoon before the boat sailed, Herbert went out alone. But Bella, knowing his habits, was presently able to find him. He sat on a little hill, olive-clad, and overlooked the sea. He did not notice her approach, for his gaze, intent as though he sought to see the longed-for shores of Greece, was fixed upon the blue Aegean distance, and on his wan and wasted face was a pain indescribable. "I'm glad you've come, Bella. I wanted you." She sat beside him, and taking her hand, his eyes wandered again to the far horizon. A fishing boat, with a white, strange-shaped sail, sped like a fair sea-bird over the water's shining floor. The sky was a hard, hot blue, like the lapis lazuli, and not a cloud broke its serene monotony. "Bella," he said at last, "I don't want to go to Greece. I haven't the courage." "What do you mean?" she asked, enormously surprised. All his thoughts had tended to this one object, and it seemed a sign of ill omen that when at length it lay within reach, he should draw back. "You thought I was angry because we didn't start last week. I tried to be, but in my heart I was glad of the respite. I was afraid. I've been trying to screw up my courage, but I can't." He did not look at her, but gazed straight out to the sea. "I daren't run the risk, Bella. I'm afraid to put my fancies to the test of reality. I want to keep my illusions. Italy has shown me that nothing is so lovely and enchanting as the image of it in my mind. Each time that something hasn't quite come up to my expectations, I've said to myself that Greece would repay me for everything. But now I know that Greece will have just the same disappointments, and I can't bear them. Let me die with a picture still in my heart of the long-beloved country as I have fancied it. What is it to me when fawns no longer scamper through the fields, and dryads aren't in the running brooks? It's not Greece I go to see, but the land of my ideal." "But my dearest, there's no need to go. You know I'd much rather not," cried Bella. He looked at her at length, and his glance was long and searching. It seemed that he wished to speak, yet for some reason hesitated strangely. Then he made an effort. "I want to go home, Bella," he whispered. "I feel I can't breathe here. The blue sky overwhelms me, and I long for the grey clouds of England. I didn't know I loved my country till I left it. Do you think I'm an awful prig?" "No, dear," she answered, with a choking voice. "The clamour of the south tires my ears, and the colours are over bright. The air is too thin and too brilliant. The eternal sunshine blinds me. Give me my own country again. I can't die down here. I want to be buried among my own people. I've never said a word to you, Bella, but lately I've lain awake at night thinking of the fat Kentish soil. I want to take it up in my hands, the cool, rich mould, and feel its coldness and its strength. When I look up at that blue fire, I think of my beautiful Kentish sky, so grey, so soft, so low, and I yearn for those rounded clouds, all pregnant with rain." His excitement was unbearable as the thoughts crowded upon him, and he pressed his hands to his eyes so that nothing should disturb. "My mouth is parched for the spring showers. Do you know, we've not seen a drop of rain for a month. Now at Linham and at Fern, the elm tree and the oaks are all in leaf, and I love the fresh young green. There's nothing here like the green of the Kentish fields. Oh, I can feel the salt breeze of the North Sea blowing against my cheek, and in my nostrils are all the spring smells of the country. I must see the hedgerows once more, and I want to listen to the birds singing. I long for the cathedral with its old grey stones and the dark, shady streets of Tercanbury. I want to hear English spoken around me. I want to see English faces. Bella, Bella, for God's sake, take me home, or I shall die." There was such agony in his passionate appeal that Bella was more than ever alarmed. She thought he had some mysterious premonition of the end, and it was only with difficulty that she brought herself to utter words of consolation and of reassurance. They settled to start at once. Herbert, in his anxiety, wished to travel directly to London, but his wife, determined to take no risk that could possibly be avoided, insisted on going by very easy stages. Through the winter she had written every week to the Dean, telling him of their doings and the places they saw, but he had never once replied, and for news of him she had been forced to rely on friends in Tercanbury. Now she wrote to him immediately. "My dearest father, my husband is dying, and I am bringing him home at his own wish. I do not know how long he can continue to live, but at the most I'm afraid it can only be a question of very few months. I beg you most earnestly to put aside your anger. Let us come to you. I have nowhere to take Herbert, and I cannot bear that he should die in a stranger's house. I beseech you to write to me at Paris. Your affectionate daughter, Bella." Her first two letters the Dean had enough resolution not to open, but he could not grow used to his solitude, and each day missed more acutely his daughter's constant care. The house was very empty without her, and sometimes in the morning, forgetting what had happened, he expected when he went down to breakfast to find her, as ever, alert and trim, at the head of his table. The third letter he could not resist, and afterwards, though his pride forbade him to answer, looked forward intensely to the weekly communications. Once, when by some chance it was 2 days delayed, he was so anxious that he went to a friend in the chapter whose wife, he knew, corresponded with Bella, and asked whether anything had been heard. On opening this final note, the Dean was surprised to find it so short. For Bella, to comfort and interest him, was used to write a sort of diary of the week. He read it 2 or 3 times. He gathered first that Bella was on her way home, and if he liked, might once more sit at his solitary table, go about the house gently as of old, and in the evening play to him the simple melodies he loved so well. But then he became aware of the restrained despair in those few hurried lines, and reading deeper than the words, understood for the first time her overwhelming love for that poor sick boy. From his daughter's letters, the Dean had come to know Herbert somewhat intimately, for with subtle tenderness Bella related little traits which she knew would touch him, and for long he had struggled with an uneasy feeling of his own injustice. He remembered now the lad's youth and simplicity, that he was poor and ill, and his heart went out to him strangely. Contrition seized him. A portrait of his wife, dead for 35 years, hung in the Dean's study, showing her in the first year of marriage with a simpering air, the brown ringlets of a middle Victorian young lady, and though a work of no merit, to the sorrowing husband it seemed a real masterpiece. He had often gathered solace and advice from those brown eyes, and now, proud and love contending in his breast, looked at it earnestly. The face seemed to wear an expression of reproach, and in mute self-abasement the Dean bent his head. The hungry had come to him, and he had given no meat. The stranger he had cast out, and the sick turned from his door. I have sinned against heaven and in thy sight, he muttered painfully, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. His eyes caught a photograph of Bella, which for a while vanished from the room, now again occupied its accustomed place, and as though to take her in his arms, he stretched his hands towards it. He smiled happily, for his mind was made up. Notwithstanding the words uttered in his wrath, he would go to Paris and bring home his daughter with her dying husband. And if in the last months of the boy's life he could make up for past harshness, perhaps it would be taken as some atonement for his cruel pride. Announcing his intention to no one, the Dean set out at once. He had no means to communicate with Bella, but knew the hotel to which she would go, and determined there to await her arrival. Finding at what hour she must reach it, he lingered in the hall, but twice was grievously disappointed. On the third day, however, when he began to feel the tension unbearable, a cab drove up, and trembling with excitement, he saw Bella step out. Desirous that she should not see him immediately, the Dean withdrew a little to one side. He noted the care with which she helped Herbert to get out of the cab. She took his arm to lead him in. He was apparently very weak, wrapped up to his eyes, though the evening was warm, and while she asked for rooms, he sat down in sheer exhaustion. The Dean was very remorseful when he saw the change in him, for when last they met Herbert Field was full of spirits and gay, and these months of anxiety had left their mark on Bella also, whose hair was beginning to turn quite grey. Her expression was tired and wan. When they were gone upstairs, the Dean asked for the number of their room, but to give them time to get off their things, forced himself to wait half an hour by the clock. Then, going up, he knocked at the door. Bella, thinking it was a maid, called her in French. Bella, he said in a low voice, and he remembered how once she had begged to be admitted to his study and he had refused. With a cry, she flung open the door, and in a moment they were clasped in one another's arms. He pressed her to his heart, but in his emotion found no word to say. She drew him in eagerly. "Herbert, he is my father." The youth was lying on the bed in the next room, and Bella let the Dean in. Herbert was too tired to rise. "I've come to take you both home," said the old man, tears of joy in his voice. "Oh, father, I'm so glad. You're not angry with me any longer. It'll make me so happy if you forgive me." "It's not you that need forgiveness, but I, Bella. I want to ask your husband to pardon my unkindness. I've been harsh and proud and cruel. He went to Herbert and took his hand. "Will you forgive me, my dear? Will you allow me to be your father as well as Bella's?" "I shall be very grateful." "Will you come back to Tercanbury with me? I should like you to know that so long as I live, my home will be yours, and I will try and make you forget that I was ever—" The Dean broke off with a gesture of appeal, unable to finish. "I know you're very good," smiled Herbert, "and you see I have brought Bella back to you." The Dean hesitated a moment shyly, then bent down and very tenderly kissed the pale, suffering lad. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of The Merry-Go-Round by W. Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in public domain. Some days after the party at Lady Edward Stringer's, Basil went to Brighton and was met at the station by Jenny and her sister. Sending the traps by porter, they set out for the lodgings, but were quickly joined by a very smart young man introduced to Basil as Mr. Higgins, who paired up with Annie Bush. When they had gone ahead, Basil asked who he was. "He's Annie's latest," answered Jenny, laughing. "Have you known him long?" "We got to know him the second day we were down. I noticed him look at us, and I said to Annie, 'There you are, my dear. There's company for you when Basil comes, because I can't stick walking 3 in a row.'" "Who introduced him to you?" "What a silly you are," laughed Jenny. "He just came up and said good evening, and Annie said good evening, and then he began to talk. He seems to have lots of money. He took us to a concert last night, to the best places. It was nice of him, wasn't it?" "But, my dear child, you can't go about with people you don't know. You must let Annie enjoy herself. And he's a very respectable young fellow, isn't he? You see, living at home, she hasn't the opportunity to get to know men that I had, and he's quite a gentleman." "Is he? I should have thought him a most awful bounder." "You're so particular," said Jenny. "I don't see anything wrong in him." Arriving at the lodging-house, Annie, engaged in lively conversation with her new acquaintance, stopped till the others came up. She resembled Jenny as much as it was possible for a somewhat plain woman to resemble a beautiful. She had the same graceful figure, but her hair, arranged with needless elaboration, was colourless, and her complexion had not the mellow delicacy which distinguished her elder. "Jenny," she cried, "he won't come in to tea because he says you want to be alone with your hubby. Tell him it's all right." "Of course it's all right," said Jenny. "You come in and take a cup of tea with us, and then we'll all go on the front." He was evidently a facetious person, for while Basil washed, he heard the 2 women in the adjoining room shout with uproarious merriment. Presently Jenny called out that tea was ready, and somewhat against his will, he was forced to go in. His wife, much better in health, talking and laughing loudly, was in high spirits, and the 3 had evidently enjoyed thoroughly the last 2 weeks, for they were full of remembered jokes. Basil, annoyed by the stranger's intrusion, sought not to join in the conversation, but sat silently, and after a while took up a newspaper. Annie gave him an angry glance, and Mr. Higgins looked once or twice uncertainly, but then went on with his rapid string of anecdote. Perhaps he also had cause for irritation, since his best stories were heard by Basil with all the appearance of profound boredom. "Well, who says a stroll on the parade?" he cried at last. "Come on, Jenny," answered Annie Bush, and turned to Basil. "Are you coming?" He looked up from his paper indifferently. "No, I have some letters to write." Jenny preferred to remain with her husband, and once alone they talked for a time of domestic affairs, but there seemed a sudden constraint between them. And presently Basil began to read. When Annie, after some while, came back, she glanced at him aggressively. "Better?" she asked. "What?" "I thought you didn't seem well at tea." "Thanks, I'm in the best of health." "You might make yourself obliging then, instead of sitting there like a funeral mute when I have a gentleman to visit me." "I'm sorry my behaviour doesn't meet with your approval," he answered quietly. Mr. Higgins say he won't come here till your husband's taken himself off, my dear. He says he knows where he is not wanted, and I don't blame him either." "Oh, Annie, what nonsense!" cried Mrs. Kent. Basil was only tired. "Yes, a journey to Brighton's very tiring, isn't it? I tell you straight, Basil, I expect my friends to be treated like gentlemen." "You're an amiable creature, Annie," he answered, shrugging his shoulders. After supper, Annie waited somewhat impatiently till the servant came in to say that Mr. Higgins was at the door, then hurriedly put on her hat. Basil hesitated for one moment, unwilling to give offence, but decided that some word of warning was necessary. "I say, Annie, do you think you ought to go out alone at night with a man you've picked up casually on the pier?" "What I do is no business of yours, is it?" she answered angrily. "I'd thank you to give me your advice when I ask for it." "Shall I come with you, Annie?" said her sister. "Now don't you interfere. I can look after myself, as you know very well." She went out, vindictively slamming the door. And Basil, without another word, a frown on his brow, returned to his book. But in a little while he heard that Jenny was crying very quietly. "Jenny, Jenny, what's the matter?" he exclaimed. "Oh, nothing," she answered, drying her eyes and doing her best to smile. "Only I've been having such a good time down here. I only wanted you to make it perfect. I did look forward so to your coming, and now you've upset everything." "I'm very sorry," he sighed, with complete discouragement. He did not know what to say or how to comfort her, for he realized, too, that his appearance had disturbed her enjoyment, and for all his goodwill he appeared able to bring her only unhappiness. She was most herself in the company of such as Mr. Higgins. Her greatest pleasure was to walk on the parade, staring at the people, or to listen to nigger minstrels' sentimental ditties. She wanted gaiety and noise and garish colour. On the other hand, things which affected him painfully left her unmoved, and she was perfectly content in the sordid, vulgar lodging which overwhelmed him with disgust. It seemed that he was in a labyrinth of cross purposes, wherefrom was no issue. Next morning occurred a trifling incident which showed Basil how his wife regarded him. Annie, dressed for church, came downstairs in a costume which was positively outrageous, so that one wondered at the perverse ingenuity with which the colours were blended, and she wore much cheap finery. "Well, my dear, you're never going out like that?" she cried, seeing that Jenny was no differently attired from the day before. An antipathy to Sunday clothes was to his wife one of Basil's most incomprehensible facts. "Aren't you going to put on your new hat?" Mrs. Kent looked somewhat uneasily at her husband. "I saw such a smart hat in the shop, Basil, and Annie simply made me buy it, and I must say it was dirt cheap, only 6 and 11. "This is evidently an occasion to put it on," he smiled. In a few minutes she came back, radiant and flushed. But Basil could not persuade himself that her headgear was cheap at the price. "Do you like it?" she asked anxiously. "Very much," he replied, wishing to please. "There, Jenny, I knew you wouldn't mind. If you heard all the fuss she made about your being angry and not liking it, and I don't know what all." "Basil says I look best in black," said Jenny in self-defence. "Men never know what's dressy, my dear," Annie answered. "If you went by what Basil said, you would be a dowd." It was rather distressing to find that his wife still somewhat feared him. In her eyes, apparently, he was a bearish creature whose whimsical fancies must be humoured, and he thought bitterly of the confidence which he hoped would exist between them, of the complete union in which not a thought nor an emotion should be unshared. And knowing that his own love was long since dead, Basil sought to persuade himself that hers also was on the wing. The weekend bored him immensely, and it was not without relief that he found himself on Monday morning at the station, whither his wife accompanied him. "I'm awfully busy. I don't know whether I can manage to come down next Saturday," he said tentatively. But Jenny's eyes filled on a sudden with tears. "Oh, Basil, I can't live without you. I'd rather come up to town. If you don't like Annie, she can go away. Promise me you'll come. I look forward to it all the week." "You'll have a very good time without me. I've only made you wretched by my visit." "No, you haven't. I want you so badly. I'd rather be utterly unhappy with you than happy without. Promise me you'll come." "All right, I will." The chains that bound him were as fast as ever, and as the train sped towards London his heart beat madly, because each minute he drew nearer to Hilda Murray. It was very plain now that he loved her passionately, more than ever he had done, and with violent rage he told himself that she was lost to him for always. Intoxicated by the ring of her voice, by the sweep of her dress, by the tender look in her eyes, he repeated every word she had said at Lady Edward's. On Wednesday he was to dine with Miss Leigh, and already he felt sick with hope at the thought of meeting Hilda. In the afternoon, leaving Chambers, he went home by way of Charles Street, and like a lover of 18, looked up at her windows. There were lights in the drawing-room, so that he knew she was at home, but he dared not go in. Mrs. Murray had not asked him to visit her, and he could not tell whether she had no wish to see him, or whether she thought a call so obvious as to need no special invitation. The windows seemed to beckon, the very door offered a mute welcome. But while he lingered, someone came out, Mr. Farley, and Basil wondered angrily why he should go to that house so often. At length, with a desperate effort, he walked away. Though Basil went on Wednesday to Miss Leigh, almost trembling with excitement, he managed to ask gaily who was expected to dinner, but his heart sank when she made no mention of Mrs. Murray. Then he wondered how to pass the dreariness of that evening to which he had so enormously looked forward. Since the meeting at Lady Edward Stringer's, the passion, hitherto dormant, had blazed into such a vehement flame that he could scarcely bear himself. It seemed impossible to live through the week without seeing Hilda. He could think of nothing else, and foresaw with sheer horror his excursion on Saturday to Brighton. Of course it was madness, and he knew well enough it was no use to see Mrs. Murray again. It would have been better if they had never met, but the sound sense which he preached to himself seemed folly, and his eagerness to see her overcame all prudence. He thought there could be no harm in speaking to her just once more, only once, after which he vowed entirely to forget her. Next day he walked again through Charles Street, and again saw the light in her windows. He hesitated, walking up and down. He could not tell if she wished any longer to know him, and feared horribly to discern on her face that he intruded, but at length in sullen anger decided to adventure. He could not love Hilda more if he saw her, and perhaps by some miracle the sight might console him, helping him to bear his captivity. He rang. "Is Mrs. Murray at home?" "Yes, sir." She was reading when he entered the room, and with dismay Basil fancied that a very slight look of vexation crossed her eyes. It disconcerted him so that he could think of nothing to say. Then he imagined that his behaviour must astonish her, and asked himself whether she knew the cause of his sudden marriage. He listened to the polite or flippant things she said, and did his best to answer flittingly. But his words sounded so unnatural that he scarcely recognized his voice. Yet they laughed and jested as though neither had a care in the world. They spoke of Miss Leigh and of Frank, of the plays then to be seen in London, of one trivial topic after another, till Basil was forced to go. "I came in fear and trembling," he said gaily, "because you suddenly never asked me to call." "I thought it wasn't needful," she answered, smiling, but she looked straight into his eyes with an odd air of defiance. Basil flushed, glancing at her quickly, for there seemed a double meaning in her words, and he knew not how to take them. He lost momentarily his urbane, courteous manner. "I wanted so much to come and see you," he said, in a low voice, which he strove to keep firm. "May I come again?" "Of course," she replied, but her tone was full of cold surprise, as though she wondered at his question and resented it. Suddenly, she found his eyes fixed upon her with such an expression of deadly anguish that she was troubled. His face was very white, and his lips twitched as though he sought to command himself. All through the night she thought of that look of utter agony. It stared at her from the darkness, and she knew that if she needed revenge, the fates had given it. But she was not pleased. For the 100th time, unable to get it out of her head that he loved her still, she asked herself why he had married so strangely. But she would not inquire into her own feelings. She tightened her lips. Knowing well that he would come again, it was Mrs. Murray's impulse to tell the butler not to admit him. But something, she knew not what, prevented her. She wished to observe once more the terrible wretchedness of his face. She wished to make sure that he was not happy in what seemed his cruel treachery. One afternoon of the following week, coming in from a drive, she found his card. She took it in her hand and turned it over. "Shall I ask him to luncheon?" With a frown of annoyance, she put it down. "No, if he wants to see me, let him come again." Basil was bitterly disappointed that day when the servant said that Mrs. Murray was not at home, and at first determined that there he must leave it. He waited for a note, but none came. He waited for a week, able to do nothing but think of her, restless and preoccupied. With stricken conscience, he went to Brighton, and so far as possible avoided to be alone with Jenny. He took her to a play one night, to a concert the next, and insisted that Mr. Higgins, still faithful, should be constantly with them. But the whole thing disgusted him, and he felt utterly ashamed. Then he made it a practice every evening to take Charles Street on his way to Frank, and ever the windows appeared to invite him. When he looked back, the whole street beckoned, and at length he could resist no longer. He knew that Mrs. Murray was in. If the butler sent him away, it must be taken as definite, but it would mean that Hilda had given orders he was not to be admitted. This time better fortune was his. But when he saw her, the many things on the tip of his tongue seemed impossible of utterance, and it was an effort to speak commonplace. Mrs. Murray was disconcerted by the look of pain which darkened his face, and the constraint between them made conversation very difficult. Basil did not prolong his visit, yet it was dreadfully hard to go leaving unspoken all that lay so heavily on his heart. Talk flagged, and presently silence fell upon them. "When is your book to be published?" she asked, oppressed, she knew not why. "In a fortnight. I wanted to thank you for your help." "Me?" she cried, with surprise. "What have I done?" "More than you know. I felt sometimes as if I were writing for you only. I judged of everything by what I thought would be your opinion of it." Mrs. Murray, somewhat embarrassed, did not answer. He looked away, as though forcing himself to speak, but nervous. "You know, it seems to me as though everyone was surrounded by an invisible ring which cuts him off from the rest of the world. Each of us stands entirely alone, and each step one must judge for oneself, and none can help." "Do you think so?" she answered. "If people only knew, they would be so ready to do anything they could." "Perhaps, but they never know. The things about which it is possible to ask advice are so unimportant. There are other things in which life and death are at stake, about which a man can never say a word. Yet if he could, it would alter so much." He turned and faced her gravely. "A man may have acted in a certain way, causing great pain to someone who was very dear to him. Yet if all the facts were known, that person might, excuse and pardon. Mrs. Mary's heart began to beat, and she had some difficulty in preserving the steadiness of her voice. Does it much matter? In the end, everyone resigns himself. I think an onlooker who could see into human hearts would be dismayed to find how much wretchedness there is which men bear smiling. We should all be very gentle to our fellows if we realized how dreadfully unhappy they were. Again there was silence, but strangely enough, the barrier between them appeared suddenly to have fallen. And now, though neither spoke, there was no discomfort. Basil got up. Goodbye, Mrs. Murray. I'm glad you let me come today. Why on earth shouldn't I? I was afraid your servant would say you weren't at home. He looked at her steadily, as though meaning to say far more than was expressed in the words. I shall always be very glad to see you, she answered in a low voice. Thank you. A look of deep gratitude softened away the pain on his face. At that moment, Mrs. Barlow Bassett was announced. She shook hands with Basil somewhat coldly, thinking that a man who had married a barmaid could be no proper companion for her virtuous son, and she determined not to renew the old acquaintance. He went out. Do you know whom Mr. Kent married, and why? Asked Mrs. Murray. The question had been often in her lips, but pride till this moment had ever prevented her from making an effort to clear up a difficulty which had long puzzled her. My dear Hilda, don't you know? It's a most shocking story. I must say I was surprised to find him here, but of course, if you didn't know, that explains it. He got into trouble with some dreadfully low creature. She's very beautiful. I've seen her. You? Cried Mrs. Bassett with astonishment. It seems there was going to be a baby, and he was forced to marry. Mrs. Murray blushed to the roots of her hair, and for one moment bitter anger blazed in her heart. Again she told herself that she hated and loathed him, but remembering on a sudden the woe in his eyes, knew it was no longer true. Do you think he's very unhappy? He must be. When a man marries beneath him, he's always unhappy, and I must say, I think he deserves it. I told my boy the whole story as a warning. It just shows what comes of not having good principles. Mrs. Mary's eyes dwelled on the speaker absently, as though she thought of other things. Poor fellow. I'm afraid you're right. He is very unhappy. End of Part 2, Chapter 4.